Okay, so first of all, welcome you all to this workshop. So as you might be aware, so this workshop is divided into 3 sessions of 2 hours each. So today we'll have this session 7 to 9, then tomorrow morning 7 to 9 a.m. IST, and then 7 to 9 p.m. IST tomorrow. So 3 sessions of 2 hours each. How much content we are going to cover, that's not fixed depending upon our pace. Okay, so we'll not be rushing through the process. We'll take our time. The point is to really get deep into things, to understand the common mistakes we make, and to also understand what comprehension is, uh, and how to go about it, and to answer some of the common questions and to tackle some of the common misconceptions people have regarding reading comprehension. That's the intent of this workshop. So let me start by talking a little about myself. So I'm a GMAT coach. I have this website, gmatvcj.com. So I've been into GMAT space since 2012. In 2012, I joined eGMAT. I worked there for about 19 months. Then I took some time off and I was not doing anything. And then I started my private tutoring in 2016. So yeah, I'm Ahmedabad graduate. Graduated in 2010. I have these CAT, GMAT, and GRE scores. Uh, I served as director of curriculum at eGMAT. I think I joined as one of the content designers, but eventually became director of curriculum in my short span there. Um, and yeah, I've been recognized as an expert on GMAT Club. So there is an expert tag. If you see my post here, there will be an expert tag associated with me on GMAT Club. So my approach to teaching the GMAT, so I'll just briefly talk about uh, myself and my approach, and then I'll ask you to sort of speak a little about you, and then jump into the content of this session. Uh, so my approach is essentially to really get to the depth of things, uh, and how do I really help people get to the depth of things is essentially by asking a lot of questions, and you will see some sample of that in our workshop. So I ask questions and I encourage students to ask questions. So there are no dumb questions. They are just questions. Answers, my answer could be dumb, but your question cannot be dumb. So I encourage questions and I ask a lot of questions. So you will see that in action. So yeah, learning mindset. I encourage or I try to help students get out of evaluation mindset. Even people are preparing for the GMAT, they are constantly into evaluating themselves rather than focusing on learning from the question. So they are much more focused on getting questions right than focused on learning and growing with the questions. So, but it's only when you grow, you improve, and only when you improve does your score move higher. There is no other way. It doesn't matter how many times you evaluate yourself, your score remains the same. So yeah, so I don't, uh, I'm not sure. So some people and might be some companies also talk about this. GMAT wants you to think like that. There is no GMAT world in my case. So I don't say that this is what works on the GMAT. Essentially, I sort of just engage logically with the thing. So we try to understand what should work logically rather than what should work in the GMAT world. Okay, so there is no GMAT world. Whatever works logically should work on the GMAT. Whatever is not logical should not work on the GMAT. And yeah, I emphasize and talk and discuss a lot the psychology of GMAT preparation. A lot of students struggle tremendously, especially people who need more than 2, 3, 4 months to prepare for the GMAT. So there is a large group of people who need more than 3, 4, 6 months to prepare for the GMAT. People who fall into that category uh, sort of end up having a lot of psychological issues with respect to the preparation. So I essentially talk a lot about these issues. So you might have seen those in my posts, my videos, and you'll see that to some extent in the session also. So yeah, so I'm not much into giving you techniques and tricks that work specifically on the GMAT. That's not how I have prepared for the GMAT or any entrance test that I've taken. Sort of, I just try to build my capabilities, and sort of I've gotten the scores that I've gotten. And that's how I teach. So when I sort of help you prepare for a test, it's mainly sort of I help you build the skills that help you not just on the GMAT, but in everyday life also. And once you have the skills, the score normally follows. And that's why you see some testimonials and recommendations on my LinkedIn page. So briefly about my services. So of course, I take private tutoring. So it's very customized. You could be coming for specific topic or specific section, or could be coming for the entire GMAT. Then there is a program called Weekly Mentoring Program. It essentially involves a 30-minute call every week. That 30-minute call can be used for anything, essentially, but a lot of people use it for planning, accountability, talking about the psychological issues, and sometimes doubt solving also with respect to some of the concept areas. Then there is an option of semi-private tutoring in terms of, let's say there are sometimes it happens that 2 or 3 people come together, sort of in terms of they are friends or siblings, and they sort of come together and take private tutoring. In that case, they end up sharing the cost of private tutoring. So per person, the cost comes out to be 1/2 or 1/3, depending on the number of people. And then there are these paid webinars, such as the one you are attending. Then we have a classroom course, GMAT Intensive, which is again a comprehensive course, end to end. And it's a live course, essentially. It's not a recorded. We offer a recorded course also, but we have a live course also. And then there is free content. There are more than 100 videos on my YouTube channel, more than 50 articles on my website, and there are more than 60 CR solutions on my website. So you can check those out and you can learn from these sources. And then I have written this book, The Psychology of GMAT Preparation. It's available on Amazon as a Kindle version, as well as paperback now. So yeah, so a couple of thoughts from my students. So this is what Anish said, and this is sort of, you can just check it out on my LinkedIn page. So he has written this in the form of LinkedIn recommendation. So he says that CJ focused less on the errors itself, but more on the root cause behind these errors. And second, CJ does not believe in learning for the GMAT, but to learn and improve for the sake of improving your own skills and ability. So the reason I'm citing these two recommendations, because again, they sort of confirm or at least support what I was saying is my way of teaching. Essentially, it's not really just to prepare for the GMAT, but to really build the skills that will help you on the GMAT, but in other aspects of life also. And I'm not here to sort of give some tricks or techniques that just superficially solve your issues, but really get to the depth of things and solve your problems from there. So yeah, okay, so that's a little about me. Now I would like to hear from some of you a bit about you, so you can share who you are, your experience with reading comprehension section specifically, because you can share a little about your GMAT experience also, but specifically regarding RC section, sort of how is it going with you and all that, your troubles and all that. And your process, how do you go about reading an RC passage? And lastly, why you are here in this workshop. So I would encourage a few of you to just share these 4 points. You can raise your hands if you want to share, and then, yeah, Harsh, go ahead.
So hi, I'm Harsh Trivedi. I work in Siemens. So I was preparing for GMAT about more than 8 months. After a break, actually I prepared earlier but didn't give the test. So when I appeared for GMAT Focus on 3rd of Feb, so for reading comprehension, I would say I got 4 passages. I would say I was able to complete only 2, and also Three passages were very long passages, about 4 paragraphs.
Okay.
And
One second. Yeah. Go ahead.
yes, and last RC was about 3 paragraphs.
Okay.
So the process of mine was similar to you because I read a lot of your stuff through LinkedIn and
Okay.
other things. So I try to grab all the things and try to answer.
Mm,
But I would say what happened, time passed out. I was able to do only two.
I see. I
Okay.
see.
And so for the workshop, I'm here since I understand now RC is a main player for the verbal section. So I need to boost up my score. That's why I think this is the best platform to learn again and work on the things.
I see. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Ankit.
Hi, Chiranjeev. Hi, all. So, I have never taken GMAT.
Okay.
Uh, I don't know if I'll take it in future as well or not. So, but my purpose of attending this workshop is to understand how I read and how I can improve my reading because I am a voracious reader and I
Okay.
read anything and everything coming my way.
Okay.
But then how I can structure my thoughts better when I see uh, a difficult text or an easy text, and then secondly. There is no process that I particularly follow in reading. It is just that if I get interest, I read everything and anything under the sun. But
I
just
see.
that, as per me, as of me, I am an experienced person, more than a decade and a half experience in the corporate sector. I am
Okay.
an engineer and an MBA. So, but I've been reading your post a lot, CJ, on LinkedIn. I follow you, so I kind
Okay.
of, that's what prompted me to attend this workshop more from a perspective of understanding myself and skill development. Yes, in future, if I do plan to take up GMAT or any other exam, it would definitely be helpful. So that's about me, CJ.
Mm, okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
You've done MBA.
It is a distance learning one, but I am also
Achha.
an engineer. I'm a double master's actually. So, but yeah,
Okay.
in long term, yes, I could be planning to do one, maybe
I
in a
see.
couple of years time. So yeah, that's what it is.
I see. I see. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Amir.
Hi, CJ. Yeah, I guess we've had introduction previously as part of a few sessions, but yeah, for others, I work as an engineer here in Australia, and I'm planning to give my GMAT soon to apply for B schools. Um, so specifically with RC, as I've been practicing, so I haven't given the GMAT as yet, but even the practice that I'm doing, let's say an RC has got like 5 to 6 questions, then I'm facing difficulty in getting all of them right. Like I'm getting accuracy of about if they, let's say there are 6 questions and about like 4 are correct, sometimes 3 are correct, sometimes 6 are correct. So the consistency is lacking, which I'm looking forward to improving in this workshop and trying to understand where the problem is. In
Mhm.
terms of the process that I'm following for reading the RC passages is basically trying to go through the paragraphs each one by one, and then after every paragraph, I just take a bit of a pause, try to understand what was being said in that paragraph, take some quick notes, and then move on to the next paragraph and then follow the process. But I feel that that's where I'm just getting a bit slow at the moment.
So you take a pause at the end of every paragraph, try to understand
Yes,
what has happened, then
what
you move
what
on.
has happened, and then take some quick notes,
Okay.
and then move on to the next paragraph, and then follow the same process.
Okay. Okay.
But what's happening is then I don't get enough time for the questions at the end to finish. So sometimes I have to make a guess and move on because I've already spent too much time on that RC already.
Acha. Okay.
Yes. So I just want to understand a bit more as to the like what's the best approach.
Hmm. I see. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Sachin.
Yeah, so I would like to share a little about like why I've joined this workshop and like what my goal to achieve from this workshop is. So I have noticed a pattern that since childhood I was a very good speaker of reading the text. But what would happen is I would never ever like understand what is written. Like it would be a
Acha.
mindless reading, but a very good reading. I am more focused about like building the right habit and skills of reading things and also understanding it simultaneously And that is what my goal from this workshop is. And yeah, to basically build up right habits so that eventually if I go for my master's or my MBA, I have the right set of fundamental skills and I'm extracting the most out of the text. That is what why I'm here for, and I'm looking forward to that.
I see. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Pulkit.
Hi, CJ. So yeah, I've been working around 5.5 years. I started with banking and then working in strategy in a tech company in Dubai. And yeah, I recently gave the earlier GMAT as well and the new one as well. So in both versions that I've given, I think most of the other areas are pretty much covered and I've performed best of my ability. So there's not much room to improve. So mostly the accuracy that's lacking is in the area of RC only.
Acha.
And approach, I mean, it's a pretty normal approach, just like I would read a particular news article or anything for work also. I go through the paragraph and then try to solve it. I don't like
Sure.
look at the questions first in the paragraph, but like I think one of the issues that I have is if I don't understand even a tiny bit of the paragraph, right, it's very difficult for me to move on. I kind of get stuck on that. So it's like I try to reread on a couple of passages if they are tough. So that's one thing I give, and I think that's the major reason. That doesn't improve my accuracy also, and also takes away the time that I could allot to the questions coming forward. So rereading and like not being able to get past not understanding something or particular two three lines in the whole paragraph.
I see. Okay, so you're saying the process is normally just as you read a normal newspaper article. So
Yeah, right.
you just read the entire thing, and as you're reading, if you're not understanding, then you end up rereading things. That's what you're saying? Or you read the entire thing, then go to the question, then you realize that you have not understood, then you go and read it.
Irrespective of whether that aspect is tested in the question or not, I tend to, so for example, I remember there was one question related to neuroscience. I gave my GMAT a couple of weeks back only, the focus edition. And there was a question related to neuroscience and some brain related matter. And like I got stuck on the second, like last 3 lines of second paragraph. And I was like, it kind of bugged me that why I'm not able to understand this. And I wasted some time rereading those 3 lines to understand. And even though none of the questions were related to that, but that took a lot of time. And like I could have answered the questions without that also. So
I see.
there's no particular approach that I am following, to be honest, when it comes to RC. It's more like go with the flow of reading, try to answer the question. So maybe from the session, I'll have some structure of how to approach the question and yeah, hopefully improve the accuracy.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Deshna.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
So I am an engineer and a liberal arts student.
Acha.
And just, yeah. And I have just started my GMAT prep, has been not more than a month. And there are two reasons why I'm here. First is like, I heard from an acquaintance who attended 2 of your sessions and they were like very surprised on how you sort of cut the RC passage and explain them everything. Like the session was around 1 RC for 2-3 hours. So they were quite impressed by you. So that's one of the reasons. So because I've just started my prep, I want to develop a process on how to solve an RC, right? Because right now I don't have anything in mind with respect to that. The second reason is, so I have ADHD. And I realized, and I was recently diagnosed, which made me now started making a lot of sense to me. And I realized that RC is like sort of a long answer type question, this thing for me, right? So when I'm solving a CR thingy or a quant thingy, it's more easier for me because the questions are shorter. So it does not require a lot of my attention span, one question. But in RC, it's like I'm reading one passage and the second passage, and by the third passage, I sometimes forget what I had read in the first and second passage. Right? I try to mark it on the screen. One of my mentors told me that you could perhaps use the pen that you get in GMAT to mark things on the screen which you find important, right?
Acha.
And I'm trying to do that, but still, like, my working memory is not the sharpest.
Okay.
So RC is something which I really struggle with. So perhaps if you could, tell some techniques on how people who have special needs could go about solving an RC passage, or the techniques should be sort of molded a little bit for such people, it would be very helpful.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it.
Mm.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, cool. There's some noise. Okay, cool. So yeah, good to hear from some of you. Good points. We'll talk about some of these things as we go along. Regarding what Deshna talked about, sort of specific strategies for people with ADHD or special needs, I'm not sure, but I think once you've gone through the entire thing, we can talk about it at the end of, let's say, the last session. And I'm not sure. I'll just we can just discuss it, whether something we can work out for a person with ADHD or something like that. Or it could be that you figure out that whatever we have discussed might just work for you. Okay, so cool. So कहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम लाई करती है नॉर्मली लोगों की आरसी में? So पहले तो just in terms of process, as some of you are sharing, कई लोगों के पास they don't have a process, they just read it as a newspaper article, and some people, the process is they take a pause at the end of every paragraph, but there is rereading, and then there is a lot of time you're taking and all that. So one level of problem is at the level of process, and deeper than that even is the mindset. And we'll talk about the mindset. Essentially, when people approach RC, they're not really approaching it with a mindset to comprehend it. It looks a little paradoxical that how can you go about an RC passage, a reading comprehension passage, without having intention to understand or comprehend it. But that's what happens, and that's something very consistently I've seen. And one of the reasons is very simple, that we are very objective driven, we are very outcome driven. So how does that lead to an absence of desire to comprehend the passage? Simply because you want the score. To get the score, you want to get the questions right. So you want to directly move on to the question. So you are almost in a hurry to just move on to the question and get it right. Passage, so beech mein, it's a haddi, beech mein, you have to just do it. Okay, so you are completely focused on the final thing, which is right now question and eventually the score. RC passage just happens to be something that you have to do, not something that you want to do. So the basic intent is missing, or when I say missing, it's not black and white. Let's say it's missing to a large extent. That people are not even the desire, forget the skills. Even the desire to understand is lacking at times, or rather a lot of times. So first thing is to understand and be very clear that if you don't comprehend it well, you're not going to get a good score. It's as simple as that. In other words, if you don't execute the process well, the outcome will not happen. Since you're too focused on the outcome, you're not taking care of the process. As a result, you're not getting the outcome. So it's a whole circle. So first is the process, and from that, first is the mindset that we're just simply trying to understand, comprehend. And then is the process. Okay, now that we have an intent to understand, how do we go about understanding it? And we are going to talk about that in detail. So both are missing. If you don't have the mindset, naturally you'll not worry about the process also. But even if you have the mindset, you may not know the process. Okay, so your problem could lie here. Your problem could lie at the level of skills also, which let's say we call comprehension skills. So how do we know sort of how much problem you have at the level of skills? Simply by understanding what proportion of the passages you find easy to understand. If you find a lot of passages just easy to understand, you have a lot of comprehension skills. Okay. If you sort of constantly struggle with a very high proportion of passages, then it means the comprehension skills are at a rudimentary level, they need to be built. Of course, it is also possible that you believe that, yeah, I can understand a lot of passages, just that I don't get a lot of questions right. In that case, it could also be the case that you're not understanding, but you also don't know that you're not understanding, which means that you are ignorant about your ignorance. Okay. So you're not understanding the passages, but you also don't know that where am I not understanding? You don't even know that. Another aspect of skill is that awareness of your ignorance. So this is essentially, even in terms of evolution, this happens. People are at a level that people are ignorant about their ignorance, and they don't know where the problem lies, or they don't know what comprehension means. Okay, they are comprehending whatever they are comprehending. That's it. They don't know that there could be the text could be comprehended much deeper level. So they are ignorant about ignorance, and then the next step is they become aware of their ignorance. Oh, there is so much to understand there. I didn't know that. So now they become aware of their ignorance that, oh, I have not been reading this way. I have been sort of missing out on a lot of things as I read. And then they start to apply the right process, make efforts. Then over a period of time, their comprehension skills improve in terms of, so in the beginning, you will find a lot of texts difficult to understand. So you'll end up spending a lot of time trying to understand those texts. But over a period of time, as you keep doing it, as your skills improve, the proportion of passages that are easy for you, that proportion will keep increasing. And as that proportion increases, your time per passage, your time per question will come down.
So, CJ, are we supposed to ask questions in the process as we go through, or will it be a separate session Q&A there we can ask the questions to you?
So one thing is that I'll be asking you in between if you have questions, so you can ask questions at those moments. Or if you have a question that let's say continued for some time and then you have questions, you can just sort of, in the Zoom, there is an option, you can raise your hand. So I'll get to know that you want to say something.
Sure. Thank you, CJ.
Yep. Okay, so the problem could lie at the skills level also, or the problem could lie at the process level also. A lot of times when people have been struggling for RC for a long time without improvement or without any significant improvement, the problem is generally at the level of skills. And the process is also flawed, which means that your skills are not even improving. Okay, if the process is right, then your skills will start improving. So over a period of time, you will see a constant increase in your skills or your comfort with the various passages. But if your process is flawed and skills are not there, then you will not improve. You will continue to struggle. Okay, skill building is something that will come over time if you keep following the right process. In our session, we'll focus on the mindset and the process. Okay, this is what I can give you. Essentially, I can give you the direction. Essentially, the more you walk in that direction, the farther you will reach. And deeper level problem is also at the level of life skills. Essentially, people, for example, it could be that people don't have patience. So first of all, if I tell you that you lack comprehension skills, that itself, people find it very hard to accept. It's as if I'm questioning your self-worth. No, it's just a skill in one domain of life that you lack, of course, you lack it, and then you can work upon it and improve it, and then you'll be done. But if you don't even accept that you have a problem there, actually, how will you tackle it? How will you solve the problem? Even if you accept it, naturally, if the problem is at the level of skill, it's not going to get solved, let's say, within 2 months or within a month. If the problem is at the level of skills, it's going to take time. It may take you 6 months, it may take you 1 year, it may take you more than 1 year. Okay, depending upon sort of how far you are from your desired level. Okay, now let's say if you are a person who actually needs, just say, 1 year to build those skills. But a lot of time people don't have patience to really invest themselves for 1 year. So what they do is they keep looking for hacks, some shortcut, some hack. They keep preparing for 3 months at a time. So they never really prepare for 1 year at one go in a sincere, in a proper manner. They keep looking for hacks, tricks here and there in different ways in cycles of 3 months or 4 months. As a result, they end up taking much longer than 1 year. So the lack of this patience actually makes you take much longer than you would have otherwise taken. And then there are, of course, other problems. If you are a person who needs, let's say, 1 year, a lot of times will be wasted in just questioning your questioning your ability, self-doubt, questioning your self-worth, and all that. So people go through all of these various emotional turmoils because they find themselves in a space in which they are taking much longer than they expect themselves to take. And their expectation is born out of sort of the marketing that goes around. Okay, so the prevalent message in the GMAT space is everybody takes almost 2-3 months to get to their target score. So naturally, if that is the prevalent message you keep hearing, and if you are a person who really needs much more than 2-3 months, it's quite natural that you will sort of end up indulging in all these emotional turmoils as you prepare, and as a result, you'll end up taking much longer than you otherwise would have taken. So in any case, you need 1 year. Now, because of all these things, you end up taking much longer than 1 year. Or somebody, let's say somebody needs 6 months, but because of these things, he ends up taking 1 to 1.5 years. So you already have a big problem, but that becomes even bigger because of all these things. Okay, so I talk about handling self-doubt, self-criticism, patience, and all that sort of in my videos, articles, and my book. Of course, you can check those things out. So right now, I'll not be getting deeper into these things. But essentially, this is where normally the problem lies, at the level of process of reading passages, at the level of comprehension skills, and then more deeply at the level of life skills. Again, life skills can also be built over time. So when we talk about mindset, when we are reading a passage, the mindset is as simple as just we are trying to comprehend the passage because it's reading comprehension. It's a test of comprehension. There are different institutes, different people might be saying different things to you that, okay, you read the first line, last line, or whatever. I don't know. But essentially, the simple thing to understand is it's a test of comprehension. They are trying to test your comprehension skills. How can you score high on such a test without comprehending the text well? Essentially, if you're trying to do that, you're trying to fool the test makers. They are trying to test your skills, but you're like, I don't have the skills, but I'll score high. Okay, that's generally not easy to do. And if you can actually fool the test makers, you can actually read the passages also well. Then you have the requisite amount of intelligence. Okay, it's better to do it, to read the passages well then, instead of trying to fool the test makers. So the simple process, and again, I'm saying all this because Again, because as people keep trying to look for some hacks or some tricks and techniques, and of course, if 100 people use that technique, it is going to work for 2 people. Okay. And it's not the technique that is working for that person. It is just that the person already had the skills. He would have scored the score otherwise also. And he comes out and says, oh yeah, the scores worked for me. And then like, wow, this works. Somehow it is not working for me. Some problem with me. But if you just engage and try to understand the kind of techniques and tricks that are all prevalent around you, you'll be able to see by yourself that why. Okay, so the mindset, essentially the approach, uh, the intent when we start reading a passage is simply to understand it, to comprehend it. Next question is naturally, okay, that is our intent, but what does comprehension mean? Comprehension has 2 aspects. There are just 2 aspects to comprehension. First is understanding individual statements. Individually, what does the statement mean? And by the way, of course, people are not aware, but this is one area in which a lot of people struggle. Even if I just give you that individual statement, one statement at a time, you'll not be able to understand many of those. So this is one level, that clearly understanding individual statements. Then another aspect of comprehension is, of course, whenever you're given a text or a bunch of statements, it's not a collection of independent, unrelated statements. There are connections between statements. So the second aspect of comprehension is to understand the connections or relationship between statements. That's all. If you understand each statement well, and if you understand the connections between each statement, sort of each of the statements well, you're done. You're comprehending. And that's what we are going to be focusing on today and for the next 3 sessions. Any questions, comments so far? How much role does vocabulary play in understanding individual statements? What do you think, Ankit?
So, CJ, it's a very ambiguous type responses I get from multiple people. While I am not good at vocabulary, some people say that vocabulary makes things easier for you, and some people say that it is not required at all. So I wanted to know your perspective, because learning 50,000 words is, I mean, it's a Limca book of record type thing, right? And I don't think, at least I'm talking about myself, I cannot make it happen for me. So what is your thought process around this, and what do you feel about this question?
So you're saying some people say you don't need vocabulary at all to understand, and some people say you definitely need it.
Yes.
So why are they ambiguous? They are very clear statements. It's just that they don't agree with each other. The statement that I'm going to make is going to be ambiguous.
So which one is the more prominent, correct, or maybe more easier or healthy way to look at understanding individual statements?
But yeah, again, so when you hear me, you'll have a third perspective, and then be like, okay, all these people say different things. Now there is another CJ's view also, because I'm going to do something different from these 2 people. But the point is, again, that's why I generally ask questions rather than giving answers, because if I give you an answer, then you have another answer to your repertoire of answers. You already have a lot of answers to your questions. My point is, just see in your experience, does vocabulary make a difference? If you're reading a sentence, let's say you read 2 sentences, in one sentence you don't know 2 words, in another sentence you know all the words. Will your comprehension be impacted?
It actually does in an exam, CJ, is my opinion.
Exam ko chodo. Again, I don't say anything about the exam. Common sense, normally reading English text, Will your comprehension be impacted if, let's say, there is a sentence in which you know all the words and there is another sentence in which you don't know 2 words?
I think it will, because
I think it will be impacted.
yes,
वहाँ पे तो you'll be guessing.
yes,
क्या हो सकता है इसका मतलब? Of course, your guesses may turn out to be right, but you'll not be sure in all
yes,
the cases,
yes,
right? So it is quite obvious that our comprehension is impacted by vocabulary.
yes, yes.
ठीक है, there is, मतलब, how can there be any doubt about it? The comprehension is naturally impacted by vocabulary. You can just see it in your experience. Nobody needs to tell you that. Now, the other extreme that you naturally you are considering, well, okay, then I need to know all the words to comprehend text? Again, then essentially you're saying, okay, vocabulary important hai, to then sara aana chahiye. It's not black and white. But essentially, if you keep coming across words quite regularly that you don't know the meaning of, then you need to work on building your vocabulary also. For example, I also come across words that I don't know the meaning of, but I'm at a stage where that is not very frequent. So if I don't work on my vocabulary, I'm still doing fine. But if you are at a stage in which, let's say, you read any RC passage and there are at least 4 words in every RC passage that you don't know the meaning of, I think it's a clear indicator that you need to work on your vocabulary. Now, working on your vocabulary doesn't necessarily mean that you go and mug the entire dictionary. It just means that whatever words you're coming across, you keep noting them down, and you sort of maintain a list and you keep revising that list, so that that's a source of your building your vocabulary.
Got it. Makes sense. Sure.
Okay, so naturally, vocabulary plays a role. So I have seen, of course, I'm in the test prep, so I've seen these 2 different positions people have taken. Some people say, no, you don't need vocabulary. But after a certain point, of course, if you are at a certain level, that let's say it just happens once every 2 passages that you come across 1 or 2 words, or let's say every 2 passages or every 3 passages you come across 1 word, which you don't know the meaning of. A lot of times you can actually infer it without really impairing your comprehension. Then yeah, you don't need to work on a comprehension. But if I take the other extreme, on every passage you come across 4 or 5 words, naturally, definitely you need to work on your comprehension. And if you're somewhere in between, then your need for building vocabulary is going to be, again, somewhere in between.
Got it. Sure. Thank you so much.
Okay. So yeah, these are the 2 aspects of comprehension. And of course, when we talk about understanding individual statements, uska jo sort of even more basic level is to understand words, which is what Ankit was talking about. Because eventually you understand statement. How do you understand statement? By understanding the words. And if you keep coming across words that you don't know the meaning of, naturally you have a hard time understanding statements. Okay, so if that is a recurring problem, naturally, definitely you need to work on vocabulary. But if that happens once in a long while, then probably you don't need to worry much about vocabulary. But there are, of course, words is not just the only aspect of understanding individual statements, as we'll see. Okay. So given that we understand that these two are the aspects of comprehension, understanding individual statements and understanding the connections. So the process for reading a passage flows from that this is what we are trying to understand. So in terms of understanding individual statements, that is a first step. How do we go about understanding individual statement? We can read a statement part by part, and you will see that in action once we read some text. Okay, now this is important, and have your attention on this. So Samir was talking about that the process is that the process that he follows is that he takes a pause at the end of every paragraph. Right? So he understands the paragraph, then moves to the second paragraph. Right? And it's a common process that a lot of people follow. And I've seen that some institutes also teach this process, that you take a pause at the end of every paragraph and then move on. Try to understand. But why not just take a pause at the end of the entire passage? Why take a pause at the end of a paragraph? Why not at the end of the passage? You just read the entire passage and see what happened. Why at the end of the paragraph? Why?
Every paragraph may have a different objective. So for example, one paragraph may only provide the introduction. Second paragraph will connect to the introduction and may give elaboration to the introduction. Third paragraph may further give examples. Fourth may provide conclusion. So just to maybe get a gist of the entire paragraph, it is important, and it's a good point you made. This is my way of looking at it, CJ, that we'll pause after one para, see where this para is talking about, then move to another one, pause, and then move to another one. Actually, I don't follow this, but now I'm going to follow this when I read.
I'm not suggesting that. Whether we will talk about it. I'm just talking about why he said so. And let's follow a process that whoever wants to speak, just first you raise your hand, then I'll ask you to speak. Okay, so that again there is some organized way of going about it. So you are saying that every paragraph could be having a different purpose, so it makes sense to take a pause at the end of every paragraph. Okay, that's fine. And, every paragraph could have a different purpose, but I can go through the entire passage and I can understand, yeah, this paragraph was talking about this paragraph was talking about this. Why do I need to take a pause at the end of every paragraph? I can go through the entire passage and then see, yeah, this paragraph played this role, this paragraph played that role. Yeah, Tanushree.
By the end of the paragraph, it might be that it happens with me that there is a lot of information, so I miss out on the some parts of it, so it gets difficult for me. So then I have to go back again, and then.
Okay, good. Right, good. So yeah, so what can happen if you read the entire passage at one go is that you are giving yourself too much information to process at the same time. Okay, so taking a pause at the end of a paragraph rather than taking a pause at the end of 3 paragraphs is just a way to give yourself a smaller piece of information that you can handle and digest well. Right? That is the intent. And instead of giving yourself a lot of information to process at the same time, you give yourself small pieces at a given time. Right? Now you can take this thing a step further also. Instead of taking a pause at the end of every paragraph, you can take a pause at the end of every statement also. Okay. So at the end of every statement, you can see how is it connected back. You have of course, when you read the statement, you understand it. And then at the end of every statement, you connect it back. This is just taking that simple idea forward, that because, and the simple reason is for some people, for some context, even reading the entire paragraph would also be overwhelming. Okay, for example, even with me, if you give me an archaeology passage, I cannot process one paragraph at a time. I can process a business passage, probably the entire passage in one go. But if you give me an archaeology or a geology passage, I cannot process 4 or 5 statements in one go, which is one paragraph. So this is, and essentially, the idea is simple, that whatever we cannot process at the same time, we can divide it and process smaller components at a time. It's the same idea. And that's the process we have. That we can take a pause at the end of every statement. And believe it or not, I have sort of, in my experience, this has been a game changer for a lot of people. People are just not aware that they can pause it, they can take a pause at the end of every statement. They're like, okay, but so one approach is, of course, people take a pause only at the end of the article. Let's say people who are saying they read it as a newspaper article, they're like, they take a pause only at the end of the article. Kya hua tha is article mein? And then there are others who take a pause at the end of paragraphs. So I have taught a lot of people who come with this approach that people take a pause at the end of the paragraph. And then when I tell them that you can take a pause at the end of every statement, they're like, of course, people have their apprehensions initially. Oh, it's going to take a lot of time and all that. But once they start doing it, they see now it has become much easier to comprehend because there is now a much smaller piece of information to handle at a given time. Okay, so that is the process we'll follow. But I can take it even one step further to within a sentence. And this again can be a game changer and has been a game changer for many people. Because with respect to a sentence, hardly anybody I have seen who does it by him or herself that they take a pause in the middle of a sentence. Normally, the process people have is they read the entire sentence and then they think, what did this sentence say? Now, if the sentence happens to be a complex one, and what is complex could be different for different people. Even again, for me also, what could be complex in an archaeology passage would be different from what would be complex in a business passage. In a business passage, probably even if it's a 4-line sentence, that may not be complex for me. In an archaeology passage or a geology passage talking about lava, its components, minerals, and all that, even a 3-line sentence will be like too much for me. So we are just taking the same idea one level further, that we can take a pause even in the middle of a sentence. And middle doesn't mean exactly midpoint. So we can read a sentence part by part, and I'll show you how we can go about it, and we'll see the difference that it can make. Does it take more time? Not necessarily. Of course, if it's a complex sentence, in any case, it was going to take you a lot of time to understand if you were to understand it at all. Right? There is a chance that you may not understand a complex sentence at all. But does it take a lot of time? No, I follow it. Okay. Does it mean that I take pauses in the middle of, let's say, in every sentence 2-3 times? No, it varies. Of course, I'm at a stage I can take such call that how many pauses I need to take, depending on the complexity for me. But essentially, the basic idea is I can take a pause even in the middle of a sentence. I don't need to read the entire sentence in one go. And again, this can be, and this has been a game changer for many people. It may look like a very simple idea. For example, let's say if you are a person who has the capability to lift 50 kgs, and if I give you 70 kgs, you're like, you keep trying, it never gets lifted because your capability is 50 and it's 70 kg weight. Somebody comes and says, oh, but why don't you do this? You divide that into 2 parts, lift 35 and keep it wherever it's supposed to be kept. Take the another 35 and keep it wherever it's supposed to be kept. You're like, yeah, I never thought about it. You break it into 2 parts and get your job done. It can be revolutionary also. Again, I'm emphasizing this because it's very easy because it's a simple thing I'm talking about in some way. It's not technical, so people may take it lightly, but it can really make a big difference. And again, you'll see that in actions. Probably you'll appreciate it more once we do it. So even while reading an individual statement, we can read it part by part and accrue meaning as we read. Okay, that's the process of reading a sentence. Then once you've read a sentence, from second sentence onwards, you connect the sentence back to the previous statement. So, right, this is what Samir was talking about, making connections at the end of every paragraph. So we do it at the end of every statement. Of course, if you're very comfortable, the connection will be very, very smooth. So you'll not take much time to make the connection. Rather, a lot of times the connections will happen automatically in your head as you read the sentences. That's fine. So again, it's not that process is going to slow you down. Process is going to slow you down wherever it is needed. So wherever you're not able to form the connections, naturally, the process will force you to slow down and make the connection and then move on. Because if you move on without making a connection, naturally it's going to become harder because it's going to build upon that comprehension of the previous part, which you have not understood. So, so the second aspect is we connect the statements back as we read. So as we move on, do we remember all the details of a statement? No. We remember the gist of the statements. And at times, what exactly comprises the gist and what exactly plays into the details, that also requires understanding of the context. Okay, a common example that I take in this is, let's say you're watching a soap opera, right? So you see a girl and she's talking about, oh, I like blue color a lot. And then you see a guy coming in wearing a blue color shirt. So you make the connection, oh, she likes blue color and this person is wearing a blue color shirt. Now, is the color of the shirt important? Are you supposed to remember all the details of sort of all the various pants colors and shirts colors? No. But that suddenly that blue color becomes important because, again, the blue color is not important. What it tells you is important because it tells you that the person is wearing a color which the girl likes. Okay, so now what detail may become a part of the story, that again depends on your understanding of the context. Yeah, Anushka, you have a question?
Hi, Chiranjeev.
Yeah. Hi.
In the second part, you've mentioned delve deeper, be interested. What do you mean by be interested?
जब मैं बोलता हूँ make connections, तो वहाँ पे भी people form very superficial connections. It's like if I ask people to maintain error log, then they do such a bad job at maintaining error log, कि लगता है it's just a waste of time. Don't maintain error log. So when I say make connections, be interested, it means you're genuinely trying to really interested in understanding the connection. You're just not just labeling, say, there is a contrast. And then I ask you, but what exactly is the contrast? You're like, I don't know. Because you are not interested. You are just mechanically following what I'm just asking you to follow. So be interested here just means that you're just actually actually interested in understanding the connections between the statements.
I understand that, but as you mentioned, if we get a archaeologist passage or geology passage, you're not interested to understand that. And it's really frustrating after a point of time.
Why are you not interested in understanding that?
Because it's boring and difficult.
Why is it boring?
It's boring because I do not have any interest or any liking towards that passage or knowledge about it.
You don't have any liking towards it, that's fine. But you know कि उसको solve करके you have to get some questions right.
Yeah.
Right? So you have a task at hand.
Uh,
And what I've seen normally is, by the way, somehow this problem I don't associate myself with. And what I've seen consistently, I'm not sure how consistently, but to a large extent, what I've seen is people find those texts boring because they're not getting a hang of them. What's happening? What's going on? This is just alien for me. So you can't connect. So since you can't connect, there is absolutely no interest. So it's a vicious circle that you are in. No interest, you don't even try your best to understand it. You don't try your best. You don't understand. And since you're not able to understand, connect with it, you're like, what do I do with it? And then it becomes frustrating, as you're saying. Okay. So for example, let's talk about, say, for example, archaeology passage. It doesn't happen that I don't have interest. It's small text. For me, it's like, yeah, I just understand what this person is saying. Of course, it may not be easy for me. I'll have to really try my best to understand it. And that's what we are going to talk about, how to really even understand any text. Okay. So that's where the process becomes important, because there are always some set of texts which we are just naturally comfortable with. For example, if you are into science, engineering, technology, if you read those texts, naturally you'll be able to understand them. Okay. But can there be a process which will help us understand any English text? Because eventually, though, it's written in English, right? It's not Latin or not Urdu or anything else. It's just English text. Why are we not able to understand it? So that is the process we are trying to build, that we can understand any English text. We'll talk about, again, here we are talking about the process. So once you see that in action, you'll be able to appreciate it more, that, yeah, with that process, you can just go about understanding any English text.
Got it. Let's try.
Okay. And as far as your interest is concerned, as you begin to understand, you will see that interest will also come. This is what I've seen normally. As I said, people are not interested because you're not able to understand it at all. So how will they become interested? लिखा क्या हुआ है, क्या बोलना चाहते हैं, that अगर वो समझ ही नहीं आ रहा, then interest का सवाल ही नहीं आ रहा. But once you start getting a hang of it, you see, yeah, it's not as alien as I thought it to be.
Get it.
So lastly, as we make connections at the end of every statement, but at the end of every paragraph, we take another pause to get a sense of the overall story. And this is not going to be difficult, or it's going to be a natural consequence of the efforts you made in making connections between individual statements. If you're doing that job well, this is not going to be hard, or this is not going to take a lot of time, because you've already been making connections. And again, when I say at the end of every paragraph, it's not necessary. It has to be at the end of every paragraph. If the paragraph happens to be 7-8 sentences long, you may take a pause at the end of 3-4 sentences and see. You have to see, do I have a hold on the story or do I not? If you don't have a hold on the story, for example, if I find myself that I don't have a hold on the story, I'm understanding this statement, I don't have a sort of sense of how the passage is moving, then I'll go back and revisit it. This is the process I follow. Again, not just for RC passages, GMAT RC passages, just anything that I'm trying to understand. Any questions, any comments on this? So let me tackle an important aspect here before we talk about 2 commonly asked questions. So what we need to understand, this is where a lot of people are confused because they don't have clarity on the two parts of test preparation. To understand the 2 parts of test preparation, let's try to understand what do you need to score high. So you need 2 things. One is you need the ability, the skills to score high. And then you need an ability to translate those skills into a high score on the test day. ऐसा हो सकता है, for if you don't have the skills, you don't have comprehension, reasoning skills, how will you score high? Right? Doesn't make sense. So one is the skills, clarity. Then it's also possible that you have clarity, you have the skills, comprehension, but on the test day you falter in a big way, you end up messing up things here and there. A lot of people are aware, different kind of mistakes that can be made on the test day, right? There are these 2 aspects of test preparation. So these 2 things you need to score high. So correspondingly, there are 2 aspects of test preparation, or 2 parts of preparation. One is the skill building part. It's essentially about building your ability to score high, deserving the score. Okay. The second is converting that deservedness into a high score on the test day, which is about test taking. So there are 2 parts of preparation. One is the skill building part. The second is the test taking part. But you worry about the test taking only when you are almost done with skill building. You have skills to agi. Now let's talk about how to convert those skills on the test. But test taking normally is not a significant part for a lot of people. So very vast majority of people that I see struggling, they're struggling on the first part. They haven't really built the requisite amount of skills. And they have been, because they have been focusing on test taking from the beginning, or rather they have been overly focused on test taking. Since you have not built the skills, if you don't deserve the score, but you want to get the score, naturally be anxious. Right? If I'm at a level where I can get just 650, but my desire is to get at least 720. Now it's 725 or whatever. Naturally, I'll be underconfident. I'll be doubting myself. I'll be very anxious on the test day, and they will contribute to my test taking performance also. So I'll think, oh, I have a problem with test anxiety. Nahi, pehle skills to fix karo. If the skills are fixed, a lot of anxiety will be taken care of. Okay, so what I've seen is a lot of people from the very beginning of the preparation are focused on the test taking. That's why you see people from the very beginning, they are timing themselves. Because eventually on the test, they'll have to time. They are timing themselves from the very beginning. So they don't have this clarity that there are two aspects, two parts of preparation. Ki pehle skill build karni hai, and then essentially to how to translate those skills on the test day. But if you understand this distinction, then possibly we'll be able to handle the common questions in a better manner. For example, this is a common question. So how much time should I spend on reading a passage during practice? So as I said, people who are just confused or who don't know there are these two different parts of test preparation, from the very beginning, they are putting a timer on themselves. 4 minute, 4 minute per passage or 3 minute per passage, and then 1.5 minute or whatever minute per question. So if you don't have the skills, naturally you'll get a lot of questions wrong if there is a timer. If they keep getting questions wrong and then they're frustrated. I'm practicing and all that, but I'm not getting the required amount of accuracy. Why will that happen? Are you building skills? How will you build skills? What does skill building mean? People have not thought about these things. So how much time? So once you understand that large majority of your preparation is going to be on skill building. Rather, if you read the debrief written by Marty from Target Test Prep, who scored 800 on his GMAT attempt, which is essentially the classic edition, so 800 out of 800, it's a perfect score. His preparation also was majorly untimed. Untimed preparation for a person who already had a 770 or a 780 and was targeting an 800. His preparation was mostly untimed. And then I see a lot of people who are at 500, 600 level, they're doing time practice. The simple reason that Marty is clear what it takes to ace the test, and those people are not clear what it takes to ace the test. So how much time? Whatever time it takes you to comprehend the text. Okay, in the beginning, again, you may need 1 hour to understand a passage. Or that again, there has been an extreme case with me who used to take several hours to understand a passage, and I recorded a video on that. You can check that out. So that guy was at 250. He used to take 1 hour to just understand 2 statements. Okay, it's an extreme case. I can understand a lot of people think that's too much. It's okay. But I have dealt with that person. He started at a 250, 270 kind of score. He's around 600 something now. But the point is, how much time? How much time? Whatever time it takes. Because when you are practicing, your objective is to understand as much as you can. Okay, so in the beginning, if it takes you 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever time, and different passages will take different amount of time. As I said, you will have comfort with some of the passages, you will have much less comfort with some of the other passages. So different passages will take different amounts of time, but depending on your skill, your range could be, let's say, 5 minutes to 15 minutes, or your range could be from 30 minutes to 2.5 hours. Okay. So naturally, if you are at a person who needs, whose range is, let's say, if you're really comfortable, then also you need 30 minutes to read a passage. And if you're not comfortable, you need 2.5 hours. It means you're starting at a lower level, and that would be reflected in your score also if you take a mock or an actual test. So that means you need to undertake a longer journey. But if you just undertake it, it will be done. If you keep trying to shorten the journey by some hooks or crooks, you may end up taking even longer. Okay, so during practice, take as much time as you need to comprehend a passage. Why? Because when you are practicing, your objective is to understand each and every aspect. And that leads us to the next question. Okay, I spent 2 hours on this passage. But how will understanding this passage help me solve RC passages in the exam? Because those passages will be very different from this passage. And this is one of the concerns people have. Okay, you're asking to spend this much time on these passages, but the passage that I'm going to come across in the exam will be very different. So the answer is, it's not different in some way. And this is also boils down to what comprehension skills are. So how can somebody solve an RC passage in, let's say, 10 minutes and get everything right, and somebody takes 30 minutes and still get 50% questions wrong? Why? The passage was new to both of them. One person has the skills, one doesn't have the skills. That's what we say. But what does having skill mean? How did that person build skills? The skills just means if you have understood a lot of text clearly in the past, whatever text you come across next is going to be some permutation combination in some way. Of course, some aspects will be completely new, but a lot of aspects you might have come across, and that's what skills are. That's how we understand anything in life. We try to relate it with what we have understood. So if you have understood a lot of things very clearly, understanding the next thing is also going to be easier for you. And that's what skills are. So if you understand this passage well, very well, so you're now, and the next passage also very well, 100 passages, 200 passages very well, naturally the 201st passage is going to be much easier for you than it would be if it were the first passage. That's how you build skills. That's how you build clarity. That's how you build that comprehension skills, by understanding one thing at a time as clearly as you can. Okay, any questions? Any doubts, any comments so far? Anyone? Any questions? Any doubts? On the next slide, so this session we'll look at one or two, depending upon time permits, conceptual questions in a way that very short texts or passages. We'll try to understand that. Tomorrow morning, we'll look at a full length RC passage. So before we jump there, again, any questions, anything you want to talk about? Yeah, Arun.
Hi, CJ.
Yeah.
CJ, I was doing hard level RC passages from GMAT OG. So there was one passage, John Clark's study of effect of modernization. So I faced a lot of trouble in solving that passage, and eventually I came to your video on YouTube, where you explained that passage so nicely, and that's how I enrolled in this workshop. I've also read a few articles where you said that when you don't have clarity about a topic, you should solve at least, not at least, but maybe 20 passages on that particular topic to gain familiarity on it.
Yeah.
So two questions. One is, how do I categorize a particular topic? Let's say I don't know John Clarke's passage belongs to which category. Is it history or social science or humanities? And where do I find those similar topic passages where I can practice? So these are the two questions.
So exact categorization is not important. Let's say whether you put John Clarke into history or social science, or let's say whatever. But the point is essentially similar kind of passages, and similarity, level of similarity, again, that may also not be in exact control. So essentially it's to find similar passages, not exactly that you put it in social science and you have to do 20 social science passages, which may be very different. So again, the intent was to find similar kinds of passages. How can you find those? Actually, there are tags on GMAT Club. Actually, there are tags called social science, science, history. I'm sure that probably there are one or more tags. So you can click on those tags and actually you'll see passages which belong to that.
Okay. Thank you.
In general, मतलब एक तो चलो वो है, बाकी in general, if you have let's say OG also, so you can just sort of flip through the pages and see, okay, these are, by reading some of the words, by just brush sort of skimming over it, you'll be able to see, yeah, this is the technology passage, this is the business passage. And then you see, okay, these 20 are similar kind of history, social science. You may not know the exact categorization, but you're like, yeah, these are history and social science passages. Let me do that. And again, 20 is just a random number, right? It could be you may need 50 passages and all that.
I was also going through this one passage where monoliths and diameters of 200, less than 200 meters. That is also a pretty tough passage.
Yeah.
If you can maybe take up that passage during our session, or maybe next, or maybe upload a video on it whenever you get time, that will be.
So I have a few videos. It's I think 4 to 5.
Yeah,
videos.
you have 5 videos. I've gone through those. First one is complex sentences, and there is also one more sentence, one more passage. It is an odd but undisputable fact. That explanation was also great. I mean,
yeah.
really different sort of approach in solving RCs as compared to what I've seen. So
हाँ, तो मतलब मेरी अप्रोच है सिंपल कॉमन सेंस, ठीक है, मतलब देयर इज नो टेक्निकलिटी, स्टेटमेंट समझो, आगे बढ़ो, यू कनेक्टेड बैक, दैट्स इट, इट्स एज सिंपल एज दैट. So there is, of course, different sort of, I've heard different institutes have their own technical names also to various techniques that they teach, but for me it has always been that कैसे पढ़ना है, ऐसे पढ़ना और कैसे पढ़ना है. So इसमें बस ये है कि देखो, a lot of people are very fascinated with hard passages because they're hard. So naturally, there is a lot of fascination कि ये करना है. But if they're actually hard, probably they may not even be worth your time. Because if something is very hard, it means that probably it's not the right time to attempt that at this stage. It may be much more helpful to go through medium passages, which are, for example, let's say if you are at capability level 70, does it make sense to attempt something 140? It may be very fascinating. Yeah, it's very hard. I'm able to achieve that, understand it, it's going to be awesome. But probably it doesn't make sense. It's not that, of course, you may go through explanations, because I've seen people who are not getting, let's say, even a very high accuracy on medium question, they start attempting very hard question because again, there is fascination about them. So what I've seen is of course, they're not able to get many very hard questions right, but that's not important. What really strikes me is they go through expert explanations for those very hard questions which they couldn't get right. They go through expert explanations, spend time understanding, and then they tell me, sir, I finally understood it. And then I ask them a couple of questions, tell me, but how will that happen? They have not understood. Because the question was so beyond their capability that they just can't connect with it. So even when they think they have understood, they have not understood. So what makes sense is if you're, let's say, we're at a 70 level, makes sense to practice, let's say, a 80 level passage or a 90 level passage, which is harder for you, a little challenging also, but it's not super challenging. Okay, so gradually you keep pushing your ability higher. So once you become very comfortable with, let's say, 70, so if you're at 70 and you gradually become comfortable in 90, 100 level passages also, then you'll start to think about 110, 120 level passages. Okay, a lot of times all this practice just becomes mental satisfaction. Yeah, I'm doing very hard question, but you may not be learning anything out of it.
Right.
Again, I'm not saying this is the case with you. I'm just saying it's something that I've seen.
General point. Oh, thank you.
ठीक है. Anything else? On the next slide, I have a question. So before we get there, let's take a 3-minute break. Somebody wants to have a nature call or something. You want to just take a small break. Let's take a small break for 3 minutes. We'll reconvene in 3 minutes and then do a question. Okay? Okay. So let's do this question. So it's a multiple answer question. So multiple answers are possible. So I'll be launching a poll. You need to mark whatever options you think are correct. Okay, so multiple answers can be correct. So you have, how much time should I give you? You have 4 minutes to answer this. So there is a lot of time. You don't need to hurry. 30 seconds to go. Okay, 5 more seconds. Ending the poll now. Interesting. So to discuss this, I would request 2-3 volunteers with whom I can discuss the passage. Any volunteers? If you want to volunteer, just raise your hand. Need 2-3 volunteers. Okay, so Abhishek, Deshna, Harsh. So one of you, let's start with Abhishek. So you'll have to
Yes, sir.
explain the meaning of statements and sort of, there are just 2 statements, so one by one, and then connection between the 2 statements, whatever you could understand.
Sir, a stone that might belong to the kingdom of Mycenae has been found by a Greek archaeologist. Can I speak in Hindi, sir, if everyone is comfortable?
I'm not sure. Are others okay?
I don't have an issue.
Anybody has an issue with, let's say, who's not comfortable with Hindi?
Okay, or I can go ahead with English as well.
No, you can go ahead with Hindi. So nobody has an objection, it seems.
Sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
तो एक स्टोन मिला है जो शायद किंगडम ऑफ माइकिन को बिलोंग करता है। ये स्टोन फाउंड किया गया है ग्रीक आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट से, अगर उसके क्लेम्स राइट हैं। इफ इज जो ये क्लेम कर रहा है कि ये स्टोन माइकिन किंगडम का है, वो अगर राइट है, द क्लेम आर राइट।
Okay.
Made of a type of material that has been found anywhere else, has not been found anywhere else in Mykin. तो ये वो उस मटेरियल का बना है जो ये मटेरियल कहीं और नहीं पाया जाता, सिर्फ माइकिन में ही पाया जाता है।
Okay.
या तो जो ये 110 पाउंड स्लैब है, इफ आई एम राइट, कि ये दिस इज रेफरिंग टू द स्टोन।
This is referring to the stone.
Yes.
How do you know it's referring to the stone?
सर, आई बिलीव द स्लैब वर्ड जो यूज किया गया है।
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Harsh, do you have a take on this? So does this refer to that stone?
Yes, I also believe that it refers to the stone.
How can we say that?
So in continuation of the material, there are saying that stone का जो material है वो और कहीं available नहीं है माइसिन में।
Material. How do you know कि stone के material की बात हो रही है? How do you know that?
It's the just next the line, तो उसे link किया stone से।
अच्छा, तो आपको लगा कि अच्छा ये this must be about the stone.
Yes.
Deshna, you have some take on it?
Yeah, I also feel so because the first sentence, it says the stone that might belong to the kingdom of Mycene, and the second says made of a type of material. So I think the materials is being talked of about the stone. And in the third line, it says 110 pound slab. So I think it again connects back to the stone. This is how I comprehended it.
Okay. So when I read this, made of a type of material that has not been found anywhere else, I understand grammatically this is providing more information about something. Okay, कि अभी तो sentence एक तरह से main sentence has not even started. It is just saying made of a type of material, what it's going to come. So will I be sure that it's talking about stone? Not at all. So the only surety or only only place which will give me a sort of a sense of surety that it's talking about the stone is this da. It's saying, so essentially this is just more information about this 110-pound slab made of a type of material that has not been found anywhere else in Mycenae. And then the second sentence is this 110-pound slab is named whatever. So the second sentence essentially starts with the 110-pound slab. Bhai, kaun sa da? Right? So why are we using the article da? We must have talked about it earlier. Okay, so the only thing that we have talked about earlier is stone. Yeah, stone could be a slab. So yeah, only with da I get a surety that if, let's say, if it were a, then it'll be like, I'll be clueless then. Okay, of course, then there will not be any sort of, there is seemingly no connection then. But if it were a, then I will never be able to make that connection, or I'll never assume that, yeah, it must be the same thing. No. Because of this da, okay, it means that we have talked about this earlier, and what we have talked about earlier is just that stone. So this stone is a 110-pound slab. Okay. And this, since the slab and the stone are the same, so we are talking about the slab or the stone, that this is made of a type of material that has not been found anywhere else in Mycenae. Okay, because this is more information about the slab, and now we get to know that slab is same as a stone. So, okay, this is more information about the stone. But before having understood this connection, I will not be able to really comment much that what it is talking about. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead. Yeah, 110-pound slab. Then
So it is named after named the throne of Agamemnon. I'm not sure how to pronounce this word.
AG, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll say AG. It is named the throne of AG. After the legendary king of Mycen, who was a king, and he was also the leader of Greeks in a Trojan War.
Right.
Yeah.
So okay, I think it's
Yeah.
obvious.
Yeah.
So anything else from Deshna or Harsh you want to add to this?
So I have comprehend like this कि उसका नाम थ्रोन के नाम पे दिया है एगमेन एजी जो कि फिर ये मॉडिफायर आफ्टर इज एक्सप्लेनिंग अबाउट who was this AG that is after the legendary of Mycen and the leader of the Greek in Trojo, like this.
Okay. So the slab or the stone is named a particular thing. What is this stone named? What is this stone being called? The throne of, and then there is a capital letter which tells us it's probably the name of something. Throne of AG. And it's after. The after is connecting with named. So it's named after the legendary king of Mycenae. Okay, so this name is the name of the legendary king of Mycenae, and he was also the leader of the Greeks in the Trojan War. Okay. So that's how we understand this passage. So the first statement essentially talks about that there is a stone that might belong to this kingdom and has been found. And then the second statement gives us more information about the stone, that this is a 110-pound slab and it's named after this, after the legendary king of this. Okay. Okay, so let's go statement by statement. Option A, the stone found by the Greek archaeologist weighs 110 pounds. So as we discussed, this is referring to that 110-pound slab is referring to that stone. This is correct. The stone found by the Greek archaeologist is 110 pounds, which is fine. The discovered slab is made of a type of a material that was until recently unknown. So what about this?
It was recently unknown in my scene, but like not in, this is how I comprehended, but like in general, maybe it was known somewhere that we don't know of.
Okay.
But in the region of Mycene, it was, you know, recently discovered. So I
Okay.
think overall it might be wrong because it might have been known in other places which we don't have any context of.
Okay. Yeah. So what the passage tells us is that material has not been found anywhere else in Mycene. Right? So the material has not been found anywhere else. Does it mean that it was not found beyond Mycenae also? Or it could have been found somewhere else beyond Mycenae. Right? So we cannot say this material was until recently unknown. Okay? So this cannot be inferred. Again, it's about being very clear that it's saying not being found anywhere else in this region. It could have been found in some other region. That's an open possibility. Now you may be thinking, oh, but we don't know that it could not have been found anywhere else also. That's fine. It's possible, but it's also possible that it was found somewhere else. So the question here is inferred. So can you be sure that this is a material that was until recently unknown? Can you be 100% sure about this? That's the question you are asked. So no, we cannot be 100% sure because it could have been known. It could have been found somewhere else. So this cannot be inferred. Third, the discovered stone belonged to the kingdom of Mycenae. Yes.
The first line says it might belong, so I think because of the word might, I might say it's wrong. Because this is like too strong a statement to make it certainly belonged.
So yeah, again, just let's follow that. Whenever you want to say, just raise your hand. Okay. So, okay, so you are saying it might belong. So that's why we cannot be sure that it belonged to the kingdom. Yeah, Samir, you want to say something?
Yes, exactly. My comprehension is the same.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
So it's saying the stone might belong to this, but we cannot be sure that it belonged to this. Another piece of information is that the stone is named after the king of Mycenae. So this is what it is named after. But if something is named after this, can you be 100% sure that it belonged to that kingdom? I don't know. They might be just taking a call, right? Let's name it right now for the time being this. If a need arises, we may change it. So we cannot be sure that it belonged to the kingdom of Mycenae. Yeah, Harsh, you have a question?
Yeah, I comprehend like this because authors have said if his claim are right of the
Correct.
archaeologist. So
Yeah, that's
that's why.
also a point. That's
Okay.
also a point. Yeah. And even if that were not there, it would still not be an entrance because it says that might belong.
Right. Yes.
Lastly, this AG led the Greeks during at least a part of the Trojan War. So we understand that this slab is named the throne of AG and the slab is named after the king of Mycenae. So this description, by the way it is written, must be referring to AG. Right? So we can understand that AG must be the leader of the Greeks in the Trojan War. So he must have led Greeks during at least part of the war. Sorry. So this can be inferred. Yes, Amit.
Yes, sir. That would be inferred. Yeah. Same argument.
Okay. Any questions, any doubts on this? Anything not clear? Yeah, Ankit, you have a question?
CJ, I have a bit of disconnect on the first, that is A. So my answer was only D. I also discarded B and C, but I also discarded A because of the difference between a stone and a slab. And I thought that the two statements are talking about two different things altogether. While I understand the difference between a and the, but just not able to connect well with this particular understanding. So please help me,
So if
elaborate
the
this further.
slab were something different, would it make sense to use the? If the slab were actually something different from the stone, would it make sense to use the?
See, but the point is, it would not have to some extent, but a slab may contain a stone or may not contain a stone if we comprehend it in that way. A slab is it's just a slab.
Slab
May,
could be referring to a stone, need not always be a stone.
yes,
That's what you're
yes,
saying.
yes.
But in this context, it can be a stone. And in this context, da cannot be justified unless it refers to the stone. So why will you not make it refer to the stone? On what basis will you remain open?
Hmm.
Because as soon as you entertain the possibility that it's not referring to the stone, suddenly you have this problem of da. Then da becomes unjustifiable.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, Deshna.
Just a small question. Um, like for example, option D, right? It was just a direct. If we see, it could be a direct statement where that was already present in the passage. Are direct statements also something that we say are inferred? Uh, yeah. matlab, I hope my question is clear.
So there are two aspects to it. One is it is not directly stated, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, what is stated is कि this slab is named this after this king. So
Mm-hmm.
then you are putting those two things together and saying, oh, this word must be standing for the name of the king. So you are putting those two things together. It's not directly stated.
Got it.
Okay, so that's one thing. The second is, let's say if something is actually directly stated,
Mm-hmm.
will it not be an inference? Now that depends on how you define inference.
Mm-hmm.
What is an inference? Normally, the definition that I have heard is deduce. Deduce, another way to put it is something that must be true, given what is stated.
Right.
If you define inference something that must be true, given what is stated, then what is stated, if you state it again in the option, that also must be true. Right?
Right.
So the basic guideline is, so some people have this conflict, but if something is directly stated, is it really something of inference or is just already given there?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
You don't need to worry about that at all. I have never seen a single case in which exactly same thing is stated and that's rejected in an inference question.
Got it.
But I have seen a number of cases in which people become this conflicted that, yeah, this is directly stated, even though it's not directly stated, but it is just so obvious for them that it seems like it's directly stated. And that's the case with you also in this question.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, and then you're like, oh, should I mark it? So simple advice is just forget that. Anything that must be true, even if it is directly stated, is an inference.
Right. Got it. Okay, just one more question. Like for example, यहाँ पे leader word दिया होता है, right? And नीचे लिखा था he led. So
Yeah.
वैसे तो this is very easy to sort of correlate that. Okay. हाँ. But for 2 seconds, I was like, okay, he was a leader, and यहाँ पे led लिखा है, तो is it true? You know? So for such confusions, what should one do?
नहीं तो इसमें क्या confusion है मुझे पता नहीं था.
हाँ, मतलब मुझे तो बहुत सिंपल था, बट लाइक मुझे ऐसा लगा कि क्या मैं इसको इन्फर कर सकती हूँ कि इफ ही वाज अ लीडर डिड ही लीड लाइक आई मीन ही वुड कुड बी वन ऑफ द पीपल हु लेड मतलब या
So he led. It could be one of the people who could have led. So मतलब, essentially the possibility that you're thinking is he is a leader, but he has not led.
या इट्स
Then how do you justify that? right? So, of course, it's possible that you are a leader, but you're not actively involved there, but you're still leading in some way. That's why you're called a leader, right?
Right.
So now these confusions may come, and of course, how to resolve it? Just to sort of think very, entertain the other part. Don't sort of. So normally, when people get these confusions, which they think, yeah, need not be, they sort of try to think, okay, how can they not originate in the first go? That and the typical response is it starts suppressing their 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 thinking, their confusions. Suppressing confusions is never going to sort of resolve your issues. Resolving the confusion. So let's say you come across this confusion that, but he is a leader. Can we say he led? Let's say if he didn't lead, can we call him a leader? And if he's a leader, won't by definition, in some way he's leading. Yeah. So you resolve it. Okay, you try to become clear. One thing at a time, gradually you'll be clear about a lot of things. But a lot of times people get into this again and are very outcome driven. कि नहीं मुझे confusion आनी नहीं चाहिए. So then आएगी, I'll suppress it. That's not going to work.
Thanks.
If you are getting in confusion, just engage with it, try to resolve it till the very end, till the point that you're very clear. Yeah, this has to be the case and the other cannot be the case.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sachin.
Sir, I have one similar doubt as Deshna's, but in a little different context. When we say or if it is written in this way that something is named after X,
Yeah.
then is that X is the original person, or ऐसा भी तो हो सकता है ना सर कि this thing was named after, let's say, Mughals, but वो कोई और चीज हो, मतलब this thing was named this and it was named after something else. मतलब यहाँ पे हम ये कैसे इन्फर कर सकते हैं कि AG led the Greeks during at least a
So
part of the
let's say you have a bottle which you're calling CJ's bottle. And I tell you that this bottle is named after a famous freedom fighter.
हाँ.
So you're saying that CJ need not be a famous freedom fighter.
In this case it would be like that, but क्या मतलब ये सही होगा कि जैसे यहाँ लिखा है is named the throne of Agamemnon, ठीक
Yeah.
है, after the legendary king of Mycen and the Greeks in the Trojan War, क्या पता उस legendary king का नाम कुछ और हो, ऐसा is it possible या नाम यही होगा एजीमेनॉन जो है?
यही नाम है इस slab का. Slab का name is throne of Agamemnon. So the only possibility of the name is Agamemnon. Throne cannot be the name of something, right? In any case, that's written in small. Throne, T is small. So
हाँ.
Agamemnon is the only name possible here.
हाँ नहीं समझ गया. मतलब मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है आई हैव रेड सेंटेंसेस समवेयर जहाँ समथिंग इज नेम्ड आफ्टर लेट्स से सम प्राइम मिनिस्टर, बट वो कुछ और नाम होगा, वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर का नाम नहीं होगा, तो दैट्स व्हाई आई वाज थिंकिंग ये मैं इन्फर नहीं कर सकता, तो आई थॉट कि लेट मी जस्ट आस्क एंड कंफर्म.
पता नहीं, मतलब वही है कि इफ यू से समथिंग इज नेम्ड आफ्टर द प्राइम मिनिस्टर, उसका नाम रखा हुआ है
कुछ और,
लेट्स से कुछ भी रख दिया, मतलब मेरे दिमाग में वियर्ड नेम्स आ रहे हैं, लेट्स से पप्पू की थाली, एंड देन यू आर लाइक इसमें प्राइम मिनिस्टर का नेम कहाँ पे है?
राइट
पता नहीं, मैं दैट्स हाउ आई विल थिंक.
राइट.
दैट हैज टू कंटेन द नेम.
ठीक है.
ठीक है, लेट्स डू वन मोर क्वेश्चन and then we'll call it a day today. So for this, you'll have 3 minutes to solve this. In this case, there is only one option, correct? Okay, so you have to select one of the 4 options. Just launching the poll. 30 seconds to go. Okay, ending the poll now. Okay, I feel like cold calling. So let me try to cold call. Because there is a bias that comes in when I ask for volunteers. So just to eliminate that bias, let me cold call. If you're not comfortable, you may just say that. Okay, Sanchit, would you like to participate in here?
Sure.
Yeah. So let's go statement by statement and you can share your understanding and how things are connected.
Okay. All right. Evidence suggests Neanderthals weren't just mindless cavemen. You want me to explain or?
Yeah, whatever you understand, just
Yeah.
say some other way. Yeah.
Like over here, the author is trying to suggest that according to evidence, Neanderthals weren't just mindless cavemen. Like they had a mind of their own, is what he's trying to
Okay.
suggest via evidence. Like he's
Okay.
saying that there were evidence which was suggesting this. Like humans, they buried their dead, used tools, and gathered plants with medicinal properties. So he's drawing a comparison with humans that they buried their dead, used tools, and gathered plants with medicinal properties. Um, Primarily to try and prove a point is what I'm assuming that he's drawing a comparison to further strengthen his case. Analysis of six
Hold on.
rocks.
For the strengthen which case?
The first statement, the evidence suggests Neanderthals weren't just mindless cavemen. So
Okay.
there's an assumption that humans are not mindless.
Okay.
So
Okay.
he's strengthening that case.
I see.
Analysis of six rock structures found
So
in.
hold on. So, okay. So when you read the second statement, you are thinking that, yeah, it's a comparison with the humans, but you also think, why is it comparing uh, these Neanderthals with humans? Given the first statement was saying that they weren't mindless cavemen, and now it's drawing a comparison with humans. So, okay. So essentially he's trying to, and they are like humans. They are not mindless. They have a mind. So
Yeah.
essentially this statement, even though on the face of it just like looks like a comparison, something similarity with human, but it's, if read in the context of the first statement, it seems to support that, yeah, they weren't mindless. They actually have a mind because they are behaving like humans.
Yes.
Okay.
Analysis of Analysis of six rock structures found in Bruniquel Cave in southwest France presents the strongest evidence yet that Neanderthals had evolved a kind of culture. So larger statement. So I broke it. Analysis of six rock structures found in a particular cave. Like I just assumed that this is jargon, and presents strong evidence. Yet that so this is another supporting evidence to the first statement
Okay.
that analysis of rock structures found in a particular cave uh, produces or presents strong evidence. Yet that they had evolved a kind of culture, and again, culture is something which is similar to humans.
Okay. So this statement sort of says that there is an evidence that Neanderthals had evolved a kind of culture, and if you relate it to the context, again, it seems to suggest that they were probably not mindless. They actually had some
Yeah,
culture,
yeah,
some sensibly done things. So in this case, this part, analysis of six rock structures found in this cave in this region, this is just, these are just details which, if you are understanding the context, these are just details. You will not remember or you will not pay much attention. Essentially, you have some evidence from somewhere that they had a kind of culture, and how is it relevant? Okay. Then we have another point to say that they weren't mindless.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Made from broken stalagmites, the rock structures have geometric elements and may have held religious or ritual significance. So it's talking about the components where using which the rock structures were made, and describing the rock structures to have a geometric element. So again, a geometric element is something that someone with a mind would only try to create, like, otherwise it would have no value as such to a mindless person, and may have held religious or ritual significance. So the author is trying to assume that this might have held some religious or ritual significance back in the day for them. Again, something which someone following a cult would have.
Okay.
Someone who's
So yeah.
yeah.
So yeah. So made from some elements which is not very relevant for us given the context. So it's talking about the rock structures, the analysis. So this is talking about the same rock structures
Yeah.
which
The
provided that evidence they had a kind of culture. And now, how did we arrive at that the evidence suggests that they had a kind of culture? Because the rock structures have geometric elements and may have held a religious or ritual significance. So that indicates that they may had a culture. They may have had a culture,
yeah.
right? And what is the relevance of having a culture? If you relate it back, it probably indicates that they weren't mindless,
Endless. Yeah.
right? So second and third together sort of seems to support that they weren't mindless cavemen. And then the fourth is sort of explaining how the third, sort of how the evidence actually suggests that they had a kind of culture.
Yes.
So this is how we read. So statement by statement, first we understand the statement. Again, it's entirely possible that you need to read a statement very slowly uh, to really get a hang of it. But once you have understood, then we connect it back to the context, why it is talking about this, how is it related to the previous. We make connections and then we move on. Okay, so now let's look at the options. So the main purpose of the author in writing the above paragraph. So if you understand, so overall the statements trying to together trying to support that they were mindless cavemen. Right, the overall structure of the passage seems to go in that direction. Okay, so let's look at the options. Option A, to present the significance of rock structures found in this cave. Let me see. So of course, towards the end, it talks about rock structures, and the significance of rock structures is that from rock structures we get to know that they had a kind of culture because they have geometric elements and may have held religious and ritual significance. So the author definitely talks about the significance of rock structures, but is the overall paragraph written to present the significance? No, rather the significance of rock structures is also written to eventually support that they were in mindless cavemen. If you're making those connections as you are reading, you'll be able to understand that this is not the main purpose, rather this is also written with a further purpose in mind. Okay, option B. Anybody? Why option B is correct or not correct? Any volunteers? Or should I cold call? Let me. So Ankit, I would like to give this opportunity to somebody else. Tanushri, would you like to try? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So I actually take now when I really understood the paragraph
Okay.
when we discussed it, I actually think I chose the wrong one. And while the first line itself is first and the second line itself says that the evidence suggests that they weren't just mindless cavemen,
Yeah.
And like humans, we are comparing them with the humans here. So the whole paragraph is somehow connecting them to the humans, and where there we are evaluating the similarities between the
Okay.
Netherlands and humans. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. So
So
I think this is what the main purpose
okay.
is.
So you think this is actually correct?
Yeah.
This is the main purpose
Yeah.
to essentially talk about similarities between Neanderthals and humans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other opinion? Any other take on this from anyone? Yeah, Anushka.
I believe that this is probably a part to help understand how neither Netherlands or whatever they're called were
Yeah.
not mindless. So
Okay.
I believe this option C is the correct option, and B is part of the evidence through
Okay.
which we are coming to a conclusion.
Okay. So you are saying even when the author presents similarities, that is not the main purpose. Even the similarities are presented for a further purpose to support that they were mindless.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So Tanushree, how do you respond to that? Would you like to defend your answer, or would you like to change your answer?
Um, I don't want to change my answer.
Okay.
I still think that it's all about comparing it to humans, that they were not
So what
mindless.
Anushka is saying is that the second statement talks about similarities between humans and Neanderthals. But if you connect it to the context, even the similarities are essentially trying to eventually prove that they weren't mindless. So what Anushka is saying is this is not the main thing. Main thing is that to essentially establish that they weren't mindless, similarities are provided to establish that. So how do you respond to that?
Not, I mean,
Okay,
now
no,
I'm doubting my own answer again.
no problem. Okay. Anybody else has a take on it? Madhavi? Would you like to participate? Or Nishant? कहाँ हैं लोग? Nishi? Volunteers? Anybody has a different take on option B? Yeah, Deshna.
Yeah, I I just wanted to share a confusion. Uh,
Okay.
because the option B said evaluating the similarities, right? So all the things that perhaps were true for humans, one, we are assuming that humans do have a culture, which we know for sure that they do, but still it doesn't seem like a passage जहाँ पे humans का सब दिया हुआ है and then फिर Neanderthals का दिया है and then we are evaluating the similarities. It seems like, I don't know, like the evaluation part of it confuses me. So
So let's say, okay, evaluate को हटा देते हैं. Let's say present कर देते हैं to present the similarities. Then,
that then I might say that, I mean, it's true, but again, it might not be the main purpose with respect
अच्छा,
to what the last person said, right? Because we are trying to prove that purpose is to try to prove that they are not mindless cavemen.
okay,
If we
okay.
are assuming that mindless cavemen equals to humans, then it might be true. And I
नहीं
don't
वो
know.
तो हाँ उस डायरेक्शन में तो नहीं है पैसेज.
हाँ.
Humans are mindless.
No, I'm saying that अगर यहाँ पे मतलब mindless cavemen are equal to humans अगर हम वो assume कर लेते हैं, which is perhaps true, मतलब which is true. Um,
Mindless caveman equal to humans.
Mindless, sorry, not mindless. I'm sorry. Yeah,
हाँ, not mindless, right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, the structure would not make sense. That you say they were mindless, and then you start presenting similarities between mindless people and Neanderthals. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
That wouldn't make sense. So yeah, so option B is not correct. So one problem is, let's say if it were present instead of evaluate, then also it would be wrong, because even presenting similarity is not the main objective. As we said, even when the similarities are presented, there is already an established context. The context is that there is evidence that they were in mindless cave, and then similarities are presented. So if you are reading second statement in the context of first, which you should be doing, then you can see that the second statement is written to support first, that yeah, they weren't mindless. So presenting a similarity is not the final goal. There is a final goal, something else is the final goal, which is to establish that they weren't mindless. So even if it were present, then also it would be wrong, because that's not the final thing that the passage is doing. But here it's saying evaluate. It's presenting a similarity, but is it evaluating that this is a better similarity, this is not a good similarity, and all that? Is the passage anywhere evaluating the similarity? No. Right? So again, it's so a lot of people end up missing these words, which should know. Evaluate, I don't think people don't understand the meaning of evaluate. But when you read evaluate, your mind doesn't register that it's like, what, evaluate. You just read, yeah, similarities are there. It's saying evaluate the similarities. So this is the problem. It's not that you don't know the meaning of evaluate, but your mind doesn't get triggered. How will your mind get triggered? It's essentially, if you keep paying attention to these things, then over a period of time, it's going to happen on its own. But the first is even this awareness that you're not paying attention to these words. It says evaluate, your mind doesn't register it saying evaluate. Yeah, Deshna, you had a question?
Yeah, I was just saying that, just abhi, like we discussed, abhi, it seems like it's presenting, right? If it was an evaluation, how would it be, like the passage?
Evaluation of similarities, मतलब ये ज़्यादा similarity है, yeah, this is not a good similarity, or something, some kind of evaluation of similarities, right?
Got it. Right. Okay. More comprehensive and
But at least it has to be at least talking about different sort of an aspect of similarity. It's just saying ये similar है, वहाँ पे बात हो ही नहीं रही कौन ज़्यादा है किसमें कम है and all that, right? Nowhere is the passage going into that.
right. Okay. Thank you.
Option C says support a possible conclusion from the available evidence. So this is, yeah, there is a possible conclusion. Evidence suggests that this is a possible conclusion. Then there is a lot of evidence given to support that. So this makes sense. Some people may reject this simply because they find this attractive, and secondly because it's a general, you have to make that connection that, yeah, this could be the conclusion. Yeah, to support this conclusion from the evidence, right? It's using very generic terms, not Neanderthals, humans, which you can relate to. There could be a tendency to reject this option. But option C is right. To present some of the available information about how Neanderthals lived, no. So again, whatever information is given regarding how they lived, that's also presented in the context to establish that they weren't mindless. So option C is the answer. Any questions, doubts, confusions? Yeah, Om.
Hello, sir.
Yep, hi.
I had doubt in second sentence. Second sentence is like presents supports the analysis of 6 rock structures found in B cave in southern West France presents the strong evidence. And then it supports like they were like humans. And the another part also like they had evolved kind of culture that also supports they were like human. But the word yet is used. Yet is a contrast word. So I was like confused here.
Yet doesn't always mean contrast. For example, if you say, CJ, I have not understood it yet,
Okay.
what does that mean?
Till now.
That is also a possible meaning of yet. तो वो ही
Okay.
है yet.
Okay. Got it. Got it. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Any questions, doubts? If no more questions, so we are at the end of this session. We'll meet tomorrow morning. Can some of you share your takeaways one by one? If you have any takeaways from today's session, I'm also launching a poll asking your feedback. It would be great if you can share your feedback for the session. Yeah, takeaways. So what do you take away from this session? Yeah, Ankit.
I think I'll take a pause after one sentence or a paragraph. This is the biggest takeaway.
Okay, I see. Harsh.
Have patience, time लगेगा.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Anmol.
I think for me, the biggest takeaway is probably focusing on skill building versus the test taking aspect
Okay,
and being more patient.
I see. I see. Okay, thank you. Any other? Anybody else wants to share takeaways? कुछ तो होंगे. 2 घंटे बोला मैंने. Yeah, Deshna, you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's because it like they were not very hard passages. I don't know किस category में belong करते हैं, but like it was interesting to solve them after a point. Like so, yeah.
अच्छा,
I
okay.
mean, yeah. So I feel my takeaway would be that the process might become interesting after a point because normally I find RCs really boring.
अच्छा, okay, I see. समझ आने लग जाते हैं. I think I talked about it. समझ आने लग जाते हैं. Normally people start getting interest.
Yeah.
Yep. Or anyone else? Any takeaway, any comments you have to make at the end of this session? Yeah, Abhishek.
Sir, accrue meaning as you read.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Ankit. Yeah, Abhishek.
Sir, accrue meaning as you read.
अच्छा, okay, okay. That was your takeaway.
Yes, sir.
जैसे जैसे पढ़ रहे हो वैसे वैसे you build up the meaning.
Build up the meaning. Yes, sir.
Okay, I see.
Don't sir rush into that कि आगे वाली statement पे जाने से पहले you first understand what the last two statements are saying, how they are supporting each other, contrasting each other.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
will be, yeah, sir. So you kind of start building the expectations कि आगे अब क्या आ सकता है.
Right, right. Okay.
Then it makes more interesting to read a passage.
Okay, okay. तो इसमें क्या होता है कि तो कई बारी naturally if you are understanding things, so sometimes your brain starts thinking or it naturally starts expecting the passage to move in a particular direction, which is fine. But normally it's not a part of my process that I consciously think about where the passage might go. My process is mainly in terms of connecting back. Whatever I've read, I must have understood till that point. Okay, of course, at times it may happen that the passage has moved so far in a direction that I can really expect. The mind naturally expects it to sort of start talking about something else. That's fine. But it's not a part of the process to sort of take a pause and predict what's going to come. That's not the part of the process. Process is simply to understand whatever we have read so far.
Okay, sir.
Okay, cool. Nothing else, then we are good to go. We'll meet tomorrow, 7 a.m. IST, which is about 10 hours from now. Actually, 9.5 hours from now. Take care. Good night. Bye-bye. Yeah, Pulkit.
Yeah, so it's one question regarding the timing. So I'm not based out of India, and this 7 translates to 5:30 in Dubai. So
5:30? Acha, you're in Kuwait.
Dubai.
Dubai, okay. 5:30 a.m. Okay.
So I'll try to it, I'll try to end, but I don't think I have woken up at 5:30 in the last 1 or 2 years. So in case I miss some of the session, will I be able to see the viewings before the third session in the evening? Or do you have any?
Okay. I can try to do that. Again, it's better
Third
that
one,
I'll
but
have to see.
yeah.
Basically, you're saying कि उससे पहले मिल जाए so that you can go through it before the third session. I can do that actually. But again, try to wake up if you need. I can give you a call. Okay.
No, I'll try to. If I sleep early today, then yeah, that's the aim. If I sleep early, then I'll wake up. Yeah, I'll put early and yeah.
Okay.
But just in case.
Yeah. Understand. So if you miss it, and then you just send me an email as fast as possible, and to remind me that I need to do that. Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay then. Good night. Take care. Bye bye. See you in a few hours.
Night.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're going to do this passage today. So even if you have seen this passage earlier, done this passage earlier, that's fine. A lot of times I take up passages which people have done before doing with me, and still end up taking learning, still end up having their takeaways. So don't worry a lot if you have seen this passage earlier, just engage with how we are going about it. So the process that we are going to follow to solve this RC passage is the process we laid out last time. Essentially, we read one sentence at a time, understand the meaning, and then from second sentence onwards, we keep connecting every sentence back into the context. What does this sentence mean with respect to the context? First thing is to understand the meaning of this sentence, then we connect it back. Okay, it's a simple process. Then after, let's say in this case, the paragraphs are not that long. So we'll take a pause at the end of every paragraph to sort of just recapitulate what has happened in the past paragraph. That's a simple process. So I will need 3-4 volunteers with whom I'll be regularly asking to share their thoughts on the various statements and the connections. If you want to volunteer, just raise your hand. Okay, Samir, who else? Abhishek. Anushka. One more person? Okay, 3 is also a good number. Indraneel. Okay, great. Okay. So let's start with the passage. So Samir, would you like to start? So we'll go statement by statement. You need to share your understanding of the statement, and then from second statement onwards, share the understanding of the statement and also how it is connected to the context, to the previous statements. Okay?
Okay. So should I start now or just read it first?
No, you can start now. You can read a statement, explain me.
Okay. All the cells in a particular plant start out with the same complement of genes. So I think it's talking about the various cells you have in a plant and how their genes complement each other. And it's the same for all the cells.
How their genes complement each other. What does that mean?
Like, I don't know, I remember studying something in biology back in the day that, genes sometimes occur in pairs, but that might be like outside knowledge here, but that's what I'm understanding.
Uh, okay, so what are you understanding? That genes occur in pairs?
There, like, there is a pattern between the genes
There is a
that they
pattern
might,
in the genes.
yes, yes, and all the cells have that similar pattern in a plant.
Let me write it out. So you're saying there is a pattern in the genes. What kind of pattern?
That word complement there.
So you're understanding complement to be a pattern.
Yeah.
Okay. So all the plants start out with the same pattern of genes, you're thinking.
All the cells, yeah, all the cells.
They started with the same pattern of genes. Pattern
Yeah, there
means,
is something common in these cells.
okay, I see.
Yeah.
So pattern of genes means, let's say, how they are arranged and all that.
Yeah,
That's
say
it.
like complementary genes. I have heard this term complementary genes before in some biological passages that I've done related to biology. So I'm just trying to relate, okay, that's something, there is something in the cells of a plant that is similar in all the cells when you talk about their genes.
Okay, okay. So one thing is that you don't understand the meaning of complement, so you think they are starting with something same.
Yes.
That's one level of understanding. And then you are also sort of predicting that complement could mean pattern. So they are starting with the same pattern of genes.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. How then can these cells differentiate and form structures as different as roots, stems, leaves, and fruits? So now in my mind, what the author is saying that, look, these cells have something similar in between them, like this pattern that we're talking about, then how is it possible that because they've got similar genes, how can they form different structures? So he's like creating a question.
Okay.
Like
So
stems.
given that that is the same thing for all the cells, why
Yes.
are cells different in terms of some cells are
Yeah.
roots, stems, leaves, and fruits? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The answer is that only a small subset of the genes in a particular kind of cell are expressed or turned on at a given time. So I think now then the author is trying to answer that question for the readers that, look, you've got these cells which have the same patterns of genes, but the reason why they form different structures is because at any given point of time, not all the genes are active or turned on. So he's using the same word, active or turned on or expressed, I think, in a synonymous manner.
Okay. So not all the genes are active at the same time, right?
A small subset of the genes, yeah, because he's saying a small subset is turned on at a given time. So let's say we have 100 genes, then only at a given point of time, let's say 30 are active, and then they lead to these different structures.
Okay. So let's say out of 130 are activated at a given time. So, but how will that lead to differentiation? So if 30 are activated, so 30 are activated. So it's
But
the
it
same.
looks like, yeah, in my mind, I'm thinking that because only a certain set is active and they've got complementary genes, maybe they combine to create different structures.
No, I didn't get that. So come again.
So I'm thinking, and look, I'm just trying to get my understanding as well, is he's saying that only a small subset of the genes are expressed. So not all the genes are expressed.
Correct.
And he's thinking, and he's not thinking, he's giving the answer that is that thing that is responsible for these different structures, even though they have the similar pattern.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, but how does that lead to differentiation? That's my question.
It might come in the next line, I'm assuming.
So you are thinking we don't, so you don't understand so far, but so you might
It
come.
might come, yes, it might come in the next sentences.
So okay. Abhishek, let me ask others also if they have a different understanding. Abhishek?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you want to add something to it, or?
So for me, it's like a small subset of genes in a particular kind of cells are expressed or turned on at a given time. So there are particular subset of genes. So there's a complement of genes, which is like, how can I explain it? It's
No. So don't repeat what he has already said.
Yes.
So if there is something additional you have to add, then you can add. For example, let's say we were talking about how does this answer the question, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. So any given time, a small subset like there are two genes that might get active, and they uh, then they form a root, and when there's another subset, then another genes get active, they form a stem. Similarly with leaves and fruits as well.
Okay, so you are saying that different subsets. So you're saying different subsets could lead to different structures.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying could be that one subset is activated, then it leads to, let's say, stems. Another subset activated, it leads to leaves and all that. That's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Samir, what do you think about it?
This one is only talking about a small subset. So I'm not really sure if it's talking about interaction between different subsets.
Is Abhishek talking about interaction between different subsets? Samir?
No, I think he's talking about how these different structures are formed from genes from different subsets being active.
So what Abhishek is saying that the sentence is saying only a small subset in a cell are expressed. So he's saying, yeah, that's fine. So a small subset is expressed. So depending upon the subset that is expressed or turned on, it could lead to a stem. A different subset is expressed in a different cell that would lead to a root. This is what Abhishek is saying.
Yep.
So what do you think about that?
Only a small subset of the genes. Yes, because he's saying at a given time. So that means at different points of time, you can have different subsets being expressed, leading to different structures.
So if you play on the time, that then becomes a little quirky thing, because you're saying, okay, 1 minute one cell is a root, another minute the same cell becomes a leaf, another minute it becomes a stem. Normally, the main thing that Abhishek was talking about, it different cells have different subset of genes activated, and that's how they become different. So he was not playing on the time part as much. He was mainly playing on different subsets part.
Yes.
So here, let's take a pause to understand what sort of this is important. So what I've seen is a common mistake that people make is when they read this. So when they read this, and I would sort of request you, if you're not saying anything, just mute yourself. Okay. So Samir, you can also. So this is a common mistake that people read that the answer is that. So they read this entire sentence, but they don't try to connect. How does that answer the question? The question was, how do cells differentiate and form different structures? And the answer is only a small subset are expressed or turned on at a given time. Okay, but how does that answer the question? So this link that this is the answer, the author is clearly saying this is the answer. The author has also asked the question. So the author has made the link very clear that this is the answer to this question. But it is your job as part of comprehension to understand how this answers the question. A lot of people, so I'm not sure a lot of, but at least some people think that this is beyond our scope. This is the answer. This is the answer. What can I do? No. For example, if you are reading anything, anything that is interesting or important for you, and the author says, you know why this happened? Because he went there. Because he went there, this happened? What? What does his going have to do with this happening? These questions would naturally arise if you are engaged. So, but when people are reading these kind of various kinds of passages, RC, archaeology, geology, which they are not very interested in, the questions don't arise. So as a result, they are not even aware that they are not making these connections that they are supposed to. The first is, whenever there is a connection, your job is to understand the connection. That's a part of comprehension. We are not going beyond comprehension. We're just trying to comprehend the text. And it's a part of comprehension to understand. He's saying this is the answer. But how does this answer the question? So now, so there are again different kinds of people. For some set of people, the answer will be very obvious the moment they read it. Okay, as soon as they read the statement, this link will be very clear. Yeah, different subsets could lead to different structures. Okay. So that's one level of people. Another set of people would be who make effort. So who understand that as a part of the process, they need to stop and make the connection. This is the answer, but how is this the answer? So they take a pause and then they're able to arrive at, oh, okay, this is how it answers the question. And then there is another set who will take a pause, but will still not be able to make the connection. It depends on your skill level, how many connections you have made in the past and all that. But that's fine. Even if you're not able to make connections right now, okay, just tells about in this particular context, sort of, you don't have that background, you don't have those skills to make the connections. That's fine. So you note it down that this is the connection that I have not been able to make. But if you keep trying over a period of time, your ability to make connections will go up. Okay, that's how it happens. Right now, what's important is to focus on the process. And one common gap people sort of create in the process is they keep saying, oh, I'm not able to understand, but let me continue. No. For example, as Amir was saying, okay, I might be able to understand in the next sentence. Normally, the passage builds on what it has already said. Normally, that is the case. Of course, in some instances, it may go on to explain what it has already said. A lot of times, it will build upon it. So if your understanding is already shaky, you're building something upon a shaky thing. Okay. With me, if I'm reading a passage, I'll take a pause and try to understand the connection before moving on. Of course, if I try once, twice, thrice, I'm still not able to make the connection, I'll move on. But that's an exceptional case for me, not a norm. For a lot of people, it's a norm to move on. कि ठीक है, अभी समझ नहीं आ रहा, let me move on. But what usually happens when you move on is you even forget कि वो समझ नहीं आता, and then you get into other parts of the passage. Okay, so whenever there is a connection, it is your job as part of comprehension to make that connection. Of course, initially you may have a hard time making a lot of connections. Over a period of time, if you persist, this will sort of, you'll be able to make connections more and more easily. ठीक है. Any questions so far from anyone? So these things that I'm writing here, comments, these, for example, complement doesn't necessarily need to mean pattern. Okay, I'm just writing what people are saying here. So I'll just build upon it. Okay. But it's a call that he has taken, and it's not sort of a bad call. pattern can also fit into the context. Same pattern of genes, that also makes sense. So if you don't know the meaning of a word, naturally you have to take some calls. Of course, whatever call you take, that has to sort of fit in. So same pattern of genes, that makes sense. So yeah, if you don't know the meaning of complement, we can take a call. Yeah, it could be pattern. Okay, let's go ahead. Yes, Amir.
So now the author then tries to elaborate this point that, so he's already spoken of how different subsets can create different structures. Now he's saying how that's achieved. So he then says this is accomplished by a complex system of chemical messengers that in plants include hormones and other regulatory molecules.
What is accomplished?
The fact that they create different structures.
This is referring to what? This? This is referring to what?
This is accomplished by a complex system of chemical messengers.
So this is referring to, you're saying this, how cells differentiate and all that?
No, I'm not reading it again. I think it's talking about how these small subset of genes are turned on at a given time.
Okay.
Yeah.
But why did you say that this is referring to this? Any reason or just that
I was thinking about the main thing that he's trying to answer is why these different structures are formed.
Okay. So normally whenever I'm looking for a reference, I go back from that point. So for example, if this comes, I'll go back from this. That is the way I'll go. I'll not start from the beginning. Okay, if I'm looking for a reference of this, I'll go back from there. So naturally, this is the previous thing. Of course, if I'm not able to find a reference, I'll keep going back. That's fine. But I don't start from the beginning of the passage. I start from the closest to that. Okay. Yeah, I think is referring to how sort of these cells or these genes are expressed or turned on.
At a given time.
Expressing or turning on is accomplished by these messengers.
Yes, which are hormones and some regulatory molecules. And then
Hold
after
on.
that.
So are hormones regulatory molecules?
That in plants include hormones and other regulatory molecules. Yes.
Are hormones regulatory molecules? So you're saying yes. So hormones are also regulatory molecules.
Yeah.
How can you say that?
Because he uses the word other regulatory molecules.
Okay. So you're saying it's saying hormones are another regulatory molecule. So that's why it tells you that hormones are regulatory molecules. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Right. So this is again a common area in which people falter. They don't really see the connection. They think that, yeah, hormones could be different from regulatory molecules. They cannot be. Hormones have to be regulatory molecules given the way it is phrased. So for example, if I say that I met, let's say, Samir met CJ and other dogs, that statement doesn't make sense unless CJ is a dog. Okay. Or for example, Samir, let me use a less provocative statement, other Americans. This also doesn't make sense because when you say met CJ and other Americans, it means that CJ is also an American. So here, given the way it is phrased, I can understand that, okay, hormones are also regulatory molecules. So regulatory molecules is a superset, and then hormones are part of that set. Okay, go ahead, Samir.
Yes. So then he says 5 major hormones have been identified, and he names those hormones.
Okay.
And then he goes on by saying studies of plants have now identified a new class of regulatory molecules called oligosaccharides. So what he's now saying is we have recently identified, the recent studies have now identified a new regulatory molecule.
Saying a new class. Do we know any old class of regulatory molecules?
The class of regulatory molecule, not really clear, because he talks about hormones in the line above that have already been identified. But then this word, because he uses this word class of regulatory molecules, so we're not really sure that the 5 previous ones are there for which class do they belong to.
But we know that they are regulatory molecules, right?
Yes. Yes.
So the passage already talked about one kind of regulatory molecules, which are these hormones, and now it says there is a new class of regulatory molecules. So this, the way it is phrased, a new class of regulatory molecules, it further confirms that so we have already talked about one class of regulatory molecules.
Yep.
Right? Yep. Okay. So let me ask now, Abhishek, would you like to take up the next paragraph? So let me just sort of, before we go ahead, let me just summarize what has happened so far. So the first paragraph is about that all the cells start with the same set of genes. So complement, I think, normally means group of genes, set of genes, or pattern of genes is also not a way off. So again, in my opinion, if you choose, let's say if you don't know the meaning of a word, but you choose a sensible meaning, a lot of times you will not go off. So they started with the same set of genes. Then the question is, okay, if they're starting with the same set, how do they differentiate? And the answer is only a small subset is expressed. Okay. So not everything is expressed at the same time, because if everything is expressed, again, there is no scope of differentiation. But if a small subset is expressed, there is a scope of differentiation because the subsets could be different in different cells. That's how differentiation could happen. That's what Abhishek said. And then it talks about how this is expressing or turning on is accomplished by a system of messengers. So we have a system of chemical messengers. So chemical messengers include, so there is a chemical messenger, within that regulatory molecule, within that hormones, and 5 major hormones have been identified. So these are the 5 major hormones. I'll not worry about remembering the names of these. Studies of plants have now identified a new class. So there is now a new class. So one class possibly is hormones, and then we have another class which is oligosaccharides. That's what we have so far. Any questions, any doubts so far regarding the first paragraph? From anyone? Any questions, any doubts? Okay, let's go ahead. Abhishek.
Yes. So unlike oligosaccharides, the 5 well-known plant hormones are pleiotropic rather than specific. So it's saying not like oligosaccharides, the 5 well-known plant hormones are pleiotropic rather than specific. So then he explains what's pleiotropic rather than specific. That is,
Hold on. That's fine. But when you read this part, what do you understand?
So understand the unlike oligosaccharides. So he's talking about other than oligosaccharides. The 5 well-known plant hormones are pleiotropic rather than specific. So, so the 5 well-known plant hormones are pleiotropic rather than specific. So they're not specific, the 5 well-known plant hormones.
Okay. The way it is phrased, we can understand that they are X rather than Y.
Yes.
We don't know X because pleiotropic is a new term for me and could be a new term for many of us. But we can understand it saying pleiotropy rather than specific. So pleiotropy is something non-specific.
Not specific, yes.
We don't even know what specific means in this context, right? But we can understand that it's non-specific, something non-specific. And it's saying, unlike the oligosaccharin, these are pleiotropic. So we can understand the way it is phrased, that hormones are non-specific and oligosaccharides are specific. Right?
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Then said that so then they explain that is each has more than one effect on the growth and development. So each hormone has more than one effect on growth and development of plants.
So this is, perhaps this means pleiotropic.
Pleiotropic, yes, yes.
Okay, so we get to know that these pleiotropy means having more than one effect on the growth and development of plants, and these five major hormones are pleiotropic, so they have more than one effect. And what about oligosaccharides?
So they are specific. So I think it means it only has one effect on the growth and development of plants.
Right. So we can understand that. So they are specific. Non-specific means more than one effect. So specific means sort of not more than one effect, which means just one effect. Right?
Right.
Okay, so this is what we understand from this sentence, that oligosaccharides have one effect on the growth and development, whereas these hormones have more than one effect. That's what pleiotropic means. Okay?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The five have so many simultaneous effects that they are not very useful in artificially controlling the growth of crops. So the five, the pleiotropic hormones are have so many simultaneously effects on the crop that they are not very useful in artificially controlling. So we cannot control artificially the growth of plant in that case.
Why?
Because they have so many simultaneously effects.
So go ahead. Why is that the case? So this is understanding the literal meaning of the sentence. Literally, the sentence is saying, since they have many simultaneous effects, they are not useful in artificially controlling the growth of crops. So since they have X, they're not useful. This is literally the sentence is saying. Of course, you could go wrong and just even literally understanding the meaning of the sentence. But even if you understand literally, the next question is how? So, okay, so hold on. So this is like the sentence saying, okay, since you have X, you will not have Y. Something like that. Okay. So you may think, yeah. But again, if you're reading something interesting, important, you'll actually think, X होने से Y क्यों नहीं होगा? Answer is not given. Just as the answer was not given, how a small subset will lead to differentiation, right? How a small subset getting expressed. So the author has just given a link that since this is the case, this will not happen. They are not useful. Again, it's a part of comprehension. It is your responsibility, your job to understand, to make an attempt. So again, whether you'll be able to eventually make the connection, that depends on how many connections you have made in the past. Okay, if you have been making a lot of connections, then making this connection is also not going to be tough. But if you have not been making a lot of connections, you will have a hard time, or you will not be able to make many connections. Again, I'm repeating the thing. So what is important is not that you're eventually able to make the connection. That depends on your skills, which is not in your hand. What is important at this stage is you strive to make the connection. you give your best, and then let's say even if you're still not able to make the connection, just note it down that I was not able to understand how this will lead to this. For now, let's try to understand, Abhishek. So how will this having many simultaneous effects lead to them not being very useful and artificially controlling the growth of crops?
So, so it's not given, but I think so. If something is performing simultaneously activities, it's difficult to control one activity. Uh, so it
So,
it could lead to many activities, and we have to specify. So controlling many activities is difficult compared to controlling a one activity.
okay. So you are saying since they have so they are doing multiple things,
Yes.
controlling multiple things. But if you are inserting these hormones, why do you want to control their effects? You are inserting them to have the effects, no?
Yes, but it could be like that if they're controlling one aspect. So what if inserting them could shoot up their next the alternate aspect as well?
Okay, of the plant you are saying, of the crop.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So perhaps I'm not sure you can confirm what you mean. So essentially you are saying, let's say I'm trying to artificially control artificially control the crop in a way to increase its leaf length, let's say. But if I insert a hormone, it may increase the leaf length, but it may lead to other effects also, which I may not want. Is that what
Yes.
you're
Yes.
okay? Okay, yeah, so that kind of logically fits in that we are trying to artificially control the growth of crops. So when you are trying to artificially control, you may want to sort of specifically say that this part needs to be longer, this part needs to be shorter, or this is a color I want and all that. But since they have many simultaneous effects, you may not be able to just have those effects which you want because the hormones may end up having other effects also. This kind of logically explains the link. Is this the actual reason? Of course, we cannot be sure because this is the link that we are coming up with. But it's a logical link. So we have an understanding how this could lead to this. That's our job. Okay, this is what we do. This is how we understand the connections. So the author says X will lead to Y. We try to understand how X will lead to Y. So we come up with our understanding. Of course, our understanding is not stated there. The author has just stated X leads to Y. It hasn't stated how X leads to Y. But it's a part of comprehension to have that connection. And of course, if you just observe how you read in areas in which you are interested, you are engaged, you will see that this is how you read. Okay, any questions, any doubts so far from anyone?
CJ, just one question.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I didn't raise my hand.
No problem. Go ahead.
Can we for specifically be 100% sure that the oligosaccharides are specific?
Think about the structure. So unlike, let's say if I say, unlike Samir, let me write it down somewhere. Unlike Samir, CJ is short rather than extrovert. Something like that. What do you
Yes.
understand about Sameer? Okay, so what is the difference between this statement and
CJ rather than
this
extrovert.
statement?
So the second one is saying that
In
Sameer
both
and CJ
cases,
are different.
in both the cases, you know the same thing about CJ.
Yes.
It is not saying anything extra about CJ in the first case.
Yes.
What does this add?
Yeah, okay. So now this is saying that CJ is different from Sameer because CJ is an introvert and he is an extrovert.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So let's say if I generalize say X rather than Y, CJ is X. So here you get to know Sameer is not X, whatever not X is. But in this construction, I believe it is clear that Sameer is Y.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Yes, now it's clear. Yeah.
Yeah, Nishi.
So up till now in the passage, it said that these hormones are already present in the plant, right? Like this line, the five have
Correct.
so many.
Yeah.
It's just an if thing that if we inject the hormone artificially, then it will have these effects.
So okay. So what? So you have some confusion around it?
No, so till now it's just that hormones are present, but this line, the five have, it's just indicating that if we do something, this will happen.
So there is a natural process of plants, of crops, whatever. And then, but you may want to artificially intervene. In that case, you may inject the hormones. If you want the plant to be whatever it is, you don't do anything. But if you want, let's say, nahi, uske normally leaves are, let's say, normally fruits are of red color, but you want them to be of green color. Now you want to intervene. So then you will inject artificially from outside these hormones.
Yes, got
Yeah. Yeah, Nishant.
Sir, in the unlike example, you mentioned like unlike Sameer. Sir, can you just show me that example where you have written? Yeah. So you have written unlike Sameer, CJ is X rather than Y. So that statement is clear, like Sameer is Y. Like in the second statement, like Sameer, CJ is X. Then how is Sameer?
So this tells us that Sameer is not X, whatever
That
that is.
he could be anything. He could be Y, he could be Z. That part is not
Yeah,
mentioned.
exactly.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, Deshna.
So, because now they're talking about artificial controlling, is it artificially controlling? So is it okay that we assume that maybe the next few lines would talk about it? Because
So that's why I think what I talked about last time. I don't sort of try to predict what's going to come next.
okay.
Whatever has happened, I try to make connection of those parts. Whatever has happened so far, my job is to understand till that point. I don't try to predict whether it's going to talk about artificial controlling or it's going to talk more about the five hormones or simultaneous effects and all that. I don't get into that. A lot of times, actually, the passage may take multiple directions.
Got it.
A lot of times. Of course, there are a few times when the passage is so set up that it can take only one direction. A lot of times it can take multiple directions. So I don't get into predicting this could be happen, this could happen, that could happen.
Right. Okay. And my second question is that right now, like we have completed one para. So, like while the understanding was clear, there might be a possibility that, like, I would have forgotten some things which were talked about, right? So, how do you deal with this? Like when we come up to the questions, then do we revisit the para, or
Yeah. So of course, when we are reading the passage, we are not trying to remember all the details.
Mhm.
We are just trying to remember the story. So it is entirely possible that when you get to questions, it may be playing around some details. So you need to revisit the paragraph, the passage.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Yeah, Abhishek.
Now they are giving an example to us about auxin, for instance, that stimulates the rate of cell elongation, causes shoot to grow up and roots to grow down, and inhibit the growth of lateral shoots. So they are telling that how auxin is performing different effects on the plant
So it's an
simultaneously.
example of simultaneous effects.
Simultaneous
We
effects.
can, when we read auxin, we can, if I'm reading this, I'll go back and see, acha, auxin was one of the hormones. So that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Auxin is one of those hormones. So yeah, those hormones have simultaneous effects. So it's telling me कि इतने सारे effects हैं. So when I read this list, I'll not be paying a lot of attention to exactly what the functions are. I'll just say that I understand it's presenting multiple functions. So exactly the details of the functions are not going to be important for me. Yeah, go ahead.
So auxin, sir, another say tell us that also causes the plant to develop a vascular system to form lateral roots and to produce ethylene.
Yeah.
Helps this to develop the plant.
So,
so it's telling us how auxin has simultaneous effects.
yeah. So it just continues. So it continues with more functions of auxin. So there are these 4 functions, and then auxin has these functions also. So again, overall, it's just an instance or example of a hormone having multiple functions. Right?
Right, sir.
Okay. Okay. Anushka, would you like to take up the third paragraph? Before that, let me just summarize what has happened so far in the second paragraph. So in the second paragraph, talk starts with the distinction between oligosaccharides and hormones. So oligosaccharides are a new class of regulatory molecules. Hormones sort of were already known. It is saying that hormones have multiple effects. Oligosaccharides have just one effect. So since hormones have multiple effects, they are not useful because we understood that we made that connection that perhaps because you may want only one thing, one effect at a time when you are artificially controlling. But since there are multiple effects, they may not be useful. And then it gives an example of a hormone having multiple effects. So several effects are given for that particular hormone. Yeah, Anushka.
The pleiotropy of 5 well-studied plant hormones is somewhat analogous to that of certain hormones in animals. So it's talking that the different effects that happen in the plants because of the hormones are somewhat similar or like comparable to that of animals.
Okay, hold on. So you are saying the effects are similar.
Yeah, the simultaneous multiple effects that happen.
Okay, multiple effects of hormones in plants are similar to
The animal.
what happens in animals.
Yeah.
Okay, so similar. So we'll have similar effects in animals also of hormones in animals.
No, like how one hormone can do uh different functions, for example, elongation of cells, whatever. Similarly, in animals also, one hormone can stimulate 2-3 functions together.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying what is similar is not the effects. What is similar is the this pleiotropy
Yeah.
that is having multiple effects. So this what is analogous is having one hormone having multiple effects, not the effects that we are not saying the effects are similar. Right? So the way this statement is phrased, it means that the multiple effects are similar. You're
Oh.
not saying the multiplicity is similar. Right?
Got it.
So this is important again because one may just misunderstand the statement to sort of think that, yeah, it's saying the effects are similar. No, it's not saying. It's saying the pleiotropy is somewhat analogous. The pleiotropy is having multiple effects. So the idea of multiplicity, that is similar to sort of the pleiotropy of hormones in animals. Okay. Cool.
For example, hormones from the hypothalamus in the brain stimulate the anterior lobe of pituitary gland to synthesize and release many different hormones. Hormones from the hypothalamus in the brain. So some hormones of the brain stimulate the anterior lobe of the pituitary gland. So they stimulate a part in the pituitary gland which synthesizes and releases different hormones. So when one hormone is released, it synthesizes and releases other hormones, one of which stimulates the release of hormones from an adrenal cortex. So it's just explaining the same thing, that how one hormone has multiple effects.
So let's first try to understand what it is saying, and then we may make the connection. So you're saying what the statement is saying? What is the statement saying?
That a hormone from hypothalamus in the brain leads to stimulating the pituitary gland, which synthesizes and releases different hormones.
Okay.
And these one of these different hormones are also one of them which also lead to stimulating the release of adrenal cortex.
Okay. So these hormones then sort of end up stimulating the release of hormones from adrenal cortex. Right. This is what the statement is literally saying. Okay. Now then, what are you saying?
I'm saying that it's just explaining that how one release of hormone led to 2-3 different actions in the body.
Okay. Leads to multiple actions in the body. So, so multiple actions are these releasing hormones from pituitary gland and releasing hormones from adrenal cortex.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying this. So this is explaining the pleiotropy.
Yeah.
Of hypohormones. That's saying, okay, when the hypothalamus, the hypohormones are released, they sort of lead to other things in the body, let's say releasing hormones from pituitary and then eventually releasing hormones from adrenal cortex also.
Correct.
Okay, good. So yeah, so what you're doing is again, right, that so when you read the statement, this second statement, sorry, you understand the statement, that's the first thing. Then you also make the connection. It's saying, for example, this statement. Okay, so this must be an example of the pleiotropy of hormones in animals, because that's what the first statement is. Pleiotropy of plant hormones is analogous to pleiotropy of hormones in animals. For example, after for example, either they could be presenting a similarity of the pleiotropy, or they could be just talking about the pleiotropy of hormones in animals, because we have already talked about pleiotropy of hormones in plants. And then we read this, it's saying these hormones leads to release of hormones from pituitary, one of which leads to release of hormones from adrenal. So, and we understand that we are reading all this in the context of pleiotropy of hormones in animals. Okay, so this could be explaining how the hypothalamic hormones have multiple effects that eventually they are leading to multiple things in the body. So this is the connection that we are supposed to make. when Anushka was explaining to me, I could sense that this connection sort of happened without much difficulty in her. As she read it, perhaps this connection just came out. Yeah, this is how it is. But what I've seen is a lot of people don't, this connection doesn't happen naturally. So that's the skill part. But there is a flaw in the process part also, that they don't deliberately make the connection. This is where the process comes in. If your skills are not there to make the connection automatically, then the process has to be there, that it supports you to make the connection deliberately. So even if the connection you are not able to make, but then you take a pause and it's saying, for example, but how is this an example of that? And then you apply your mind and you may be able to come up with this connection that, okay, perhaps it's staying there. These hormones have multiple effects. I would also like to sort of just highlight how I would read this statement. And as I was saying that I could take pauses even while reading a statement. So this is a long statement that I would read by taking pauses. For example, if I'm reading, I'll say hormones from hypothalamus in the brain. Okay, so there is something in the brain and hormones from that region stimulate the interior lobe of the gland. Okay, so this is the gland and these hormones are stimulating that some part of that gland to synthesize and release many different hormones. Okay, so they are stimulating this part of the pituitary gland so that it releases different hormones. Okay, so these hormones from hypothalamus are stimulating this part of the gland to eventually release different hormones. Okay, so as you can see, as I read, I take pauses, I assimilate that, and then move on. What some people do is they read the statement end to end from hormones to adrenal cortex, and then they realize that they have probably not understood. Then they go back and then again reread the entire thing. Of course, at times, if you do it multiple times, you will be able to get it. Some other times, you may end up forming stories which do not match with the sentence. So if you are rereading in any case, it means that you did not read it properly the first time. It's a flaw in your reading process. Of course, at times I also have to reread. It's not a black and white thing, but how much I have to reread is significantly sort of less frequent than how much a lot of people reread. Okay, so you can, even while you're reading, it's a long sentence, you can take pauses, assimilate, then go ahead. Okay, so this part is explaining us perhaps how these hypothalamic hormones could be pleiotropic. Yeah, Anushka.
These hormones have specific effects on target organs all over the body. So the hormones that animals have a specific effect on organs all over the body. Like we have different organs, so one hormone has an effect on one organ, I think.
What does these hormones refer to?
The hormones from hypothalamus.
Okay, so this refers to hormones from hypothalamus. Okay, and how do you decide that?
Because it's the nearest to that.
So, okay, so you're saying it's nearest to hormones from hypothalamus.
Yeah.
But there is hormones from adrenal cortex also.
I mean, from the brain, one had multiple effects. So those hormones.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying essentially the last sentence was mainly about hypothalamic hormones that it's leading to multiple effects. So when it says these hormones, you would go back to what the previous sentence was about. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
So okay. So these hormones are hypothalamic hormones. They have specific effects. Okay. What does that mean? What does the statement mean?
That they have a specific, as in How do I explain specific? Like one effect on, not like one effect, there are multiple effects, but on one target organ. Like the
Okay.
whole, when
Okay.
hypothalamus, one hormone was secreted, then all the things happen only in brain, not in heart.
But if multiple things happen in the brain, would you say that they have specific effects on target organs? Would that be one effect?
No, there'll be multiple.
Then
I'm confused. How is it linking to back? Till now we are talking that one hormone has a lot of effects,
right,
and now they're saying that these hormones have specific effect.
right.
So how is it linking?
Indraneel, you have anything to add here?
So this is talking more towards the pleiotropic nature of hormones. This is saying that since this has very specific effect, it is giving an example of how let me call it PT. So PT type of hormones behave rather than being specific.
Sorry. So you're saying these hormones are these pleiotropic hormones from hypothalamus?
Sorry, I misunderstood. I'm just reading.
You're talking about this sentence.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, it's giving an example of why is it not PT and specific.
Why it's
Like the pleiotropic, I'm calling as PT. So I'm just saying, why are these hormones? Like in the second paragraph, it says five well-known plant hormones are PT rather than specific. So this is in a way connecting it back to the second paragraph that how specific looks like. So for example, in this case, it's saying it has a very specific effect on a particular part of body. So it's probably connecting why it's specific and not the PT. Like it's giving an example.
So you are saying it's saying that these hormones, hypothalamic hormones, are specific, not pleiotropic.
Yes, yes.
But sort of Anushka was just explaining that these hormones are pleiotropic. So you're saying that it's saying hormones are pleiotropic, and now in this statement it's saying no, they are specific.
Kind of, yes.
How will that make sense? In one statement, the author says they are pleiotropic and they have that's how they have multiple effects. And immediately the next statement says they are specific. Wouldn't that be self-contradictory?
Yeah, but the author also previously established that PT is in a way opposite to specific. And
Exactly.
he's saying the hormones have specific effects. So in a way, it looks like.
So you're saying that's what the statement means. What can I do? That's what you're saying. You have statement really
Yes.
create these hormones are specific. So what can I do? That's
Mhm.
fine. But do you see that there is a contradiction and the author has not even given any however or anything to tell you that there is a change in direction coming? He just said this and then this, right?
Yeah, right,
If
right.
he is changing the direction suddenly for whatever reason,
Mhm.
there must be some indication from the author that, okay, now there is a change in direction, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So one statement I say Indranil is brilliant, other statement is Indranil cannot do simple jobs. You'll be like, what? Right?
Yes.
So yeah, so one thing is at least okay, so you see that the way it is written, it seems that they have specific effect, but that seems to go against what the author is saying. So there is a conflict. If there is a conflict, it is, and there is absolutely no indication by the author that there is a conflict coming, then it's very likely that you are misunderstanding things. Okay, if there is a conflict, the author will give you that indication in some way. And if the author has, if you think there is a conflict, but there is absolutely no indication, very likely that you are misunderstanding things.
Right.
Yeah, Samir, you want to add something?
I just wanted to share my understanding
Mhm.
of this line. I think the author hasn't changed direction
Okay.
because in my mind, I'm thinking, let's say we take three organs, organ 1, 2, and 3, O1, O2, and O3, and I have a hormone, let's say H1, for example. So that hormone can still have multiple effects on different organs, but it is having a specific effect on one target organ. So the pleiotropy still holds true.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
So one hormone has one effect each on O1, O2, and O3. So it has specific effect on these organs, but
And it has
overall
some,
multiple effects.
multiple effects.
So this sort of reconcile that they have multiple effects, but at the same time specific effects on target organs. That's what you're
Yes.
saying. Okay. Deshna, you had something to say?
Yeah, it's very similar to what Samin said, but to add to what he said, these hormones these might refer to the many different hormones that were released.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just to answer the previous question you had asked.
These, okay, so you're saying these will refer to what?
उसमें पीछे वाले सेंटेंस में लिखा है ना, and release many different hormones, one of which stimulates the release of hormones from adrenal cortex. So the author is still talking about the many different hormones that were released. He said that they said that one of which stimulates the release of adrenal cortex. Maybe now they are talking about the other functions or something which these different hormones would do.
So these hormones refer to which hormones?
The different hormones that were released from the hypothalamus in the brain.
From hypothalamus.
Hormones from the hypothalamus in the brain stimulates the anterior lobe to synthesize and release many different hormones, right? So these different hormones are these many different hormones which were talked about.
Pituitary gland hormones, you are saying.
Yeah. Where is pituitary?
So now you're saying that so these hormones don't refer to hypothalamic hormones, these hormones refer to pituitary gland hormones.
I'm sorry, I can't, where is pituitary gland written here?
Here. So the hormones from the
Oh,
hypothalamus
right.
stimulate the anterior lobe of the pituitary gland to synthesize. Essentially, the pituitary gland is releasing these many different hormones.
Yeah, right. So the many different hormones that are being released by the pituitary gland, these is referring to that, I think. Yeah.
तो अभी एक तो confusion ये आ गई कि अब exactly these hormones किसको refer कर रहा है? Okay, so because we have two candidates here. One is what Anushka was saying, hormones from hypothalamus. Second is you are saying pituitary gland. The third is, in any case, the closest one, which is hormones from adrenal cortex. So we have
Yes.
three candidates.
For a second, I thought these refers to hormones in animals, but I thought that's like very far-fetched.
So you're saying hormones in animals in general.
Yeah, because the first line में दिया हुआ था, I got very confused. But then last class में you said that you should look at the closest sentence and not go so far. So I'm like, yeah.
You can go so far, but if the previous sentence doesn't have the reference, you can think about it logically. You don't need to go by what I'm saying. Logically, author
Right.
says these hormones, but नहीं, previous sentence में जो hormone लिखे हैं वो नहीं. How will anybody know that?
Right.
If you are saying, if you end a sentence, let's say you say that I would like to meet CJ, this man is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
This man is awesome means CJ. अब पिछले sentence में you talked about Amar or Anthony or whatever, and then you say I would like to meet CJ, and then you say this man is awesome.
Right.
You would understand this man is referring to CJ, not Amar Akbar Anthony, which you talked about in the previous statements, right?
Yeah.
Why would I go back to previous statement when this man already has a reference in the previous statement that I would like to meet CJ, this man is awesome, right?
Right. Right.
It's not that I am saying logically also, if you think about it, doesn't make sense that you will jump statements and you will expect the reader to make jumps. Right? कि मैं लिखूंगा these hormones, the reader will make the jump, even though the previous statement is talking about hormones.
Right. Got
Right?
it.
So, okay, so one confusion is, of course, with respect to what these hormones refer to. Another is, let's say, if these hormones refer to hypothalamic hormones, it's saying they have specific effects, but it seems, but given the context, they should have multiple effects because it starts with the pleiotropy, is analogous, and then it talks about hypothalamic hormones. So that conflict was resolved by Samir, who said that, yeah, they have specific effects, but if you have one effect on each organ, eventually you have multiple effects, eventually you are pleiotropic. But if you read it further, it says these hormones have specific effects on target organs all over the body. One hormone stimulates thyroid gland, another the ovarian follicle cells. It's saying one is stimulating thyroid gland, another hormone is impacting ovarian follicle cells. So if you read this example, the example is not that one hormone is having one effect on thyroid, the same hormone is having one effect on ovarian. It's saying one hormone stimulates thyroid, another hormone ovarian follicle cells. So this, when I read this statement, I'll be clear that the explanation given by Samir doesn't apply, because that doesn't fit in with this example. So in that case, I'm clear that it's talking about these hormones have specific effect, means these hormones have one effect each, because that's what the example is. One hormone does the effect on thyroid, another hormone on the ovarian follicle cells. Okay, this can be confusing because it's really we are trying to apply our minds here, because the statement allows the possibility. When you read just this statement, Samir's possibility is open. Okay, we cannot reject Samir's possibility, what Samir was talking about, right away. But when we read this statement, it's clear that that is not the case. We are actually talking about one hormone having just one effect. Okay. So if one hormone has one effect, and of course, we are still not clear what these hormones refer to, right? And from the context, we want these hormones to be pleiotropic. Then I would want that this hormones refers to these hormones from adrenal cortex. This will resolve the problem for me. These hormones, if I make these hormones refer to, because that's an open possibility, right? It could refer to any of those three. But if I, given the context that it's saying that these actually are specific, then if I make them refer to hormones from adrenal cortex, then they could be specific. But these hormones from hypothalamus can be pleiotropic because they are eventually leading to multiple hormones from adrenal cortex. So if every hormone in adrenal cortex has one effect each, overall hormones from hypothalamus will end up having multiple effects. So if these hormones refer to adrenal cortex hormones, everything just fits in. Yeah, Nishant.
Sir, I would like to suggest one thing. Can these hormones refer to release many different hormones?
From pituitary gland?
Yes.
So this one?
Yes. So these hormones refer to many different hormones that are being released from pituitary glands.
Okay.
So one of these hormones stimulates thyroid, the another stimulates ovarian follicle, and so forth. So these hormone refers to many different hormones that are being released from pituitary glands. This is my understanding.
No problem. So let's think about it. So you are saying because it's talking about stimulating, that's why you have that uh, bias towards pituitary gland?
Not actually. Since here it is written, one hormone does this, another does that. So it means it is not talking about the only hormone that is being released from adrenal cortex, but it is talking about different hormones that are being released from somewhere.
नहीं adrenal cortex से भी multiple hormones से निकल रहा है. It's not just one hormone that's coming out of adrenal. It's saying release of hormones from adrenal cortex.
But anyways, hormone is not going to be singular, so it will be plural only. Because
hormone cannot be singular.
I mean, it's not quantitative. Matlab, you cannot quantify like it's one hormone or it is 1 ml of hormone or 1 kg of hormone. So I don't. It could be one hormone.
I don't think that's the case. We can have one hormone. But you are saying one hormone is just English wise wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
No. I disagree. Okay. I take my opinion back. So this could be this English. One hormone is correct. One hormone is correct English wise.
Okay.
But I think like these hormones refer to. I still believe like this could be many different hormones that are being released from pituitary, and out of these hormones, one is the one from adrenal cortex.
Out of the okay. So you're saying these hormones refer to pituitary gland hormones, and these hormones are releasing adrenal cortex hormones, one of which.
Yeah.
Okay. This is your opinion. This is your understanding, right?
Right.
Okay. So essentially the question is, so you are saying this is not referring to hormones from adrenal cortex, right?
Right.
So you have given me a reason why how it can make sense with hormones from pituitary gland, right? But do you have a reason why it should not refer to hormones from adrenal cortex?
Because okay. One of which simulates the release of hormone. Because what, as per the previous line, it says one of which stimulates the release of hormones from the adrenal cortex. So I believe this is the example of release many different hormones. It is the example of different hormones that are being released. So this should not be. So these hormones should not be the hormone that is being released from adrenal cortex.
Because these are released by other hormones. That's
No,
why
because this is the example of different hormones. That's why.
वो तो फिर ये भी example ही है what is stimulated by hypothalamic hormones. So essentially it's hypothalamic hormones leading to pituitary hormones leading to adrenal cortex hormones, right? That's a sequence, right?
Right.
So you're saying these hormones cannot refer to adrenal cortex hormones because eventually they are just released by pituitary hormones. But the same logic then will eliminate pituitary hormones also because they are also released by hypothalamic hormones.
I don't think so that way.
So give me the reason. That's fine. We can discuss it. You don't think so? Any reason you have?
So hypothalamus hormones gives pituitary gland hormones.
Correct.
Which in turn gives many different hormones like A, B, C, and a hormone from adrenal cortex.
Yeah, go ahead.
So finally, we are having 3 outputs.
Right.
So So one hormone. these hormones specific on alter. So these hormones have specific effects on target organs all over the body. So I still believe this is talking about the pituitary hormones.
Matlab,
Because
I'm not able to understand your reasoning. Matlab, you are saying that that this is your understanding. But वो reasoning नहीं समझ आ रही
because जो ये statement है ना, one of which stimulates release of hormones from the adrenal cortex, ये additional information दे रहा है for many different hormones. That's why.
Actually, because it's a part of modifier, you're saying.
It is.
So it's just more. So there is no such rule that a pronoun cannot refer to some noun that appears in a description of something. There is no such. Of course, people have this bias. I've seen it earlier also. But there is. So you cannot say that this is the reason against it. Okay.
Okay.
Because then Anushka was saying, and that reason is also there, that eventually the first sentence, the previous sentence was essentially about hypothalamic hormones, how they lead to other things. So that's why these hormones should refer to those. Okay, in that case, people will eliminate pituitary gland hormones also. Yeah, they were just like released by hypothalamic hormones, but the main sentence is about hypothalamic hormones. But these reasons, again, are not sort of solid in any case. They're like a lot of times the pronouns may refer to modifiers or nouns that appear within the sentences. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll talk about your reason. So basically, you're right. So when we read these hormones, once we understand it's talking about specific hormones, so hypothalamic hormones are eliminated because we know that they are pleiotropic, they have multiple effects. So if we say that these hormones refer to hypothalamic hormones, then we are going to contradict. So we'll say that, okay, that's not referring. Okay, but the other two possibilities are still open: adrenal cortex hormones and pituitary gland hormones. But when I read this, if you understand what's the way hypothalamic hormones are behaving, that they are leading to multiple pituitary gland hormones, that is also the same way pituitary gland hormones that they are leading to multiple adrenal cortex hormones. Okay, so if I end up calling pituitary gland hormone specific, I may have another contradiction to resolve. That how are pituitary gland hormones specific, whereas hypothalamic hormones are pleiotropic, but they are both behaving in the same way. On the other hand, if I call these hormones referring to hormones from adrenal cortex, we don't have that conflict. So these hormones released from adrenal cortex have specific effects. And since multiple of these are released by pituitary gland hormones, so pituitary gland hormones end up having multiple effects because pituitary gland hormones release hormones from adrenal cortex, and each of these hormones has one effect each. So in that way, pituitary gland hormones have multiple effects. And in the similar way, hypothalamic hormones also have multiple effects because they are releasing multiple pituitary gland hormones. So if I make these hormones refer to adrenal cortex, everything just fits in. There is no contradiction to resolve. That is how I understand it. Does that make sense? So you still are not sure, Indrani?
No, I think this looks good. Now I can understand.
Okay. Any other questions, doubts here? Yeah, Nishi.
So, for example, these hormones, it didn't have specific, but it was still going in the direction that they do multiple, like they target multiple things. Then do we refer it to adrenal cortex or hormones from hypothalamus? Like, do we go just to the previous word or to the main word, which is
So you're saying this direction was not there, that these are
Correct.
specific, then how will we choose
Yeah.
which noun it is referring to? So then normally I will remain open. Okay. Because there is no such hard and fast rule that it has to refer to the previous. I start looking from there, but the previous sentence has 3 possible references for these hormones, right?
Yes.
So in that case, actually, I'll remain open and I'll really depend on the context to guide me what exactly this is referring to.
Oh, got it.
For example, one of the references to these hormones could be all the hormones from hypothalamic, pituitary, adrenal, right?
Yeah.
So then I'll remain open. So, and the context will normally guide me. So here, again, as you can see, the context is guiding us. Even when this sentence is ambiguous in terms of what it means. For example, Sameer's explanation that one hormone having one effect on different organs, that's a possibility. But this example makes it very clear that we are talking about one hormone having just one effect. So with that, we can go back and try to figure out the reference. Right?
Yes, got it.
Another thing to emphasize here is all this dimag we had to put in to understand the reference of these hormones and how will this sentence fit in with the pleiotropic nature. Right? If you don't even try to understand what the reference of these hormones is, you may continue reading, yeah, kuch hai. But just to understand one reference and to just also, of course, fit in with the overall context, we had to think so much. So this is not unusual in a way that not every statement or part of the passage will require the same amount of time. A lot of times, especially in hard passages or medium to hard passages, there will be one or two parts in the passage that will require substantially more time or engagement. Understand. This happens. In this way, it is not unusual. Of course, it's not that the entire passage will require this amount of effort. As you can see, we have read large part of the passage so far. It's not that we had to invest so much time in any other part of the passage. Of course, we invested some amounts of time in different parts of the passage, but this is a huge amount of time we have spent here. So what I'm saying is not that this is the amount of time that every single thing takes. No. When I'm saying this is usual, not unusual, I mean that a lot of passages will have one or two parts which will require much more time than others. But what a lot of people do is they just read everything at the same pace. Okay, these hormones and all that. They just continue reading. And even if they're like, I don't know the meaning of these hormones, they're not willing to invest this much effort. But some parts will require abnormally high amount of effort. And if you don't understand, naturally there are gaps and you'll end up getting questions wrong. Has this been the experience of some of you? That some parts of the passage require a very different amount of time and effort.
So one thing that I used to do was, like I had read somewhere that you can skip examples and, just read it fast or not probably understand. So now I get to know why it's important even to sort of comprehend the examples well as well.
It's a general rule. उसने बोल दिया. For example, when we were reading this example, I told you, I would not pay attention to exactly क्या function कर रहा है. अच्छा, cell elongate हो रहा है. अच्छा, shoots grow up हो रहे हैं. Roots नहीं, इतना कुछ नहीं है. I just understand कि अच्छा, this is just telling me different functions. I understand the why of it. I understand the context in which it is written, whatever different functions are. So I'll not be paying attention to each of these things. But when I come here, मुझे समझ ही नहीं आ रहा वो pleiotropic कैसे है, right? यहाँ पे तो उसने बोला pleiotropic is analogous, for example, and यहाँ पे बोलने लग गया इससे ये होता है, इससे ये होता है, इससे होता है. अच्छा वो तो ठीक है, but how does that explain pleiotropic? जब तक मुझे समझ नहीं आया कनेक्शन, तब तो मुझे एफर्ट मारना ही है, चाहे इट्स एन एग्जांपल, चाहे कुड बी एनी ट्रिवियल थिंग. जहां पे मुझे समझ आ चुका है कि क्या बात कर रहा है, किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बात हो रही है, देन आई कैन मूव फास्ट. दैट्स द बेसिक थिंग. तो व्हेन आई रीड दीज हार्मोन्स, मुझे पता ही नहीं लग रहा दीज हार्मोन्स इसको रेफर कर रहा है, उसको भी कर सकता है, उसको भी, बट स्पेसिफिक इफेक्ट्स हैं. हाउ डज दैट फिट इन? जब मुझसे चीजें फिट ही नहीं हो रही हैं, then I'll not move fast. But if things are fitting in, I understand कि अच्छा ऊपर simultaneous effects की बात हो रही थी, अब ये बोल रहा है कि एक उनमें से ये करता है, ठीक है, multiple effects हैं, तो I'll just read fast. Okay, so I read fast when I know what's going on. If I don't understand what's going on, then I don't read fast. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Anushka. Coming back. So you now understand, Anushka?
Yes.
So we read the last sentence in other words.
In other words, there is a hierarchy of hormones.
What is the hierarchy here?
That from how it started from hypothalamus to pituitary gland to adrenal, and then those two different parts of the body, organs of the body.
Yeah. Yeah. So from hypothalamus to pituitary to adrenal cortex, and then these adrenal cortex hormones have specific effects, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. Endranil, would you like to take up the fourth one?
Yeah. The first sentence talks about similar to how the hierarchy existed in animals, the parent-child sort of hierarchy where hypothalamus trigger different things. Similar thing may exist in plants also. So it's connecting back to the hierarchy that existed before. Now, oligos, I'm calling it OS. So OS are fragments, just reading it once. So it's again explaining what's OS. So OS are fragments of cell wall that is released by enzymes, and again explaining the same sentence, different enzymes release different OS.
So why are we talking about this?
So in the second paragraph, we talked about unlike OS. So we talked about what is not like OS. But here now we are coming back and saying, okay, this was not OS, but what is OS? So OS are.
So we are continuing from where we left in the second paragraph.
Yes, in a way.
The second paragraph की first line पे जो हमने छोड़ा था, वो हम fourth paragraph में pick कर रहे हैं.
नहीं, मतलब सेकंड पैराग्राफ में जो छोड़ा था वो हमने कंटिन्यू भी किया. मतलब पहले हम बोल रहे कि अनलाइक ओएस प्लांट्स आर दिस पीटी एंड अदर थिंग्स.
इसके बारे में और तो कोई बात नहीं हुई यहाँ पे, राइट?
फिर हमने पीटी को एक्सप्लेन किया, राइट? अगले
फिर हम पीटी पे चले गए.
हाँ.
फिर आप कह रहे हो फोर्थ पैराग्राफ में फिर से याद आ गया, रुक जाओ, ओएस की बात रह गई थी.
नहीं, ये एक्सप्लेनेशन ही दो पैराग्राफ का था ना, जिसमें हमने पीटी को फिर अगले वाले में फिर से एक्सप्लेन किया कि ये द जो थर्ड पैराग्राफ है, द पीटी ऑफ 5 वेल स्टडी हार्मोन्स आर समथिंग लाइक दिस. तो जो सेकंड पैराग्राफ में हम पीटी को स्टार्ट किया था एक्सप्लेन करना, दैट ओनली मूव फॉर लाइक सॉर्ट ऑफ 1.5 पैराग्राफ्स.
तो हमने बोला अनलाइक ओलिगोसैचरिन्स पीटी होते हैं, फिर पीटी 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 पीटी. अब आप कह रहे हैं अच्छा चलो लेट्स कम बैक टू ओलिगोसैचरिन्स नाउ, ऐसे?
Yes, I mean, can you also move to the first para? So the main, I mean, we started with like first para में हमने बोला कि studies of plants have now identified new regulatory molecules called OS.
Correct.
So in a way, we are starting to explain OS. that also looks like the main purpose of the paragraph की we have discovered something new OS. So in a way second में फिर हमने start किया कि ठीक है, this is unlike OS, this happens, जिसमें हमने पूरा explain किया, and now we are coming back and connecting back to what we thought of starting the paragraph कि what exactly is OS and explaining more about OS. So in a way it's continuation for me because I'm in the throughout the paragraph I'm explaining, I'm building a reasoning that will help me explain what this new class of molecules is. So in a way it's connecting for me.
तो आपको लग रहा है ये पूरा पैराग्राफ इज अबाउट एक्सप्लेनिंग ओएस?
Yes.
पर बाय चांस अभी तक हमने उस ओएस के ऊपर बस एक ही सेंटेंस लगाया है, बाकी सब सेंटेंस दूसरों के बारे में, बट स्टिल द ओवरऑल पैराग्राफ सीम्स टू बी एक्सप्लेनिंग ओएस.
हाँ, क्योंकि स्टार्टिंग में हमने बोला अनलाइक द ओएस, सो इन अ वे आई वांट टू एक्सप्लेन कि व्हाट्स अनलाइक ओएस, जिसकी वजह से आई विल आल्सो गेट टू नो व्हाट इज ओएस, राइट?
Let's say I say that unlike CJ, Indranil does this, and then I keep talking, devote 2 paragraphs to Indranil. Okay. But I
Yes.
started by saying unlike CJ, Indranil does this thing, and then 2 paragraphs about Indranil. So you will think that, yeah, eventually I want to talk about CJ. Indranil is just something that happened in between. ऐसे.
I mean, you are saying unlike CJ, Indranil is does. So आप Indranil की 4-5 qualities बताओगे आप. You also have to explain those things, right? कि ये let's say bravery ऐसा I am explaining.
नहीं क्यों? I could have just moved on from Indranil. Let's say unlike CJ, Indranil does this, and let's now not talk about CJ once again. CJ में और क्या qualities हैं? Why do I have to explain Indranil? Devote 2 paragraphs to Indranil. आप कह रहे हो इट्स कंपलसरी कि यार इंद्रनील के बारे में बात करनी शुरू करिए तो 2 पैराग्राफ्स तो लगाने बनते हैं, ऐसे कह रहे हो आप?
कंपलसरी नहीं, इट्स जस्ट दैट इट्स एडिंग मोर इंफॉर्मेशन, मतलब वो थोड़ा डिटेल में दे आर टेलिंग कि what I mean, if so from what I understand they want to explain this
ठीक है.
OS वाला
देखो
part.
देखो इंद्रनील, तो देखो एक सेकंड. एक तो है कि whatever you are telling me, are you convinced this is how it should be, or are you saying this is one way it could be कि there is some other way to look at it?
The latter part.
So you are saying this is one way you're looking at it. So what is the other way you could be looking at? So let's also talk about that. कि एक तो आपको लग रहा है कि मेन ओलिगोसैचेंस के बारे में बात करना चाहते हैं, बट क्योंकि उन्होंने हार्मोन्स के बारे में बात कर ली तो they have devoted 2 paragraphs, but essentially main point was oligosaccharin. That's one way. What is another way to look at it?
Okay. So it's in a way continuing this, that such a hierarchy may also exist in plants. So it's giving a further example ki what sort of hierarchy it is, and OS may, I have not read it ahead, but OS might be a potential way to explain ki what this sort of hierarchy might be.
उस पे आते हैं. तो उस पे आते हैं कि वो लास्ट सेंटेंस में क्या हो रहा है. बट देखो अभी तक जो आपका व्यू बन रखा है कि ओवरऑल दिस पैसेज इज अबाउट एक्सप्लेनिंग ओएस. ठीक है. तो व्हाट आई वाज ट्राइंग टू डू वाज टू सॉर्ट ऑफ हाईलाइट कि देयर इज अ potential problem, there is a huge problem with the way you are understanding, क्योंकि OS के ऊपर उसने just एक सेंटेंस लिखा, उसके बाद the whole 2 paragraphs are about hormones. तो मेरे लिए तो it's very clear कि oligosaccharin is not the main thing here. ठीक है. इसलिए and you were very clear, at least the way you were arguing कि नहीं OS के बारे में ही है, वो तो just बीच में हार्मोन्स के बारे में बात करने लग गए. तो दैट्स व्हाई आई आस्क्ड यू कि आप क्लियर हो या फिर आप कह रहे हो कि ये एक पॉसिबिलिटी है बट दूसरी पॉसिबिलिटी भी हो सकती है. राइट. क्योंकि अगर दूसरी पॉसिबिलिटी हो सकती है एंड यू आर दिमाग में है कि ऐसा भी हो सकता है वैसा भी हो सकता है, देन यू हैव टू सी कि किसके प्रॉज एंड कॉन्स कैसे हैं. देन इट्स अबाउट इवैल्यूएशन. अगर आपके दिमाग में पॉसिबिलिटी ही एक ही है देन नेचुरली जस्ट गो विद इट. But if your mind has been able to come up with 2 possibilities, now there is a scope that you can evaluate which possibility to go with.
Okay.
There are different stages of clarity. एक level of the एक level ये भी होता है कि हम we are clear about the wrong thing. ठीक है. That's let's say एक level है. Then the next level is not that we are suddenly clear about the right thing. The next level is always in between is we become doubtful. So we are neither clear about this nor clear about that. So now there is ambiguity, there is mess. We are confused. But that's a improvement over being clear about the wrong thing.
Okay.
And then we try to resolve that confusion. And the more sincere we are, the more we'll really engage with it to understand exactly what is right and what is not, and why that is right and why that is not right. Then we get to the higher stage that we are clear about the right thing. Okay, but to go from a clear about the wrong thing to a confusing state is an improvement.
Got it.
Some people don't want to get into a confusing state because it's confusing. It's a mess. Okay, but that could be an improvement. So a lot of people essentially suppress their doubts. कि उनको लग रहा है कि शायद मैं सही नहीं हूँ, शायद उसको दूसरे तरीके से देखना चाहिए, but they are not very willing to entertain the other way. क्योंकि अगर मैं दूसरे को entertain करने लग गया तो उसमें क्या क्या सोचना पड़ेगा, तो बहुत कुछ सोचना पड़ जाएगा फिर तो. ठीक है. तो I'll just tell you my stance. मतलब I'm very clear in terms of जो मैं आपको reasoning दे भी रहा था, to I was doing all this back and forth to sort of make you sort of understand कि हाँ उसके बारे में नहीं होना चाहिए शायद ये oligosaccharides, क्योंकि oligosaccharides के बारे में एक sentence बोलता है and the whole 2 paragraphs about hormones. जरूरत नहीं थी. It could have just made one statement about hormones and then kept sort of gone back to oligosaccharides if it really wanted to talk about oligosaccharides. But if you devote one sentence and 2 paragraphs to one thing, I'll never think that essentially तुम्हारा main purpose तो उसके बारे में था. Unless you keep circling back, बीच-बीच में वापस आते रहते हो oligosaccharides. अच्छा, by the way, oligosaccharides में है. Then I'll think, okay, probably you want to keep highlighting कि oligosaccharides are different. But तुम वापस भी नहीं आए 2 paragraphs में.
Correct.
So when I asked you कि oligosaccharides ये बात क्यों हो रही है कि they are fragments released by enzymes, कि different enzymes release different oligosaccharides, right? You went back to the second paragraph कि अच्छा वहां पे बात रह गई थी. Why didn't you go back to this statement जो पीछे ही है बस? Right? As we said कि हम हमेशा connect करते हैं statements को पीछे.
Right.
Why didn't you try to make a connection with this statement? जो उसके बिल्कुल पीछे. अब पैराग्राफ शुरू हो चुका है. पैराग्राफ की फर्स्ट लाइन है such a hierarchy may also exist in plants. Right?
Yeah.
और सेकंड लाइन आप कह रहे हो कि सेकंड लाइन में अब वो वापस चला गया सेकंड पैराग्राफ से कनेक्शन बनाने. फर्स्ट लाइन में बोलता है कि हायरार्की जो है वो प्लांट्स में भी एग्जिस्ट करती है, बट सेकंड सेंटेंस में इट गोज बैक टू द सेकंड पैराग्राफ. राइट?
Yeah.
अगेन माय इंटेंट इज टू मेक यू सी कि ये दिमाग ये सब कर रहा है एंड इट्स नॉट रैशनल. राइट? ऐसा क्यों करेगा? वो बोलेगा सच है हायरार्की में आल्सो एग्जिस्ट इन प्लांट. चलो चलो छोड़ो छोड़ो, लेट्स टॉक अबाउट ओलिगोसैचराइड्स अगेन. नहीं, डजंट मेक सेंस. रीडर तो पागल हो जाएगा पढ़ते पढ़ते. राइट?
Yeah. Got it.
So when we make connections, we always see कि पीछे से क्या कनेक्शन है. We don't really see अच्छा फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ से क्या है. फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ से अगर होगा तो फिर पूरे पैराग्राफ का होगा. बट अभी जब मैं कोई स्टेटमेंट पढ़ रहा हूँ, सेकंड स्टेटमेंट पढ़ रहा हूँ, सेकंड का मैं फर्स्ट से कनेक्शन बनाऊंगा. पहले फर्स्ट सेकंड मिला के हो सकता है पीछे से कनेक्टेड हो, बट सेकंड का मैं सीधा सेकंड पैराग्राफ से नहीं चला जाऊंगा. राइट? सो सेकंड, अब थर्ड फोर्थ जो पैराग्राफ है उसमें स्टार्ट हो रहा है सच है हायरार्की. हायरार्की में पता है हायरार्की क्या थी, एक से दूसरा, दूसरे से तीसरा. राइट?
Yes.
And now it's saying such a hierarchy may also exist in plants. And now it says second line, second sentence, oligosaccharides are fragments of the cell wall released by enzymes. Different enzymes release different oligosaccharides. So what is the connection?
Sorry, what's written after released?
What is the connection between the second and the first statement?
I can't see what's written after released.
अच्छा, sorry, एक second.
OS or fragments. So this is again explaining the hierarchy thing. कि we are seeing OS are fragments of cell wall और फिर different enzymes release different OS. So in a way, it's explaining this hierarchy.
Correct. Very good. So now we can understand कि अच्छा अब इसने प्लांट्स में हायरार्की बिल्ड करनी शुरू कर दी है. पहले ऊपर एनिमल्स में हायरार्की बनी and it started this paragraph by saying such a hierarchy may also exist in plants, and now
Right.
different enzymes release different oligosaccharides. Oh, so now there's a hierarchy, enzymes to oligosaccharides. It has started building that.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Make sense?
Yes, yes.
ठीक है. आगे.
Just reading it. Again, in the next line, it's explaining the PT nature, which is like PT is rather being specific, it's not specific. So these are saying कि these are the indications which explains कि PT hormones may actually function by activating. So it's in a way explaining how is it PT. So how is it functions as a PT. तो इसमें they are saying कि जो enzymes है it's in a way done by functioning by activating the enzymes that release these other more specific chemical messengers from the cell wall. So it's explaining how it is becoming PT or how वो enzyme से कैसे relate हो रहा है.
कैसे हो रहा है? So you are saying these are indications.
Yes, ये PT का
तो कौन these?
there are indications that
It's saying there are. अभी आपने करेक्ट पढ़ा. पहले you were reading it as these are.
right.
It's saying there are indications, right? क्योंकि अगर these लिखा होता तो पहले तो फिर प्रॉब्लम होती है कि these का रेफरेंस ढूंढो.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. So हाँ. So now explain क्या मतलब है इसका.
So this is in a way explaining कि जो ये enzymes होते हैं
Yeah.
activating the enzymes that in a way releases other chemical messengers. So जैसे हमने बोला जैसे ऊपर hierarchy type थी कि there's something जैसे ऊपर the example was कि जो ऊपर वाला there was this gland that is hypothalamus and it's in a way
don't connect it back. In general, as I said, the process of reading is कि पहले हम statement को समझते हैं, इसका exactly क्या मतलब है, then we connect it back.
Okay.
And there is a reason why we do that. So basically what happens is कि some people as they read they are connecting back. The downside of this is कि कई बारी you impose your expectation on the sentence. कि आपको लग रहा होता है गिवन जो आज तक अभी तक बातें हुई हैं उसके हिसाब से सेंटेंस ये बोलेगा तो देन यू एंड अप इम्पोजिंग इट. द सेंटेंस में नॉट बी सेइंग इट बट क्योंकि आप ऑलरेडी उसको कनेक्ट साथ साथ ही करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो तो यू एंड अप इम्पोजिंग विच मीन्स यू एंड अप मिसरीडिंग द सेंटेंस. दैट्स वाई पहले हम सेंटेंस को समझते हैं उसका क्या मतलब है अपने आप में, देन वी सी हाउ इट इज कनेक्टेड. दिस इज द सीक्वेंस. ठीक है, तो पहले लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड कि स्टेटमेंट क्या कह रही है.
So there are indications that plant hormones may actually function by activating enzymes. So it's in a way saying कि PT plant hormones कैसे function करते हैं. So that is by activating the enzymes that release these other more specific chemical messengers from the cell wall. Then ये बोल रहा है कि ये जो activated enzymes है ये release करते हैं other chemical messengers जो कि
कौन से केमिकल मैसेज
that release these other more specific सो एक्टिवेटिंग द एंजाइम्स तक इट्स सेइंग कि पीटी कैसे फंक्शन करते हैं, दैट रिलीज these other more specific chemical messengers from the cell wall. So uh,
तो ये कौन से केमिकल मैसेजेस की बात कर रहा है? हम्म Anyone? Nishant, you're saying? Nishant, you're saying oligosaccharides?
Yes.
How do we how do we know that it's referring to oligosaccharides?
Because oligosaccharides are released from cell walls, and this is also chemical messengers that are released from cell walls. So I believe this is oligosaccharides the author is talking about.
Okay, you're saying क्योंकि दोनों सेल वॉल से निकल रहे हैं इसलिए.
Yes, or the या these का रेफरेंस प्रीवियस सेंटेंस में जाके oligosaccharides ही लग रहा है.
वेरी गुड, ठीक है. तो एक तो दीस लिखा हुआ है.
हम्म
दीस मतलब ऑलरेडी पिछले सेंटेंस में शायद बात हुई होगी. तो पिछले सेंटेंस में एंजाइम्स और ओलिगोसैचरिन्स की तो बात हो रही है, और एंजाइम्स एंजाइम्स को तो रिलीज करने का कोई सेंस नहीं है. तो एंजाइम्स रिलीज दीज other more specific. Why are we using this term more specific? More specific would refer to what? More specific than whom? तो बेसिकली देखो मेरे
more
साथ
specific than hormones.
हाँ, वेरी गुड. तो मेरे साथ क्या होता है, आई थिंक आई हैव अंडरस्टूड व्हेन आई कैन रियली रिलेट विद एवरी वर्ड देयर. अगर बीच बीच में वर्ड्स ऐसे आते रहते हैं which आई डोंट नो क्यों लिखे गए थे, देन आई एम नॉट क्लियर. दिस इज द वे आई evaluate my understanding of a passage. ठीक है. if it's saying more specific, आई डोंट नो क्यों लिख दिया इसने बीच में, then I know कि I'm not clear. Now, depending upon whether I have time or not, I may invest that time or not. But I know that I'm not clear. So when you are practicing, if this constantly happens कि बार बार कुछ ऐसी चीजें आती रहती हैं which you don't know क्यों लिखी गई थी, then it means you're not clear. You need to invest time then. So more specific. Specific कौन थे? Oligosaccharides. More specific than whom? Okay, the same sentence is talking about hormones. Pleiotropic hormones may activate enzymes that release these other more specific than hormones. So yeah, so there are various indications, these more specific from the cell wall, that guide us ki haan, we are talking about oligosaccharides. So it's saying that PT functions by activating enzymes, and enzymes release oligosaccharides. Does that make sense, Indrani?
yeah, got it. Yes.
Right? तो ठीक है. अब we have understood the meaning of this sentence कि ये कह रहा है कि indications हैं कि ये PT function by activating enzyme and enzymes release these oligosaccharides. That's the meaning of this sentence. Now we connect it back. तो ये क्यों लिखा गया sentence? How is it connected?
Yeah, I was just reading it.
Yeah.
Uh, in a way, explaining the nature of the hierarchy in OS.
Okay. मतलब?
So we started off by explaining कि ये hierarchy कैसे exist करेगी plant में, and then we explained कि how OS में भी same चीज हो रहा है कि there is a hierarchy in place. और फिर हम लोग बोल रहे हैं कि these are the indications that PT hormones may actually function by activating the enzymes. तो ये इसलिए लिखा हुआ है क्योंकि हम ये explain करना चाहते हैं कि hierarchy कैसे बन रही है.
तो क्या hierarchy है? बताओ. तो प्लांट्स में क्या हायरार्की है बताओ?
सो एंजाइम्स एक्टिवेट हो रहे हैं, और ये जो एंजाइम्स एक्टिवेट हो रहे हैं ये रिलीज कर रहे हैं अदर ओएस, जो कि है केमिकल मैसेंजर ऑफ प्लांट। सो ऐसा एक हायरार्की टाइप बन रहा है।
नहीं, ये तो बन गया था हमारा सेकंड सेंटेंस में ही। थर्ड सेंटेंस का क्या रोल है इसमें? ये वाला हायरार्की कह रहे हो ना आप, एंजाइम्स ओलिगोसैचरिन्स पे रिलीज कर रहे हैं। हायरार्की वी हैड ऑलरेडी बिल्ट इन द सेकंड सेंटेंस।
यस।
हाउ इज द थर्ड सेंटेंस रेलेवेंट?
सो थर्ड सेंटेंस थोड़ा सा जनरलाइज कर रहा है, जिसमें हम लोग पीटी हार्मोन्स इन जनरल बात कर रहे हैं।
ठीक है, तो मतलब आप कह रहे हो अब जनरल बातें शुरू हो गई कुछ और, ये कह रहे हो?
कुछ और नहीं, क्योंकि ये ओएस मतलब वी वर एनीवेज टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस पीटी हार्मोन्स, तो आपने एक स्पेसिफिक एग्जांपल लिया।
नहीं देखो,
और
वी वर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट पीटी हार्मोन्स अभी तक इस पैराग्राफ में। फर्स्ट सेंटेंस था हायरार्की में आल्सो एग्जिस्ट इन प्लांट, सेकंड था कि वो बता रहा था चाहिए इस तरह की हायरार्की बन सकती है एंजाइम्स टू ओलिगोसैचरिन। फिर
राइट।
अब ये सेंटेंस आया है। व्हेन यू आर ट्राइंग टू रिलेट इट टू द कॉन्टेक्स्ट, आपको पीछे से कनेक्ट करना है कि अभी जो बातें चल रही हैं उनसे क्या कनेक्शन है। ये नहीं कि पूरा पैराग्राफ में कहीं भी कनेक्शन है।
यस यस।
अभी थर्ड सेंटेंस का क्या कनेक्शन है फर्स्ट टू सेंटेंस या सेकंड सेंटेंस के साथ? या समीर, यू हैव एनीथिंग टू ऐड समीर?
सर, जो मुझे समझ में आ रहा है इसमें कि जब वो ये पैराग्राफ स्टार्ट करता है फर्स्ट सेंटेंस में, वो बोलता है कि ये हायरार्की मे एग्जिस्ट, मतलब ये हो भी सकती है और नहीं भी हो सकती है। और फिर जो लास्ट सेंटेंस है कि देर आर इंडिकेशंस, इसका मतलब वो अपनी कहीं ना कहीं जो उसने स्टार्ट किया था पैराग्राफ थोड़ा डायलेमा में, अब वो उसको कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेंथन कर रहा है इफ आई में से, कि ऐसा हो भी सकता है नहीं भी हो सकता, लेकिन लास्ट लाइन में वो ये बोलता है कि ऐसे इंडिकेशंस हैं कि जो मैं मतलब सोच रहा हूँ वो वैसा ही है।
अच्छा, बस लास्ट सेंटेंस का इतने पर्पज है कि वो जो डाइसी था हायरार्की में, वो हो गया कि नहीं नहीं हायरार्की है, और हायरार्की जो है एंजाइम्स टू ओलिगोसैचरिन्स वाली है, ये कह रहे हो?
यस।
ओके।
मतलब इंडिकेशंस हैं,
ओके।
अभी भी उसने क्लियरली कंक्लूड नहीं करा इसमें कि हाँ ऐसा ही है।
हाँ हाँ, मतलब वो एक डायरेक्शन दे रहा है आपको, ही इज
हाँ।
नॉट सेइंग कि वो ऐसा ही है। ठीक है, अनुष्का, यू हैव एनीथिंग टू ऐड?
I believe that they're trying to establish the hierarchy in plants, and उसका जो एक पार्ट है एंजाइम से OS होता है वो हमने establish कर लिया, but I'm having an issue जो PT functions by activating enzymes है. Now I'm not understanding कि PT से enzymes होता है और फिर enzyme से OS होता है, या enzyme से PT और OS दोनों होते हैं.
एंजाइम से पीटी कैसे होगा? ये कैसे निकल के आएगा?
enzymes क्योंकि enzymes फंक्शन ही तब करेंगे जब OS हो, सॉरी, पीटी फंक्शन तभी करेगा जब एंजाइम्स होंगे, एक्टिवेट करेगा उन्हें.
हाँ हाँ, बट पीटी एक्टिवेट कर रहा है ना, एंजाइम थोड़ा ना पीटी को एक्टिवेट कर रहा है। तो पीटी एंजाइम को करता है, फिर एंजाइम ओएस को करते हैं। एंजाइम पीटी को कैसे एक्टिवेट करेंगे या रिलीज करेंगे, ये कहाँ दिया हुआ?
क्योंकि अगर जब तक एंजाइम्स एक्टिवेट नहीं होंगे तो पीटी काम नहीं करेगा.
हाँ, हायरार्की वाज नॉट कि वाज नॉट अबाउट काम कैसे करे, बट वाज अबाउट कि कौन किसको रिलीज कर रहा है। वो तो यहाँ पे भी जब हम हाइपोथैलेमिक हार्मोन्स की बात भी कर रहे थे, तो हम कह रहे थे इनके मल्टीपल इफेक्ट्स हैं, क्योंकि इवेंचुअली ये वाले इफेक्ट कर रहे हैं, इनके थ्रू उनके मल्टीपल इफेक्ट्स हैं। काम तो फिर भी यही कर रहे थे, वो तो नहीं कर रहे थे, ये तो बस रिलीज करने का काम कर रहे थे।
गॉट इट, गॉट इट,
राइट, तो हायरार्की वाज ऑलवेज अबाउट व्हाट x is releasing y, it was not about कि x is functioning without y or not.
गॉट इट. So the hierarchy is PT से enzymes and enzymes से OS.
Yeah, so when I read this is what happens, that I see अच्छा पहले था enzymes से oligosaccharides हो रहे हैं, and now it's adding another layer. It's a PT is activating enzymes, so PT is enzymes to OS. So now it's building on that hierarchy. There is another level to it, PT to enzymes to OS. And if you connect it back to the hierarchy we built in animals, it's just so beautifully fits in, because वहाँ पे भी adrenal cortex was the last one which had specific functions. Here OS also have specific functions. Their hypothalamic hormones had multiple effects. Here, naturally pleiotropic hormones have multiple effects. So everything just fits in. And that's one of the ways I confirm that my understanding is correct. Okay, that things start fitting in. Everything just seems logical. If things constantly seem they don't make sense, then it means that you're not understanding things. Overall, it started by talking about cells, start with the same genes, how differentiation happens, two kinds of molecules, oligosaccharides, hormones, then differences. Oligos are specific, hormones are multiple effects. Then sort of presence, multiple effects in animals also. And that we have to spend a lot of time to understand all of that. Finally, it comes back to talk about hierarchy in plants. Then it establishes that hierarchy. Okay, and this is how we understand. Questions, confusions, doubts, something not clear? Yeah, Indranil.
So CJ, you said it's not about explaining OS, like that's not the main purpose. Now, what do you like without looking at the questions and all, like what would be the main purpose if I have to just think why did the author write this?
देखो ये एक अलग है कि मेरे साथ तो ऐसा होता है कई बार आई एम नॉट एबल टू सी. अब इसमें भी आई कैन नॉट सी वन मेन थ्रेड दैट मूव्स थ्रू आउट. आई कैन सी कि ठीक है ओवरऑल टॉकिंग अबाउट कि क्या हो रहा है प्लांट्स या एनिमल्स में. आई डोंट नो. मतलब इफ यू से मुझे एक सेंटेंस या फ्यू वर्ड्स में बताना है कि ओवरऑल थीम क्या है, आई नॉट बी एबल टू से इट. और ये सिर्फ एक पैसेज में नहीं होता, मेरे साथ कई पैसेज में होता है. एंड इट्स नॉट कि I believe that some passages don't have one thread. Not that every passage will have a single thread moving throughout all the paragraphs. And that's why some passages don't have a main point question also. So when I read, let's say even I'll talk about passages having a main point question also, but when I read, मेरा purpose होता है हर चीज को समझना. That's the way I went about it. Overall theme, when I make these connections, overall theme naturally कई बारी निकल के आ जाएगी क्योंकि आपने इतनी अच्छी तरह समझा हुआ है. बट कई बारी थीम नहीं होगी, और अगर होगी भी कई बारी नहीं स्ट्राइक करे क्योंकि द कॉन्टेक्स्ट में भी सो दैट आपका होल्ड है बट इतना स्ट्रांग होल्ड नहीं है कि आपको पूरा समझ आ जाए. देन व्हेन इफ देयर इज अ मेन पॉइंट क्वेश्चन देयर, आई मेनली वर्क बाय एलिमिनेशन. ये तो मेन थीम पक्का ही नहीं है, ये तो बहुत स्पेसिफिक पार्ट में बात हो रही थी. जैसे अगर एक क्वेश्चन इसमें मेन पॉइंट है नहीं बाय चांस क्वेश्चन, अगर होता तो जैसे अगर ओलिगोसैचरिन्स लिखा होता है, लिखा होता कि हार्मोन्स के फंक्शंस बताना, नॉट से कि नहीं तो बड़ी सारी चीजों में घूम रहा है. दिस इज नॉट द पर्पस. तो आई मेनली वर्क बाय एलिमिनेशन. ये तो नहीं है, ये तो नहीं है. एंड देन आई सी कि अच्छा लेट्स से लास्ट में काफी बारी तो एक ही बचता है, आई एम डाउन टू वन ऑप्शन, तो आई मार्क इट एंड मूव ऑन. बट कई बार अगर दो बचते हैं देन आई टेक कॉल्स कि ये ओवरऑल थीम में चल रहा है, ये स्पेसिफिक पार्ट था बट एंड ऑल दैट आई टेक कॉल्स.
Okay, got it.
या समीर.
सर जो मेरी एक्सप्लेनेशन थी फर्स्ट और थर्ड स्टेटमेंट, वो फ्लॉड थी या वो ठीक है कि मतलब
नहीं वो
हम
गलत थी क्योंकि इट डजंट फिट इन. इसकी बात कर रहे हो ना आप?
नहीं सर, जो मैंने बोला था ना कि वो
हाँ
लास्ट
हाँ इंडिकेशन वाली, ये वाली
हाँ
क्या? हाँ
कि
हाँ हाँ,
मतलब
वो थोड़ा सा बात सही
100%.
है. पर आपने
अच्छा.
वो हायरार्की के ऊपर बिल्कुल बात नहीं करी, तो वो दैट समथिंग यू मिस्ड. बाकी वो बात ठीक की थी कि हाँ इंडिकेशन से वो बता रहा है कि हाँ हमारे पास इंडिकेशंस आ रही हैं ऐसी, तो परहैप्स देयर इज इंडीड अ हायरार्की. वो बात ठीक है.
ठीक है. ओके.
Okay, any other questions, doubts, confusions, something not clear? So we are done with the passage. So there are about 8 questions here. We'll look at the questions in the next session in the evening. Okay, but for now, if you have any questions, any doubts, you may feel free to ask. Else, you may share any takeaways you have from today's session. And also launching a poll. You can share your feedback for this session. Yeah, Deshna.
Yeah, maybe a question I should ask after the third session. But I mean, like, I really like this process of dissecting and understanding the whole process before you answer. But like, what does the process look like for GMAT preparation? Like, how many passages should one do like this to finally get a hold, and
Sorry,
then
I'm here. Just turned off my video for.
yeah, no problem. Am I audible? Hello. Yeah, am I audible? Okay, sure.
Yeah, Deshna, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I think I did not hear you पहले. हाँ, तो I was saying कि while I really like this process of fully understanding the passage, it sort of gives me a confidence that hey, I can understand passages, right? But with respect to giving an exam, what should be the process look like, right? So how many passages like this should I try to completely understand before I start timing myself? And try to answer questions, because at the end of the day the process has to be faster and quicker. So like, how does a GMAT preparation process looks like
Okay.
for a student? कि ऐसे कितनी बार
Can't
करना
hear
है?
you.
You can't hear me.
Acha, how many passages? Okay, you ended your question there. How many passages like this you have to attempt?
Yeah. कि ताकि मतलब while I like this process, but from an exam point of view, मुझे ऐसे passage कितने practice करने चाहिए before I start answering questions or timing myself or stuff like that. Like make the process a little fast with respect to the exam.
As I said in the last session yesterday,
Right.
there are two aspects to test preparation. One is skill building and one is test taking.
Right.
Now, in terms of skill building, how much skills do you need to build? The answer is going to be very different for different people. Okay, you may already be at a level. Let's say your target is just कि मुझे 80 तक ही पहुंचना है, and you're already at a 60 level. How many passages? Probably 100 passages or 80 passages might be enough. I don't know. But if you are at a level 30 and you want to reach 80 or 90, the number of passages may be huge number, right? So then, but how do we get to know कि मुझे कितने चाहिए? तो उसका जो नॉर्मल इंडिकेटर्स होते हैं वो होते हैं, एक तो कि अगर आप टाइम लग रहा है ऑन एवरेज पैसेज पीपल वुड बी कि मुझे 30 मिनट से 2.5 आवर्स लगते हैं. जिसको अगर 30 मिनट्स सबसे कम लगते हैं और 2.5 Sorry, there was a connection problem. Not sure till what point you heard me. तो देश ने कहाँ तक सुना आपने?
Yeah, I heard till 30 minutes and I was not sure if it was my internet or yours.
नहीं, मेरा connection problem थी. I lost my connection.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
तो हाँ, तो मैं ये कह रहा था कि किसी को 30 minutes to 2.5 hour एवरेज चाहिए to understand the passage, किसी को just 5 to 15 minutes चाहिए. तो naturally जिसको 30 minutes to 2.5 hour लगते हैं, that person needs much more practice to be able to build those skills, right?
right.
A second indicator is accuracy. कि let's say अगर आप कहते हो कि ठीक है मैं अपने आप को 10 मिनट ही दे रही हूँ to practice this passage और 15 minutes दे रही हूँ whatever time, अब उसमें कितनी accuracy आ रही है? किसी की 70% आ रही है, किसी की 95 आ रही है. तो naturally जिसकी 90-95 आ रही है means you're already there. Now you can focus on time saving things or taking calls and all that in terms of test taking. बट इफ यू आर फार कि अगर आप 20 मिनट लगाने के बाद भी 70% एक्यूरेसी आती है, 30% क्वेश्चन तो वैसे ही गलत है,
Right.
राइट? देन इट मींस यू नीड कि वहां पे टाइम इज फिक्स, स्किल इज डिफरेंट. कि somebody moves at 95%, somebody moves at 70%, but both move ahead, right?
Right.
When you
Got
come to the GMAT space, it's not कि मेरा 500 आ गया तब भी I'll move on, 700 I'll move on. ऐसा नहीं होता, right?
Yeah. Got it.
On the GMAT space, you say कि मुझे 90% ही चाहिए, अब चाहे मुझे 1 साल लगे या 2 साल लगे. But that's not the case in a normal education system, which sort of, and that's why people feel very disconnected कि मुझे इतना टाइम क्यों लग रहा है. That's normal. अगर स्किल बिल्डिंग ज़्यादा चाहिए, टाइम लगेगा.
Got it. Thank you.
Any more questions, doubts? Yeah, Harsh.
So you told about everything related to skill sets, right? One part of it, and explained it how to build upon and how to test it upon. But the other part was test taking. What sort of things we have to counter or take care at that part?
हाँ, देखो टेस्ट टेकिंग में क्या आता था. टेस्ट टेकिंग मीन्स कि अच्छा स्किल बिल्डिंग हो गई जहाँ पे भी आपको पहुँचना था. You have reached a certain level of clarity. Now it's about, so there are different aspects to test taking also, psychological aspect and all that. But let's say if we don't talk about that, we just talk about कि let's say whatever skill level. So I've reached a skill level कि अब मेरी 80% accuracy आती है and I take about 2 minutes 15 seconds per question. If I bring it down to 2 minutes per question, then my accuracy drops down to 65%. Let's say I'm at that level of skill. ठीक है?
Okay.
Now, so I'm not at a skill कि मैं 2 minute per question लगाऊं, which the test gives me and I hit 90% accuracy. I have not reached that level. I'm at a level कि 2 minutes 15 seconds में I can hit 80% accuracy, but if I try to sort of move fast, my accuracy drops to 65%, right? So now test taking is about, does it make sense for you to spread over your time thinly over all the questions and get 65% correct? Or let's just skip 2-3 questions and spend 2 minutes 15 seconds on the remaining questions, and out of those remaining questions get 80% correct.
I didn't got it. मतलब मुझे समझ नहीं
अरे
आया.
देखो 2 कॉल्स हैं. जैसे हम आपको, अब आप ऐसी स्टेज पे 2 मिनट 15 सेकंड ऑन एवरेज लगाते हो तो आपकी 80% एक्यूरेसी आती है.
हाँ.
बट इफ यू रश, आप कहते हो 2 मिनट पर क्वेश्चन ही लगाऊंगा ऑन एवरेज, देन योर एक्यूरेसी ड्रॉप्स टू 65%, लेट्स से.
Yes.
तो अब आप टेस्ट टेकिंग इज अबाउट टेकिंग अ कॉल कि मैं लेट्स से वहां पे अगर 20 क्वेश्चन आने वाले हैं तो सब पे 2-2 मिनट लगाऊं, या फिर ऐसे करूं कि 3 क्वेश्चन तो मैं स्किप कर दूंगा, रैंडमली मार्क कर दूंगा, बाकी 17 मिनट्स में मैं 2 मिनट 15 सेकंड लगाऊंगा.
Okay.
राइट? तो इट्स नॉट अ, क्योंकि टाइम मैनेजमेंट वहां पे तो करनी है ना, वहां पे तो टाइम लिमिटेड है. टाइम या तो सब पे कम कम स्प्रेड करोगे, या फिर आप कहोगे कि 17 क्वेश्चन में थोड़ा ढंग से करता हूँ 3 क्वेश्चन आई जस्ट रैंडमली मार्क, देन यू हैव टू सी कि कौन सा आपके लिए बेटर काम कर रहा है।
ओके ओके, तो आप कहना चाह रहे हो कि वंस
टेस्ट टेकिंग
द
एस्पेक्ट है।
नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चंस आर देयर, तो आप पहले अपना पूरा टाइम दे रहे हो विद लिमिटेड टाइम, फिर जो आपके क्वेश्चंस बचे आपने उस पे जस्ट यू वेंट थ्रू द फ्लो, राइट?
हाँ, नहीं, एक तो ये भी हो गया कि आप सोच रहे हो कि पहले 17 क्वेश्चन ढंग से कर लिए, बाकी 3 क्वेश्चन रैंडमली मार्क कर लिए, राइट?
हाँ
एक ये हो सकता है, एक ये भी हो सकता है कि नहीं, आपको थर्ड क्वेश्चन लगा कि ये तो बहुत ही मुश्किल लग रहा है, वैसे भी नहीं होने वाला, रैंडमली मार्क, मैंने 3 तो छोड़ने ही थे।
ओके
यू अंडरस्टैंड?
ओके,
इट कुड बी के थर्ड
यस
फोर्थ फिफ्थ व्हाटएवर क्वेश्चन जो आपको लग रहा है तो बहुत ही मुश्किल है, होगा भी नहीं होगा, और साथ में हो भी गया, कर भी लिया मैंने, तो मुझे पता नहीं ठीक होगा कि नहीं होगा। दिस इज एन एस्पेक्ट ऑफ टेस्ट
ओके,
टेकिंग कि अब स्किल्स तो पहुंच चुकी हैं, अब टेस्ट को मैनेज कैसे करना है।
गॉट इट।
बट नॉर्मली बहुत सारे लोगों के लिए ये मेजर पार्ट नहीं होता है, मेजर पार्ट स्किल बिल्डिंग ही होता है, दैट्स वेयर दे फॉल्ट। ये भी होता है ऑफ कोर्स, अगर आप एक क्वेश्चन पे 5 मिनट 7 मिनट देने लग जाओगे तो नेचुरली यू आर नॉट डूइंग द बेस्ट फॉर टेस्ट टेकिंग, यू आर गोइंग टू स्क्रू अप द टेस्ट इवन दो यू मे हैव द स्किल्स, क्योंकि आप 7 7 मिनट तो एक क्वेश्चन पे लगा दिए 2 क्वेश्चन पे, तो वो टेस्ट टेकिंग में यू कैन फॉल्टर, बट नॉर्मली व्हाट आई हैव सीन इन माय एक्सपीरियंस, नॉर्मली लोगों की प्रॉब्लम स्किल लेवल पे रह जाती है।
ओके,
Yep.
थैंक्स।
Anything else? Yep. You're welcome. Any other questions? Any other doubts? Okay, cool. So we'll meet in the evening in about, again, 9.5 to 10 hours from now, 7 p.m. IST. Then we'll do the questions, and from our discussion on the questions, I hope you'll get to know some of the mistakes that people make while attempting questions, and some of the common ways, sort of some of the categories in which incorrect options may fall. So we'll talk about those, and of course, we'll talk about the mistakes that you can make and how to go about solving RC questions, and whether to go back to the passage, how much to go back, and all that. Okay. Okay. Great. Have a good day. See you in the evening. Take care. Bye bye.
गुड डे सर।
So once you are done reading the passage, you can let me know in the chat window here, or yeah, chat window is fine. So you can just let me know in the chat window. Just you can type done. So I'll get to know that how many are done at a certain point. So if we need to start earlier than 5 7 minutes, we can do that. So if you're done reading the passage, you can let me know by typing done in the chat window. Okay, so yeah, so seems most of you are done. So let's move on. Okay, so let's start with our first question. So the process is going to be that I'll show you the question. I'll launch the poll. You need to attempt the question. So by selecting an option in the poll, then I'll ask for volunteers. So I'll discuss each of the options or the reasoning for selecting or rejecting options with those volunteers, whoever volunteers. Okay, that's the way we are going to go about it. So I'll show you the question and also paste the question. You'll also see the question in the link that I shared with you in the chat window. Okay, so here is the question. And if somebody joined in late, let me paste the link again. So you can access the passage and the question on this link. Okay, of course, you can see the question on the screen also. So you have 2 minutes to answer this question.
CJ, can you please post the poll again of the answers, if that's okay? Sorry, you're on mute.
Sorry, what are you saying?
I think I'm not able to see the poll that you posted, right, where there were options. Somehow I missed that.
Acha, कोई बात नहीं. You just have your answer ready, or you can send me a direct message on the chat.
Okay.
So 15 seconds remaining. Five seconds to go. Ending the poll now. Yeah, it's an official passage. Why this question?
Just like that.
Yeah. I won't take that risk of discussing a non-official passage. Instead of learning, people will keep doubting the authenticity of the questions and the passage. Okay. ठीक है. So, any volunteers to discuss the reasoning of rejecting or selecting options in this question? So you can raise your hand if you want to volunteer. Okay. Any new faces? Even though I can't see any face, but Yeah. So I'm not sure. I think all three of you have spoken. I'm not sure about Tanushri. Tanushri, let's start with Tanushri.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um, So, according to the passage, the 5 well-known plant hormones are not useful in controlling the growth of crops because uh, it is not known exactly what function the hormones perform. That's so. If we go back to the passage, the first one it says that there are 5 major hormones that have been identified, and we know what they have multiple one hormone perform multiple different things in the plants. So can I see the question?
Okay. Yeah.
So each, according to that, each hormones have various effects on
Hold
the
on.
plant.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying, okay, so you were done with your reasoning for first. So you're saying we already know that they perform multiple functions.
So it's they are not useful in controlling the crops growth of crops because one specific artificial there was this one line where it says that the 5 have so many simultaneous effects that they are not very useful in artificially controlling the growth of crops.
Okay. So this sentence, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying this is according to it is correct,
Yeah.
and this is incorrect because we know that hormones perform multiple functions. That's what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Next option, third.
None of the there's no information that they can't perform without each other.
Okay, not stated in the passage that they can't function without the others. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Each hormones have different effects on different kind of plants. That's there, but then they have different effects.
Mm-hmm. But okay, okay, so not very clear.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So fifth.
This one, each home, the fifth one is like no, oligosaccharides do that.
Okay.
It works on only a small subset of cell genes that oligosaccharides do that.
Not hormones, you are saying. Is that what you are saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Thank you. So let me ask others who raised their hands. So Harsh, you have anything to add? Let's say to the reasoning, or you had a different reasoning for rejecting options.
So first, second, third is point of view is same.
Okay.
And each hormone has a fourth one. Each hormone has a different effect on different kinds of plants. So basically, we have not talked about different kinds of plants explicitly or implicitly in the para.
Okay. So you're saying not talked about different
kinds of
plants. Okay. So this is not stated here, essentially, you are saying.
Yes. We know that they have different effects on the plants, but not different kinds of plants.
I see. Sure. Fifth.
So I rejected this on the basis that it is nothing to do with the question which is being asked. That how are useful in are not useful in controlling.
So you are saying this is fine. This is, we can say this on the basis of the passage. So what sort of Tanushree was saying was that this is not even true. So you're saying this is true, but this is not related to the question. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So this is true, but not related, but not answering the question.
Yes.
I see. Okay. Indranil, do you have anything to add?
So more aligned with what Harsh said in fourth and fifth, I have to add something on point one.
Okay.
So I think the reason is like because we know the hormones perform multiple functions. I think in the third line of the paragraph, it's written that the answer is only a small subset of genes in a particular kind of cell are expressed and on or turned on at a given time. So hormones actually help in doing this, as in they help in turning on a particular type of cells in the body. So I think that's the reason.
Achha, so you're saying already it's given what hormones do.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you're saying this is actually opposite to what is given, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So whenever we have options, whenever we have to answer on the basis of the passage, and the options are in terms of sort of complete ideas. For example, all of these options are ideas. Sometimes, for example, we look at other questions in which options are just one or two words. That's a different thing. Whenever we have ideas in the options, normally the options can be categorized into three categories. Incorrect options can be categorized into three categories. One is not stated. दिया ही नहीं हुआ मतलब कुछ भी बोले यार ठीक है the passage doesn't even talk about it. For example, third quiz, none of the hormones function without it. कहीं लिखा ही नहीं, nowhere stated. So definitely cannot be the answer of anything on the basis of the passage. The other could be opposite of what is stated. So it is not that it is not stated, actually the opposite is stated, which people are saying is the case with the first one. The third is it is stated, but not answering the question. So that's what was saying that. Harsh was saying is the case with fifth, that it is stated, yeah, this is the case, but it is not answering the question. So when we are evaluating options in a question, we try to have this level of clarity, not just it is incorrect, but is it even given, not given, or is the opposite is given, or it is actually given, but it is not answering the question. Okay, it is entirely possible. And of course, this category becomes an attractive option because it is given. So you're like, yeah, I've seen it, but it may not be answering the question. Okay, let's go through the options. So these 5 well-known plant hormones are not useful in controlling the growth of crops because it is not known exactly what functions the hormones perform. So this reasoning that we know that hormones perform multiple functions is, I will not agree with that reasoning. Why do I not agree? Because what it is saying is it is not known exactly what functions. क्या कर रहे हैं? This reasoning is कि हमें पता है कि वो multiple चीजें करते हैं. But you may know that they do multiple things, but you may still not know that they do what specific things. So I don't agree with this reasoning. this reasoning is fine. So it is given that hormones sort of help here. It is also very explicitly stated in case of auxin, the various things that auxin does. And so there are specific places in which actually the passage talks about the exact functions that hormones do. And there is absolutely no indication that we have no idea what else they do. So there is no such indication that we don't know what they do. Rather, it's explicitly stated the specific functions that auxin does and overall hormones do. So this is something that I'll agree with. So second option, option B is correct. Most of you mark that, and this can be directly inferred from this. They have so many simultaneous effects, that's why they are not very useful. So second is correct. None of the hormones can function without the other. That's correct. It is not stated. Sorry, that's correct. The reasoning is correct. That it's not stated. So that is why third is incorrect. Each hormone has different effects on different kinds of plants. Again, that is not stated anywhere, that same hormone may have different effects on different kinds of plants. So it is, again, it is not stated. It's not okay, because we'll say it is okay if it is given, but it's not answering the question. Because we don't know. It's not given to us that different effects on different kinds of plants. Okay, so this is fine. Each hormone works only on a small subset of a cell's gene at any particular time. So this kind of discussion happens here. Only a small subset are expressed or turned on at a given time. This is accomplished by chemical messengers that include hormones and other regulatory molecules. So the passage says that hormones are involved in this, that only a small subset are expressed or turned on at a given time. So we can't say that many hormones are not doing, only oligosaccharides are doing. Hormones, it's given that hormones are involved in that. So is it true? There is a subtle difference between what it says and what is given in the passage. The passage says only a small subset are turned on. It is possible that hormones are working on all the genes, but they are turning on a few and not turning on the others. Right? That's possible. That hormones work on all the genes, but they turn on a few genes, but they don't turn on the other genes. What this option is saying is they work on only a small subset. I will not agree with this, that they work only on a small subset. What I know is they activate only a small subset, but they could be working on every single gene in the cell. So I'll not say that this is true. In my opinion, this is not true. And of course, it's not answering the question in any case. Any questions, doubts here? Yeah, Harsh.
So you have categorized three options for incorrect. It is basically for this idea question or in general?
In general, whenever you are asked according to the passage or whatever, you have to select an option on the basis of the passage, right? So you can say कि ये तो बात ही नहीं हुई, या उल्टी बात हुई, and then state it but not answering the question. Whatever is a sort of this kind of question.
Okay. And second thing, sir, how works and activated can be both different things. I assume that it would be same.
But so normally, if you think about it, let's say if I say that, if I talk about a classroom, and we say that only a small subset is actively listening at a given time. Okay, so does it mean that I am actively teaching only to a few people? Example may not be exactly parallel, but the point is I may be working, hormones may be working on everything, but let's say it doesn't turn these on, but it turns these subset on. It is
Got it.
possible. How can I say that? No, that's not possible, right?
Right. Got it. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, Anushka.
So CJ, when I was solving this question, I was able to eliminate all of them and reach out to second. When I was reading fifth, I know, as a whole, that this is not going to solve my answer. The
Yeah.
questions even bother to pay so much of attention on works and activated. Do you think that's a right strategy or not?
So there are always two aspects. Again, if you are taking the test, so again, depending upon, right, there is again, you're taking the test, or are you in a skill building phase? If you're in a skill building phase, you will want to be clear about everything, because the next question you will see may not be wrong for two reasons, maybe wrong for just one reason, right?
Correct.
So if you know just one reason, you don't know the other reason, then it could be that you will get that question wrong, or you'll be stuck in that question. Of course, in the exam, if you find one reason why, let's say if you are evaluating and you're saying, "Nay, this is not even going in the right direction," I'll not care to sort of pay a lot of attention to it, right? That's fine. But that's because I'm in a test taking mode there. I'm just trying to solve questions as fast as possible. But when I'm trying to build my clarity, then I'm thinking, okay, so for example, you are saying, yeah, it doesn't answer the question. Okay, but is it even given? Why are you asking this question? Just to be clear about things. You have already answered the question that this cannot be the answer, regardless of whether it works or activates, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the mindset approach, that we are clear why we are solving questions. A lot of times people are like, okay, we are solving questions. But why are you solving questions? What is the objective? क्यों कर रहे हो practice? To build clarity. So जरूरी है कि question सही हो गया, then we'll not learn. If there is something to learn, we'll try to learn. Because we are clear about our objective. Objective is to learn. और उसके अलावा क्वेश्चन करके फायदा भी क्या है? Of course, it's entirely possible. It's not black and white. It's entirely possible that if a question offers you 10 units of learning, you may be getting 2 units of learning, and you can go on with that. But my objective is, if a question offers 10 units, I will try to get sort of very close to 10 units of learning out of it. And if I'm getting a lot of learning out of each question, I may eventually not need to do a lot of questions. Right? Because it's a learning that contributes towards my skills, not the number of questions I've done. Yeah, somebody else, Anmol, I think, was raising.
I think you answered my question by answering Anushka, but I'll still ask. So when I read this question, I knew straight away, when I went through the options, I knew straight away that 2 is the right option, because I was able to directly infer this from the passage. And then whatever you said, I think to Anushka's question makes sense. Since we're in the skill building phase, we should also maximize our learnings from the incorrect options, right?
Yeah. For example, now let's say you solve this question, you got it right. Now you move on. But let's say there is another person who actually also observed this thing works, not activates. Oh, wow. Okay, there's a difference. Now, if he keeps paying attention to these things, 100 of these things he has paid attention to, next time he does a question, don't you think he'll have a easier time eliminating options, or easier time observing these differences in the options?
Of course.
Right? That's just the objective. The more we do it, the easier it becomes for us, and naturally it comes to us then over a period of time.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to the second question now. Let me also paste it in the link. Sorry. I pasted it in the link. 30 seconds to go. Okay, 5 seconds to go. Ending the poll now. Okay. Rahul, would you like to share your thoughts?
Yes, sir. So basically, in the passage, it talks about hormones, hierarchical hormones, which is spoken in paragraph number 3. So, and the pletrophy of the 5 well-studied plant hormones is somewhat analogous to a certain hormones in animals. So that becomes like a clue for us to select the 4th option, which is mentioned. It's a direct paraphrased. I mean, it clicked very easily. There was no elimination that I had to look for because it really just matched what they were talking about.
Okay, but it's saying the pleiotropy is analogous. Here it's talking about hierarchy or something.
Correct. So if you see, then it mentions in the passage that the 5 well-studied hormones is somewhat analogous to a certain hormones in plants. So in animals, sorry. So given that they're talking about, and the question is also stating that itself. So that's how I connected.
No, but it's not saying the hormones are analogous. We talked about it. It's saying
Correct.
the pleiotropy is analogous to pleiotropy of certain hormones in animals. And
Correct.
what is
Correct.
pleiotropy? What is pleiotropy?
Over here, they're pleiotropy is, that each one has one effect of growth or development. It's mentioned in paragraph number 2.
Each one has one effect.
No, the sentence which is mentioned in paragraph number 2, each has more than one effect on the growth and development.
So this is pleiotropy, right? So having
Yes.
multiple effects is pleiotropy.
Yes. Yes.
So this statement is saying the pleiotropy is analogous to the pleiotropy of certain hormones in animal. It's not saying hormones are analogous.
Right.
So how did you? So but then why did you? So you are saying pleiotropy is analogous. It's not saying hormones are analogous.
Yes, sir.
No problem. So let's first try to understand the question. So you're, of course, you're
Okay.
trying to justify your answer. That's fine. But can you share what you understood? The question is saying. क्या मतलब है? Sorry, इस question में क्या है?
Yes, just allow me a moment.
Yeah.
It's basically asking us how is the 2 hormones in animals and in plants, how are they similar? Like, what's the hierarchy?
How are the 2 hormones? कौन से 2 hormones?
Like animal or plants में जो the hierarchical hormonal of animals, how is it similar to plants? They're asking you that's what I've understood.
So how are the 2 hormones similar? Which 2
Yes.
hormones? Plant hormones and animal hormones.
Yes.
So how are they similar? This is the question.
So that's what I've understood, sir.
Okay, no problem. So we'll first try to understand. I'll get some other opinions on the meaning of this question. Okay, then we'll move ahead and evaluate the options. Let me ask somebody else. Sujan, would you like to share? Sorry, I'm cold calling because just want to.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Am I
Sujan.
audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So the question says that the passage suggests that the place of hypothalamic hormones in the hormonal hierarchies of animals is similar to the place of which of the following in plants. So the hierarchy of animal hormones is mentioned in passage 3.
Don't
Sorry.
don't try to answer the question.
Okay.
Just explain me the meaning of this question. Don't even try to relate it with the passage. Just the meaning of this question. That's all.
Okay, fine. So there is hierarchy of hierarchy of hormones in animals and hierarchy of hormones in plants. So it is pointing to a specific hormone that is released from the hypothalamus, that are hypothalamic hormones, and it is asking which hormone in plants is similar to the hypothalamic hormones in the hierarchy of animals.
Which hormone in plants?
In the plant hierarchy. In the plant hierarchy, which hormone is which part or which hormone is similar to the hypothalamic hormones in the hierarchy of animals.
Have I written correctly?
There is hierarchy of hormones in animals and hierarchy of hormone in plants. Okay, which hormone in plant hierarchy is similar to the hypothalamic hormones? Yeah, hypothalamic hormones or hormones in animals. Yes.
You want to say similar or occupies the same level?
Yeah, occupies the same level. Yeah, I meant that only. I mentioned similar. Yeah.
Okay.
I think by similar, it means that the functioning is similar. So I didn't mean that.
Okay, right. That's what I was clarifying.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So this is the meaning. We got the meaning right. Okay, so let's try to understand the meaning, how we can go about understanding the meaning. And the process is very important. As I said, you can read a sentence also part by part, and you can see how will I digest it. Or okay, so essentially I may not digest it as slowly as I'm going to explain it, but the process remains the same. And the beauty of this is I'm able to explain you what goes on in my mind or how I digest. Of course, it will boil down to you whether you follow it or not, but I'm telling you the way to process any statement. Okay. So it says the passage suggests, okay, the passage suggests something. What? That the place of hypothalamic hormones. Okay. So it's saying the place of, what is the place? Place of these hormones. Okay. In the hormonal hierarchies. Okay. The place of these hormones in the hormonal hierarchy. Okay. I created that hormonal hierarchy and it's talking about the place of this. Okay. The place of this in the hierarchy. I see. So this was at the top. Then we had pituitary. Then we had adrenal cortex. Okay. So the place of these in the hormonal hierarchy. So this was at the top of animals. Yeah. This is hormonal hierarchy of animals. That's understood. Is similar to the place of which of the following in plants. Okay. So we are talking about hierarchies, and this hypothalamic hormones occupies the top level in a hierarchy. And now we are talking which one occupies the top level in plants. Does that make sort of sense how I am understanding it? Does it look alien, or do you think it's helpful, or this is the way you read in any case? Basic difference is I'm not reading it in one go. Okay, that's the key thing. You might have observed that I read that the passage suggests, okay, the passage suggesting what? That the place of hypothalamic. So when I read this place, I'm like, place of harm? Kahan pe hai? What? But of course, I'm not able to make sense of it. So I continue reading. In the hormonal hierarchies. Okay, so the place of hormones in a hormonal hierarchy. Hormonal hierarchy is like ऊपर नीचे वाली बात है. उसमें इनकी प्लेस कहाँ है? उसमें तो टॉप पे थे. Okay. So I've not read the entire question, but I've invested my time and I've assimilated and understood what this phrase is saying. Right? And you can see this is very extremely, of course, very extremely crude version of what this is saying. In some way, of course, it doesn't really match. It's a very extremely crude version. But this can happen if you give all the information to your brain in one go, which it cannot handle. It'll be like, कुछ similar चाहिए मुझे. That happens. I've seen that happen a lot of times. So that's why this process कि हम दिमाग को छोटा छोटा पीस ही देंगे that it can handle and digest sensibly. It doesn't make a crude version out of it. It understands what exactly it is saying. So Rahul, do you think this way of reading can be helpful, or do you already do that?
Yes, CJ, it is helpful now the way you explained it.
हाँ, तो ये आपको बहुत ही consciously करना पड़ेगा. Of course, slow down is a basic necessity, but you'll have to be very conscious. It's like I'm telling you a different way of walking. सालों से एक तरह से you are walking, even though you may even theoretically also, first of all, conviction may not come कि ये पक्का useful है. You may have your reservations. That's fine. But even if you theoretically become convinced कि नहीं, this is really the way out for me, practically इसको follow करना will be hard unless you're very consciously implementing it. It's like, again, I tell you a new way of walking. So as soon as you lose awareness, as soon as you go back to your instinct, you will start walking in your regular way. And you may not realize it. साल चलते रहोगे पुराने तरीके से, नहीं, but मैंने तो दूसरे तरीके से चलना. This is what happens to people. So it's just कि हम एक एक part करके समझ रहे हैं. That's all. It's as simple as that. But it can really make a big difference. It will slow you down, and it has to slow you down. And you need to slow down क्योंकि अगर वो speed पे पढ़ रहे हो तो वैसे ही you are creating a very crude version. So to understand the exactness, उसके लिए स्लो डाउन करना पड़ेगा. बट दैट स्लो डाउन इज वर्थ इट, क्योंकि उससे मैं पूरा सेंटेंस एग्जैक्टली क्या कह रहा है वो समझ आ रहा है.
थैंक यू.
तो हमें अब समझ आ गया कि अब क्वेश्चन कह रहा है कि ये जो इसकी प्लेस है हायरार्की में, वो सिमिलर प्लांट्स में कौन है एट द सेम लेवल इन इट्स हायरार्की. तो प्लांट की हायरार्की क्या थी? कैन समबडी टेल मी व्हाट वाज दैट? इन केस ऑफ एनिमल्स द हायरार्की वाज, पहले हाइपो थे, फिर पिट्यूटरी थे, देन एड्रिनल थे. What was the hierarchy in plants? Yeah, Nishi.
Pleiotropic, enzymes.
5 major hormones which are pleiotropic. Yeah. Then
Enzyme and oligos.
yeah. वहाँ पे hierarchy थी. तो अब इसमें animals में ये top पे हैं, वहाँ पे correspondingly plants में 5 major hormones top पे हैं. So this is the answer. Any questions? Any doubts, sir? Okay. Let's move on to the third question then. Let me paste it. Okay. So ending the poll in 5 minutes. Sorry, 5 seconds. So some problem I had to tackle. So now my kid is with me. Okay. Ending the poll. Interesting. Okay. Any volunteers? Any new faces? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Tell me.
So let me, I have some throat issues, so my voice is a little bit lower. Is it fine or
No,
should
it's
I?
completely fine. Completely fine.
Okay, okay. So should I explain the question first or?
Yeah. You can start with the question and then option by option.
So the question asks which of the answer choices explains the hierarchy of hormones talked in the passage. So it's straight up a detailed question. So one hormone affects the glands while
Hold on. So basically, the way to explain this would be, let's say you can say that, okay, we are looking for an option that explains the hierarchy of hormones, right? So
yes.
looking for an option that describes the hierarchy of hormones. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So option A, one hormone affects the another gland while another hormone affects the cells. There is nothing stated about the cells. So
Nothing stated about cells.
no.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, one hormone affects the roots of the plant while other hormone affects the leaves. Yeah, it is stated that hormone plays different roles in different things, but it is not stated specifically that one affects roots and other affects leaves only. There could be multiple other things like stems and so it's from general to specific. So I don't think it's the answer.
It's from general to specific.
Yes.
Okay. So you are saying what we are given is that hormones affect roots, stems, leaves, and all that. That's what you're saying? So
1 second, let me go back to the passage if you want, 1 second. The passage mentions that hormones have specific effect on target organs all over the body, but it is not mentioned which target organs.
where are you reading it?
I'm taking it from third passage, but in second passage also it causes shoots to grow up and roots to grow down and many other, but
Okay.
nothing specific about leaf and roots.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead. Yeah, option C.
Option C also nothing is mentioned that one hormone plays important role, other is less important. So it is also not stated.
Okay, importance not talked about. Sure. Next.
I was confused between D and E.
Okay.
But I would go with E because the hormone at the end of the at the end of it it affects specific part of the body, like a leaf or a stem, as mentioned in paragraph 2
So
in
you're
the
saying
end.
you selected option E?
Yes, like I'm confused between D and E, but I have like uh, while on the poll I mentioned D, but I think E would be better option
Why?
because can you go back to the passage for a second? So in second paragraph at the end, it tells that vascular system, then lateral roots and different parts of the plant is mentioned. So I think E would be better suited.
So different parts are mentioned. So why? How does E become correct?
Uh, I think it suits more.
Sorry, it.
Like suits more.
Why does it suit more?
Because like the example it is given like each part at the end of it, each part is talked about. So
But how do you know that? Okay, but I'm not clear. So each part is talked about. So then what?
uh, so which has specific effect on the body. So
So hormones have specific effect on the body.
yes, even in third passage, like it is mentioned for animal instance, like brain stimulates the anterior lobe of pituitary gland, a specific part which releases different hormones and releases from adrenal cortex. So
So you're saying specific functions are given,
yes,
but it is not. It is saying each. What do you understand from this part? What do you understand from this part?
no, okay, I'm a bit confused. Each of which has specific effect on the body. Like hormone has specific effect on each part of the body.
Each hormone has a specific effect on the body.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the meaning. So
Each hormone is like in third passage, each hormone is talked about and each one like does a part and that leads to creation of another part, like another hormones.
yeah, that's fine. So there
So
is a
now
hypothalamic. Yeah.
yeah, so now I think D is better choice, but
Okay, no problem. So you were down to D and E, but you ended up selecting E because you thought specific.
I selected D, but while I was uh, doing here, I thought E was more suited.
Okay.
But yeah, D now I think it suits more.
So you found E more suited because specific effects are given in the passage.
Yes.
So you understand that it is saying each hormone has a specific effect on the body. So you seem to have done a little of word matching that yeah, specific effect and specific effects are mentioned. But the meaning here is very different, right?
Yes.
Saying each of which has one effect on the body,
Yes.
right?
Now understood. Yes.
Anyone else wants to add? I think Indranil, you raise your hand. Yeah, you want to add anything to the reasoning here?
I think the first one, there is a specific example mentioned here, which is I guess, just trying to find it out. Yeah, it's in the second last line. So they have mentioned it. These hormones have specific effects on target organs all over the body. One hormone stimulates thyroid gland and, for example, other fossil cells and so forth. But this is very specific, as in they are giving an example. So it's not a generalized thing for all hierarchies. That's why it's not the answer.
We are saying it is fine that one hormone affects gland, the other hormones affect cells,
Yeah,
right? So you're saying
yes.
it's fine, but this is not really the hierarchy.
Yeah, this is just a very specific example.
Okay. So what Om was saying was nothing stated about cells. You were saying it is stating that it's an affecting ovarian follicle cells. So it's stated there, but it's not really about the hierarchy. It's just given an example of having specific effects on target organs.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
I see. Okay. Second.
Second, I agree. It doesn't look as if it's mentioned in the passage. It just in the first line, it's mentioned how can they differentiate leaves, stems, fruits, and all. But other than that, it's not mentioned.
Yeah, even in that, it is not creating a difference between different hormones. Saying overall hormones help cells become plant, right? Roots and leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 is also same, not talked about which hormone is important and which hormone is lesser importance.
Yeah. Importance nowhere is talked about. That's correct.
So,
yeah. Fourth and fifth. Yeah. So which option did you choose?
I chose fourth, but somehow while we were discussing, I think fifth is the right answer.
Fifth is the right answer.
Yeah.
So you chose fourth. Why did you reject fifth?
Somehow I didn't, read the extension fully. So I just stopped till the point where they mentioned uh, in the second line, for example, they mentioned, for example, hormones from hypothalamus, brain stimulate anterior lobe of pituitary gland to synthesize and release many different hormones, one of which simulates hormones of the adrenal cortex. So I just stopped here. But I think after that, they have also mentioned these hormones have specific effects on target organs all over the body. So I think if that happens, then it becomes the answer.
Okay. So, but that's fine. Now you're saying E becomes the answer. But why did you reject? So you had not read that part, so you rejected on this basis. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And now why would you reject fourth?
Uh, because fifth is more detailed now, each of which has a specific effect on the body.
And so you're saying both are correct, just that fifth is more detailed.
Just a second. So it's written that one hormone leads to the release of multiple other hormones, and second is one hormone produces other hormones. So leads to creation is what, from what I understand, like there might be 5 6 things that would end up creating that hormone. This hormone is probably the most important thing, but something else also depends on that. But if one hormone produces other hormone, then that hormone is like fully dependent on the one hormone that's mentioned. And as mentioned in the passage, uh, so one of which stimulates release of hormones from adrenal like AC, I'll call it. So it looks as if uh, it's kind of producing other hormones. So that's why I think 5 would be better.
You're saying 5 is better because it produces so very
Yes.
strongly one-to-one connection, whereas fourth is not that strong one-to-one connection because it's saying it leads to the creation.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else has anything to add here? Just a minute. Just quickly. I'll just ask him over to his mother. Yeah, Anushka.
Yes. So how I approached it was that when I read Hierarchy of Hormones, we know two kinds of hierarchy. One was in plants and one was in animals. And the animals one I kind of remember that first was hypothalamus and then it went to pituitary and then it went to adrenal and then it went to all of these specific areas.
Okay.
So I went to the options. When I read the first statement, it looked like explaining only the last bit of the hierarchy and not the whole. So I rejected it.
Okay.
And then second and third were not out of scope. They were out of scope, so I didn't pay attention to them. And then the fourth mentioned only the second line, that when one hormone leads to creation of others. And fifth was the one which was complete, talking about all the three states. And since it says best explained, so I chose fifth option.
Okay. Hmm. This is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me now go over the options one by one. So we are looking for an option that explains the hierarchy of hormones. So we are talking about a hierarchy of hormones in animals. In case of plants, there is no hierarchy of hormones. There is a hierarchy. But in the hierarchy, we have hormones, we have enzymes, we have oligosaccharides. So enzymes, oligosaccharides are not hormones. So we don't have a hierarchy of hormones there. Okay, we have a hierarchy, but we don't have a hierarchy of hormones in plants. We have just hierarchy of hormones in animals. So the first one is saying one hormone affects the glands, other hormone affects the cells. Yeah, this is given to us in this statement that one hormone can stimulate thyroid gland, another ovarian follicle cells. But one hormone doing one thing, another hormone doing something else, it is not even a part of hierarchy. You have to understand that. I am doing X, you are doing Y. Are we in a hierarchy? Does this even explain hierarchy? No, hierarchy is one is above the other. Not two people are doing two different things. That's hierarchy. So, in my understanding, this is not explaining any part of the hierarchy. This is just saying two people doing two different things. Two people doing two different things doesn't mean they are in a hierarchy in any way. Second one hormone affects the roots, other hormone affects. This is again nowhere stated. In the first paragraph, we talk about that hormones are leading to that distinction that some cells are becoming roots, stems, leaves, and fruits. But there we are talking about hormones as a whole. Not that one hormone is doing X and another hormone is doing Y. So we are not creating a distinction even there. Of course, even if there were a distinction, that would not explain hierarchy. That's fine. But even factually also, we are not given that one hormone is affecting the roots, other hormone is affecting the leaves. Importance. So this is right. We are talking about importance. Fourth, one hormone leads to the creation of multiple other hormones. So we see in terms of hormonal hierarchy in plants, hypothalamic hormones are leading to releasing of multiple hormones from pituitary gland. And again, within pituitary gland also, it's releasing multiple hormones from adrenal cortex. So factually, this is right. That, yeah, one hormone leading to multiple hormones. And this is the hierarchy, eventually, right? Because there is a sequence here. One hormone releasing these hormones, one hormone releasing these hormones. Okay? So fourth seems right. So I'll hold on to it. Fifth one hormone produces other hormones. So let's try to understand this. Let's say I instigate you to hit Amar, whoever Amar is. Let's say to slap Amar. And you actually end up slapping Amar. Now, if I make a statement, Did CJ slap Amar? What would you answer? Did CJ slap Amar?
No.
Nope.
What about others? Just one response in the chat.
Nope.
No, right? I did not slap. Did CJ lead to the slapping of Amar? Yes, no?
Maybe.
मेरी वजह से तो हुआ ना, मैंने इंस्टिगेट करा, लिखा हुआ है वहां पे, right? So I led to the slapping, which is fine. Now, if you read the passage carefully, no hormone is releasing any other hormone. Hormones are stimulating some glands, and the glands are releasing other hormones. Okay, this is always the case. Hormones from this stimulate this gland, and then this gland releases hormones. And again, one of these hormones stimulate the release from this. Eventually, it's releasing from the adrenal cortex. Hormones are not releasing any hormones. So this is factually wrong. This is one problem with option E. Another problem with option E is it's saying, so if you understand the hormonal hierarchy was hypothalamic hormones, and then you have pituitary gland hormones, and then you have adrenal cortex hormones. As we discussed, hypothalamic hormones are pleiotropic, which means they have multiple effects. And how do they have multiple effects? Because they are releasing multiple hormones, right? So, and then eventually hormones have effects, so they end up having multiple effects. But with similar kind of reasoning, pituitary gland hormones also have multiple effects because they are stimulating hormones from adrenal cortex. And if these hormones have specific effects, and many of these hormones are released by a hormone of pituitary, one of the pituitary hormones, then pituitary hormones also have multiple effects. And that logic. So in this hierarchy, only these are the ones having specific effects. So when you say one hormone produces, or let's say leads to other hormones, each of which, so whoever is getting produced must have a specific effect for this statement to be correct. But so this will not be able to explain this part of the hierarchy. Why? Because pituitary is getting released with the help of hypothalamic hormones, but pituitary don't have a specific effect on the body. They actually have multiple effects because they are eventually leading to multiple adrenal hormones. So even if you remove produces and put leads to there, even then the statement would be able to explain only this part of the hierarchy, that pituitary one hormone leads to adrenal hormones, each of which has a specific effect. So this part is true for adrenal hormones. So this part of hierarchy can be explained. But this part of hierarchy cannot be explained because pituitary don't have a specific effect on the body. They have multiple effects. So option E is wrong for both of these reasons. So option D is the answer. Questions, confusions, doubts? Yeah, Anushka.
I now understand how fifth is wrong, but I don't understand in the option one, You said that it doesn't explain the hierarchy at all. Like, how is this not part of the hierarchy? No, in the first option.
Yeah, I understand. आप उसके बारे में बात कर रहे हो. देखो, of course, if you reach the bottom of the hierarchy, we have multiple hormones from adrenal cortex and they have different effects, right? But if you're, let's say somebody is asking to explain the hierarchy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you have to explain one level of hierarchy, that will be one is releasing the other. If you just say one is doing X, the other is doing Y, are you explaining hierarchy?
Got it.
Hierarchy तो बन ही नहीं रही ना वहाँ पे. Two different things people are doing, right?
Got it.
Any questions, any doubts, sir? Okay, let's move on to the fourth question. I'll paste the fourth question on that. Okay, 10 seconds left. Possibly you need more time. Okay, 10 more seconds. Okay, going to end the poll. Okay, ending the poll now. Okay. Not many have responded to this. Okay. Any volunteers? Raise your hand. Yeah, Nishi.
The passage suggests that which of the following is a function likely to be performed by oligosaccharin. So I went to the passage and I read it once. So basically, it's saying that they are fragments of cell wall released by enzymes. So basically, E leads to O, and O are fragments of cells. And these enzymes that release O, so different enzyme release different O's. That is what we need to target.
Okay.
Then I went to the options. First one, to stimulate a particular plant cell to become part of the plant's root system.
Yeah.
No, we are talking about enzymes which make O, so this is not stated.
Okay, not stated. Okay.
I mean, no, really. Yeah, I mean, not in what we need. So this
Nee,
is
nee. So there's a difference. You're saying it's not stated, or you're saying it's stated, but it doesn't answer the question.
cell wall is written in the last sentence.
Okay. Nee, this idea, you can't say a word is written. The point is, you agree that this is being discussed in the passage, but you're saying it's not a function by oligosaccharin. That's what you're saying?
Part of the plant's root system.
So, okay, you haven't thought
Yeah,
about
not-
that. Let you
yeah.
not all, but doesn't seem to be the answer. That's what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second, to stimulate the walls of a particular cell to produce other O. No, it's the opposite. Like it's saying that enzymes release O's. So this is not the answer.
So why is this not the answer?
O's are not stimulating the walls of a
Okay.
particular cell.
O's are oligosaccharides are not stimulating the wall, it's the enzymes.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Sure, go ahead. Third.
To activate enzymes that release specific chemical messengers from plant cell wall. I marked this.
Okay.
Because it's saying that enzymes release them and different enzymes release different oligosaccharides.
Right.
So basically they are activating the enzyme, which is why enzymes are releasing them.
Okay. So you're saying oligos are activating enzymes
That's what I think.
that are releasing the enzymes. So that are releasing the oligos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fourth one, to duplicate the gene complement in a particular plant cell. They are not duplicating. It's saying different enzymes release different oligos, but it's not that they're duplicating.
Not
So,
stated.
yeah.
Okay.
To produce multiple effects on a particular subsystem of plant cells. Not stated. We don't know if it's multiple effects. To produce multiple effects on a particular.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm confused now because it can be that because different enzymes release different, produce multiple effects, particular. Yeah, it's not stated. Yeah, I'm saying.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Yeah. Any other volunteers? GAN mode.
I chose A, to stimulate a particular plant cell to become a part of a plant's root system, because from our understanding and reading of the second paragraph of the passage, we know that basically oligosaccharins perform specific functions for specific cells.
Yeah.
So, and that's what this option also talks about. Stimulate a particular plant cell to become part of a plant's root system.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Second, if you sort of have the same reasoning, you can just say the same reasoning. If you have a different reasoning, you can let me know.
Okay. Second, I agree. It's the opposite of what is stated.
Okay. Sure.
3. I don't agree with this,
Okay.
because enzymes release different oligosaccharins, but we don't know whether oligosaccharids are actually activating these enzymes. It's not stated.
Okay. Sure. Fourth.
Not stated, agree.
Okay. Fifth.
To produce multiple effects on it. This is what pleiotropic hormones do. So it's stated, but it's not true for oligosaccharids.
So we are looking for something true for oligosaccharin.
Yeah, this is not true for oligosaccharids.
Not true. So we know. So you're saying it's opposite to what is given.
Yes.
Okay. 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 Thank you. So not sure that चलो हटा ही देते हैं क्या करना है. But let's talk about this reasoning. Correct because oligos perform specific functions, and this option is also talking about as well. So if an option talks about any specific function, that could be correct. Just because let's say if you know that CJ does only one thing at night, and then somebody says CJ watched this movie. Will you select it? Yeah, CJ एक ही चीज करता है. This movie is also one thing, so that's fine. Can this be a reason to select this option? Hmm?
Not on a standalone basis, but since we are talking about like it's a plant and it's related to plants, and so oligosaccharids are also supposed to perform a function related to plants, so that could help us infer that. Yeah.
Sorry, come again.
Saying since oligosaccharids are found in plants and they perform a particular function that we know from the passage, and this response talks about a particular function related to plants only.
Let's say CJ watches one movie every night, and somebody says CJ watched what movie? Let's say Jawan. So will you agree? हाँ एक movie देखते हैं और Jawan is also a movie. So yeah, CJ watched Jawan. I can infer that.
I mean, not with surety, but the option is the question also saying likely, right? So if the likelihood is,
what is the meaning of likely?
I mean, it's probable, but it's not definite. Like it's not like.
So you will be, let's say, more than 50% chance. So you'll have more than 50% chance that I watched Jawan. Given that you know that I watch one movie. Jawan is also a movie. Okay, I don't agree with that reasoning. कोई भी एक unique चीज है, so you will say कि हाँ एक unique करता है तो this is also unique. So yeah, I don't agree with that. Yeah, Tanushree, you want to say something?
I was just saying the same, that it's very specific that वो सिर्फ plant root system के बारे में बात कर रहा है. It can be anything else as well.
हाँ, तो कोई भी स्पेसिफिक कोई भी चीज दे दोगे तो उससे ये तो ना हो जाएगा कि हाँ स्पेसिफिक करता है तो ये भी करता ही होगा. Likely. For likely also you needed some level of indication from the passage. ऐसा तो नहीं कुछ भी आप मार्क कर दोगे. So the reasoning is wrong. The option is correct. Option A is the answer. So here there is an indication in the first paragraph. It says only a so how do cells differentiate and form different structures such as roots, stems, leaves? Because only a small subset are expressed. And how are they expressed or turned on? By hormones and regulatory molecules. And regulatory molecules include oligosaccharides. So oligosaccharides, given this flow, can be playing a role in these stem cells becoming cells, sort of stems, roots, leaves, and fruits. So yeah, this is can be a likely function. There is an indication in the first paragraph of the passage, and the oligosaccharides could be helping a plant cell become a part of the plant's root system. There is an indication there. Without any indication from the passage, I can never select an option just because it's saying one thing. Okay, so first is correct. Second, oligosaccharides stimulate the walls. That's not given. Actually, the enzymes are stimulating the walls. Or rather, it's not given that enzymes are stimulating the walls. They said enzymes are sort of releasing the walls or releasing oligosaccharides through the walls. So this is not correct that oligosaccharides are stimulating the walls. No, it's the enzymes leading to oligosaccharides, not oligosaccharides leading to oligosaccharides. So that's wrong. Are oligosaccharides activating enzymes? So both are wrong. It's given that hormones may function by activating enzymes, as we drew the hierarchy also. So hormones are activating enzymes, and enzymes are releasing these oligosaccharides. So it's the hormones which are activating enzymes. We know that. It's given there. So in any case, first is wrong. Second, we don't know whether, no, we know that only there is hormones are activating the enzymes, not the oligosaccharides. So fourth is nowhere given duplicating the gene complement. Rather, what we are given about gene complement is every cell has the same gene complement. So how do they differentiate? Because different subsets are activated. Nowhere is a passage talking about duplicating the gene complement. So one mistake some of you may have made is you might have restricted yourself to just this part of the passage with respect to oligosaccharides, but oligosaccharides are talked about here also. To produce multiple effects, this is wrong. Oligosaccharides are given as an example of regulatory molecules having specific effects, one effect on the body. So this is opposite to what is given. So this reasoning is correct. Okay, so option A is the answer. Any questions, doubts here? Okay, let's move on to the next question then. I did not tell you, but essentially I'm pasting the question on the link that I shared at the beginning. To see the question, you'll have to refresh that page. If you want to see your question also on below the passage. So this is the fifth one. Let me launch the poll. 30 seconds left. Ten seconds left. Ending the poll now. Okay. So yeah, the results are interesting. Everybody marked the same answer. So yeah, option E is the answer. So it says, and I'll just quickly run through it because all of you got this right answer. So the author mentions specific effects that auxin has on plant development. So it talks about auxin, effect of auxin here. So it's saying auxin, for instance. So this is an example of having simultaneous effects, right? So that's the reason why auxin's effects are mentioned. So that's why, to illustrate the concept of multiple effects or pleiotropy as it is exhibited by plant hormones. So option E is correct. Let me also go through the other options. Point out that some of the effects of plant hormones can be harmful. No, where it is saying that hormones effects, some of the effects are harmful. Ways in which, to illustrate the way in which hormones are produced by plants. No, it's not illustrating the way in which hormones are produced by plants, how hormones are produced. Hierarchical nature, no. The second passage is not about hierarchical nature. Differences among the best, no. So it's not creating distinctions between different hormones. It's just talking about auxin and the effects of auxin to illustrate the simultaneous effects of hormones. Option E is the answer. Anything not clear here? Anything not clear? Okay, let's move on to the next question. And let me also paste it. That link. Fifteen seconds to go. Five seconds to go. Ending the poll now. Yeah, it's a mixed result. So, volunteers, any person who hasn't participated yet? Sanchit? Yeah. Would you like to share?
I am still confused. I've marked something. I think like on this question, I realized I've practiced this before. So I took a 50-50 gamble. This was on GMAT lab, so I took a 50-50 gamble. So I think I'm still quite confused.
Okay. Okay, no problem. So you wouldn't like to sort of talk about this. Okay, no problem. I understand. Okay. Anyone else? Let's say Nishant.
Okay, sir, I'll start. So, the question says, which of the following best describes the function performed by oligosaccharides? So, first option is regulating the daily function of the plant cells. I assume that I say that this is not what is mentioned in the passage.
Not stated.
Not stated, yeah. Next is interacting with one another to produce different chemicals. So it is not mentioned as per the hierarchy of hormones in this thing. This is the last one to be released. So it is not stated here. Next one, releasing specific chemical message.
Hold on. So what does it have to do with the hierarchy? Sorry. I didn't get that. You sort of said that it is the last one in the hierarchy. Oligosaccharides are the last one in the hierarchy. That's what you said? So?
Okay, so that is not the reason, but I thought that since they are the last one in the hierarchy, so they it's nothing to do with this thing. It's nothing to do with the question.
Okay. So so you're saying it's not stated, or you think it?
Not stated. Not stated.
You're saying it's not mentioned that they interact with.
Not mentioned. Not mentioned. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Releasing specific chemical messengers from plant cell. This is also not stated. This is not stated that oligosaccharides are those chemicals.
You're saying oligosaccharides are the ones getting released. They are not.
Yes, they are. They are not releasing. They are the ones that are getting released.
Okay.
Producing the hormones that cause plant cell to differentiate to perform different function. So again, fourth one is not mentioned, like oligosaccharides are producing more hormones. So that is also not stated.
Okay.
And fifth one, it is mentioned in the passage, like in the first paragraph, it says that this is accomplished by complex system of chemical messenger that in plant include hormones and other regulatory function. So before that, they have mentioned it is the answer that only a small subset of genes in a particular kind of cells are expressed or turned on at a given time. This is accomplished by chemical messengers. So oligosaccharides is a chemical messenger. So that's why this should be the answer.
Okay. 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 Sure. Thank you. Anybody wants to add something to the reasoning of any of the options? Or if you have a different take? Anyone? Everybody agrees. Okay. So it's similar to actually the fourth question, which is also about the function of oligosaccharin. So we're looking for the function of oligosaccharin. It's saying regulating the daily functioning, not given. Sort of daily functioning could be sort of they're processing food or excreting, or I don't know what the daily function, but it's not given that oligosaccharides are involved in the daily functioning. So this is not stated. Interacting with one another, this aspect is nowhere mentioned that oligosaccharides interact with one another to produce something else. So interactions among oligosaccharides is not mentioned. Releasing specific chemical messengers. So as Nishant said, oligosaccharides are not releasing specific chemical messengers. They are the specific chemical messengers. So they are released by enzymes from the walls. Okay, so this is right. Producing hormones, oligosaccharides producing hormones? No, not at all. It's the other way around. Hormones are activating enzymes, which are in turn releasing oligosaccharides, right? So you're flipping the order here by saying oligosaccharides are producing hormones. So it's not that it's not mentioned, it's actually moving in the opposite direction by saying that oligosaccharides are producing hormones. Influencing the development of a plant cell by controlling the expressions of cell genes. That's, as Nishant said, it's given in the first paragraph that so genes expressions is controlled because some subset are expressed, others are not expressed, and that's how it leads to different structures, right? So they are influencing the development of plant cells because whether a plant cell becomes a part of root, stem, leaves, or fruits, that is determined by the subset of the genes which are activated, and the expression and or the activation of the genes is controlled by regulatory molecules which include oligosaccharides. So this can be understood from the first paragraph. So E is the answer. Questions, confusions, doubts? Okay, let's move on to the seventh question. Okay, 30 seconds left. Okay, ending the poll now. Okay. So yeah, 83% of you marked one option and 17% marked one of the other options. So yeah, so any volunteers for this? Volunteers? Yeah, Indranil.
The question is, the passage suggests that unlike PT hormones, OS could be used effectively too. So it's in a way asking what can OS be used for, which is not like how what PT would be used for. So the first is trace the passage of chemicals through the walls of cells. Uh, now, although in the last paragraph there has been some mention about this, but still I was not able to figure out how OS will be able to help in doing this.
So you're saying in the last paragraph, we talked about tracing the passage of chemicals through the walls of cells?
No, I mean, there is something like in the last, especially in the last line itself, they're saying that there are indications that PT hormones may actually function by activating enzymes that release these other more specific chemical messengers from the cell wall. So PT can be used, but I don't think OS can be used to do this.
So you're saying PT can be used to trace chemicals?
Yes, but OS can't be.
ये कैसे? Let's talk about it. So how can PT be used to trace the passage of chemicals through the walls?
So it's written that PT hormones may actually function by activating enzymes that release these other more specific chemicals from the cell wall. So PT is actually initiating कि cell wall से कुछ chemical messengers आ जाए, right?
Yeah, that's
तो
true.
अगर PT इस इनिशिएट कर पा रहा है, सो ये बिहेवियर से वी कैन इन अ वे ट्रेस कि केमिकल सेल वॉल से बाहर आ रहे कि नहीं आ रहे.
नहीं. तो इससे आप ये so you understand the meaning of this first. It's saying trace the passage of chemicals to the cells of wall. So there is a cell of wall and you are able to trace the passage कि ये chemical कहाँ से निकल रहा है. You're tracing the passage.
Okay, got it.
That's the meaning of this option, right? You're able to trace chemical कैसे flow कर रहा है through the walls.
Right. No, I think then it's not that. So PTB नहीं है और
So what did you understand? But that's the only meaning of this statement. So what were you thinking? क्या मतलब है इसका?
I thought trace the passage as in chemicals जा रहे हैं जो कि just trace कि वो जा रहे हैं कि नहीं जा रहे हैं.
बट वो भी कैसे पता चलेगा? कहाँ लिखा है? उसने बोला है कि दे एक्टिवेट एंजाइम्स एंड एंजाइम्स की वजह से स्पेसिफिक केमिकल मैसेंजर्स आर रिलीज्ड.
Right.
That's what hormones do. Now let's say even if you understood कि अच्छा whether the chemicals are going through walls or not, तो कैसे हार्मोन्स को यूज करोगे कि टू फिगर आउट कि whether chemicals are going through the walls or not? हार्मोन्स अपने तो केमिकल्स रिलीज करवा देगा, that's fine, that's what we are given, right? But how will you use it to figure out कि other chemicals are released through the walls or not?
Got
Right?
it. Yeah. I was wrong. Yes.
These are still very different ideas.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The second is pinpoint functions of other plant hormones. I don't think this is given anywhere in passage.
Okay. So one hormone being used, or let's say anybody, let's say oligosaccharides are used to pinpoint functions, or any hormone being used to pinpoint function of other hormones, that's not given anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Third is actually given in the passage. So in the second paragraph, they mention in the second line, the five have so simultaneous effect that they are not very useful in artificially controlling the growth of crops. And in the first line itself, it's given that unlike the OS, the five well-known hormones are PT rather than specific. So it's in a way connecting and telling me that OS can actually be helpful in doing this.
Right. So yeah. So let me explain it a little more. So what it is saying is कि पांच के इतने multiple effects हैं, have so many simultaneous effects that they are not useful. So multiple effects is the problem for, and that's why they are not useful. So, and we know that oligosaccharides have one effect each. So naturally, there is an indication, since multiple effects is the problem, so one effect, a chemical having one effect could be useful. That's what this is saying, that oligosaccharides could be used, unlike pleiotropic hormones. So pleiotropic hormones cannot be used to do this. So we can understand it from the second paragraph. Yeah.
Fourth is alter the complement of genes in the cells of plants. So in the first paragraph, it's mentioned that OS can be helpful in a way, like controlling what kind of cells are expressed and all. But this is talking about alter, that you're completely changing. So I think that is not possible. So it's wrongly mentioned here.
Okay. Yeah. So let me talk a little more about it. So it's saying altering the complement. So you're talking about changing the complement. So if there is a set of genes, you're saying oligosaccharides can change the set of genes. No. So actually, if you understand the context, it's saying the set of genes remains the same, but how do they differentiate them? Because different subsets are activated. So differentiation comes in the way that some genes are activated and some genes are not. And so different subsets could lead to different structures. But the overall set, nowhere it is saying that the overall set is changing. There is absolutely zero indication that somebody is changing the complement, the overall set of genes. Okay, that's one thing. And at that level, at this level, in terms of creating differentiation in cells by activating or activating genes, we are not creating any difference also between oligosaccharides and hormones. So in the first paragraph, there is absolutely no distinction, whereas we are looking for a distinction here. So for both of these reasons, fourth is incorrect. First is, of course, nobody is altering the complement of genes, and let's say when we talk about genes, we are not creating a distinction between hormones and oligosaccharides. Yeah.
Again, fifth one is something that's not mentioned. Alter the effects of five major hormones in plant development.
So again, it's talking about changing the effect of hormones. So we are not saying oligosaccharides can be used to change the effect of hormones.
Yeah.
Not mentioned. Okay, cool. So yeah, option C is the answer. Any questions, any doubts?
Sir, please explain why 3, one more time, why 3 is correct.
It's given that 5 hormones are not useful in artificially controlling. Why? Because they have many simultaneous effects. Okay, so the reason they are not useful is because they have simultaneous effects. Because this is the reason. So naturally, if somebody has only one effect, it can be useful. So that's what we are saying. Oligosaccharides could be used effectively, artificially, if controlled, whereas pleiotropic hormones cannot be.
Okay, fine, got it.
Okay, let's move on to our last question, the eighth one. Okay, 10 seconds to go. Ending the poll now. Okay. So let me discuss this question. Each of the following can be inferred about the 5 major hormones. If you're looking for an inference about 5 major hormones talked about in the first paragraph. So in any case, so what first of all you need to understand, this talked about in the first paragraph is an information about hormones. It's not saying that each of the following can be inferred from the first paragraph. Okay, that's not the meaning of this statement, that it's saying that each of the following can be inferred from the first paragraph. In that case, we will just go to the first paragraph and see what can be inferred. But it's not saying that. It's saying can be inferred about the hormones, and which hormones talked about in the first paragraph, which were talked about in the first paragraph. In any case, whether it's first or second, there are only one set of 5 hormones talked about. So this is this was really not important. If they just say 5 major hormones, that could also have been fine. Main thing is to understand it's saying that this is information about hormones. This is not saying inferred from the first paragraph. That's an important distinction to understand. So which of the following, each of the following can be inferred except, so we're looking for essentially 4 inferences and something that cannot be inferred. Whatever cannot be inferred about these 5 major hormones is the answer. Inferred from any part of the passage. Okay. They're involved in the formation of different structures. Yes, it's given in the first paragraph. Right? How do cells differentiate and form different structures? So hormones and other regulatory molecules play a part there. They all have multiple effects. That's also stated. Correct means it can be inferred, sorry. Okay, they all have multiple effects. It's given they are pleiotropic. They are similar to hypothalamic hormones. So 5 major hormones are similar to hypothalamic hormones in terms of pleiotropic nature that we know, right? So they are saying they're similar to hypothalamic hormones in terms of the effects. Okay. So they are similar in terms of the effects they have. Do hypothalamic hormones and 5 major hormones have similar effects? Do hormones and 5 major hormones have similar effects?
Not mentioned.
Yeah, it's not given. What is given is that they are similar in terms of having multiple effects.
Multiple.
But whether they have similar effects, that we don't know. So it cannot be inferred. Okay. So a lot of people may just move on from this option after reading this part, not read the second part in terms of what they are similar. Okay. So they may belong to a different level in hierarchy than chemical messengers that have specific effects. So chemical messengers having specific effects are oligosaccharides. So are these 5 hormones at a different level in hierarchy than oligosaccharides? Yes.
Yes,
They top, right? 5 major hormones at the top and oligosaccharides are at the bottom of the hierarchy. So this is correct. The pleiotropy of these hormones, 5 major, limits their usefulness for some means at least one specific purpose. Yeah, they cannot be used to artificially control the growth of plants. Okay, so C is the answer. Anything not clear? Any questions, doubts? Side, thank you so much for staying till the very end. It's as usual great for me to have conducted this session. I enjoy taking these sessions and I enjoy taking your session. I was cold calling but people were responding. So thank you so much for that also. Yeah, if you have any questions, any comments, you may feel free. And also couple of things. If you have any takeaways, I would request you to share your takeaways from the session. Secondly, as soon as we end this, a survey will open. I know the survey link opened even at the end of the previous session, but now I request you to fill that survey. Okay. So yeah, Deshna, you want to say something?
I just had a small request. Actually, I got sick, so I couldn't attend the first 40 minutes of the class. So
Oh, okay.
if there's a possibility that you could just share recording on the first 40 minutes, it would be great.
I mean, I'll be sharing the recording of the entire 6 hours with all. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, get well soon. Abhi theek ho? Abhi, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm in Delhi and there's viral all over. So it just
Delhi में कहाँ पे हो आप?
I live in South Delhi, Malvian.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, and just takeaways. I think one would be, as a person who has always run away from RCs. I think just the acceptance that it might be a little arduous process, but eventually you could make it, and I'll have to be patient. Is something I think I learned from this session, that it's not impossible. But yeah, the not so good part about it is that it will require time and patience, which I am not sure how much of it I have. So, yeah.
Okay, I see. निकालोगे तो निकलेगा पेशेंस अंदर से. कहाँ जाएगा?
But like, just a question, normally, like, because you would have taught a lot of students, I mean, obviously there are tutors because they tell you ways and tricks to solve so that you can complete your preparation in lesser amount of time, right? And this is what I understand. But normally in your experience, how much time do students take to pick up and, give time and, sort of become okay at it?
So again, different people take different amount of time. I've been saying that. So it looks like, it's a long process, so naturally people take longer. No, people take longer if they need to build a lot of skills. If they don't need to build a lot of skills, people have improved in the past. And there was a story, the person improved from 640 to 760 within 40 days. But those are not common things, because so that person was just ready. So he did. So for example, it was a girl. So she didn't know the way to read. She had the skills, but she didn't know that she was supposed to read it that way. So in her case, it was more about she had the skills, but it was not about कि इतना पढ़ना है, इतना ध्यान से. She could read it at that level, but she didn't know. So as soon as she got to know, she could apply it and get a very high score. But again, a lot of people need to build skills. So those people take time. It could take anywhere from 3-4 months to more than 1 year also, depending upon how much skill you need to build and how much you come in your own way. So जितना patience नहीं होगा, उतना you will sort of keep running away from the process, उतना you're going to take longer.
Right. Thank you so much.
Yep, you're welcome. Yeah, Harsh.
So I want to know, means this is the thing for RC, right? You have to follow the process and learn the skill. Nothing much is needed, right? Just now we have to practice in the process which you have taught and maintain the same, and eventually you get there, right? This is the thing.
And again, systematize your learning. So जहाँ पे भी आपको, if you're not able to make a connection, you're not able to understand, write those things down, review them, try to understand why that happened, and try to follow the process, reading part by part, right?
Okay, so this is the thing. Then just it's now practice.
Uh, Eventually, it's about practice. Again, practice can lead to learning. Eventually, it's learning.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I would say takeaway is that since I have already given the GMAT focus, so I would say patience is much needed again for me to build upon the skill. And to everyone who has not given GMAT focus yet, you see RC passages there in GMAT focus like anything, 4 paragraphs, and you have to solve it. So I think that's a skill is needed, which CJ has told me earlier also through means through their LinkedIn post and everything, but same in the class. And I would say only skill set works there, nothing else. So from the class, I would say again it is hitting me hard. So I will take more time to digest it and work upon the skill.
Right.
Thanks.
So thank you. Now, regarding your experience that you somehow encountered very large, very long passages, I've taken GMAT focus twice. I don't think that was the experience. It could be some of the passages were long, but it was not unusually long for me.
For me, it was long. I was practicing about
Once in a while, it happens. Okay, you have a test situation which you have back-to-back RCs which are long and all that. I'm not sure that's usually the case. That could have happened in your case. For example, in some of my students end up having a lot of questions on number properties and all that, but it doesn't mean that everybody will have a lot of questions on number properties.
So I was the unlucky one, you want to say?
Could be. So yeah, I don't think that if you take it again, you will again have a lot of long RC passages.
Hope for the best.
Yeah, Anushka.
So for me, one of the biggest eye opener was like, or how generally people say you need to do it in 2 minutes, you need to do it fast, and you need to build your practice that way that you're able to do it faster, versus coming here and spending so much amount of time. We spend about what, 4 hours doing one passage today. and drilling it down to, each and every word and understanding why it's saying, how it's saying, and how it's linking. So that's the biggest takeaway.
Okay.
But I do have a question for you. Generally, when I try to practice, or even I have given the focus edition, I get very exhausted after a point of time. Like even today, in the last 3 questions, I was too exhausted that I just didn't want my brain to be engaged after a point of time.
Right.
So how can I make it better?
So there are again several aspects to this. One is simply you're not used to it, probably, right?
Mm.
So the more you get used to it, the better it's going to be. That's a simple thing, right? Let's say if I'm not used to running, so naturally I'll be tired soon, right? But if you keep running over a period of time, my body will get used to it, right?
Mm.
That's one thing. The second thing is you're tired because it's requiring a lot of energy, right? You need a lot of you need to really reason out, invest yourself. So the questions are not easy for you, right? So as you keep practicing, as your skills increase, the difficulty of the questions will come down for you. So just say, for example, if I take the GMAT normally, uh, uh, I can retake it after 1 hour. I'm not tired. I can just take a small break and then take another GMAT because I'm not tired. So it's not that I have a lot of stamina, just that the questions don't tire me. It's not taking a lot from me. Okay, and that's what happens as your skills increase. Whatever is very difficult for you today will become moderately difficult. Whatever is moderately difficult for you will become medium. Whatever is medium for you will become easy. That's what happens as a consequence of increased skills. Then, of course, there are other factors also, including how much junk you eat, how much sleep you have. All those factors are also important. If you eat a lot of junk, if your diet is not good, naturally the body cannot maintain focus for an extended period of time. It will get tired soon. If you're not getting enough sleep, then also it will have effect. So those factors are also there.
Do you think that I get scared about the exam? That is also one of the reason why I get tired.
So there is some part of your brain power consumed in other thoughts, right? So naturally वो brain power consume हो रही है, it's constant thoughts going on. So
Got
if
it.
you're just focus on the question, nothing else, then which is the case with me, जब मैं question कर रहा हूँ तो मैं question कर रहा हूँ. Then I'm not thinking कि score क्या आने वाला है. So then it's just a question that is taking my energy. But if I'm constantly worried about कि ये score ना आए, वो score ना आए, then that is also taking my energy.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, Pulkit.
So, yeah, sir. So, in terms of takeaway, it's mostly like since I told at this beginning of the session that I was approaching this more of a normal reading that is pertaining to work, that works pretty well for me on like essays that are related to economics, business, and all that. But whenever I'm encountered with an essay, for example, say US politics, like I remember a passage that I was practicing a couple of weeks back related to feminism, like in the hard category, and I just couldn't, like even after reading twice, I couldn't figure out my way around it because I was reading it like a normal article. But now with a more broken down approach, I think I'll try to practice those medium and hard level questions and see how I am able to tackle them and whether I'm able to like produce a better result on those questions.
Right.
And also just one more thing. What's your perspective on the focus edition? Because like I gave the focus edition a couple of weeks back and I had given the previous one once. So I found like the quant section particularly very easy and even score reflected so and verbal was a little bit more tougher and the score also reflected that. And DI is also, I mean, something new, but considering I'm from an engineering background, I didn't, except the time factor, I didn't have much difficulty in terms of solving conceptually. But like, since you have also given the paper a couple of times, what's your perspective on the exam? And do you think that the percentile will over time change a bit? Like, because, like, for example, a score of 695 right now might reflect a 98 percentile. Do you think that over time, a lot of more people will get that kind of a score and it will change?
It can, of course, because these are estimated percentiles, right? So people have just started taking focus attention. So they just hypothesized, given their data model, that this happen. What may happen may be different, right? For example, quant 90 is 100 percentile for them. I don't know, right? Chinese and Indians are taking. Not sure whether it's going to be 100 percentile, or whether it may remain 100% depending on how you define it. But I think a lot of people will end up getting it. So yeah, the percentiles may change. Will they change drastically? I'm not sure, unless, of course, the data model is really off. So there may be changes. In any case, there have been changes in the classic addition scores also, the corresponding percentiles. Now, as far as the difficulty of the test is concerned, again, yeah, quant has become easier. There is no data sufficiency in quant, right? And there is no geometry also. So yeah, I could also sense, and I share that in one of the videos also. Quant I find much easier than before. Verbal, basically the only downside that I see now is there is no sentence correction. So sentence correction used to be a time saver, right? You can always see questions much faster, so you can save time for CR and RC. Now that's not there. So you have to sort of manage the time between CR and RC, and I'm sort of it's a challenge for me also. I'm a lot of times I'm down to last 2-3 questions. I don't have much time left. So that's a challenge that's going to be the case for people because SC is not there. So just you have to manage time between CR and RC. Yeah, DI is like IR, so it could be extremely difficult for some people, and it could be much more manageable for engineers or people who are doing those kind of jobs. But a large part of data interpretation is also, I believe, comprehension. This is my experience. So how well you are comprehending will also play in data insights.
Okay, this might be again, asking this question might too early maybe, but like, for example, earlier 740, 750 was the benchmark score, right? So, I mean, to get into, say, one of the top 10 colleges or 15 colleges. So do you think that, I mean, what will be the equivalent once the percentile settles and everything? Like, what will be the equivalent of that score in this paper? Like, any estimate according to you, say?
Whatever equivalent scores MBA.com is saying is what I will say, unless I believe that I'm somehow more intelligent than them, which I have no assumptions about. Okay, think about it. Of course, whatever equivalence they have created, they have used their best brains, right? Of course, I can say I don't agree. I'll not say because I know my limitations. Of course, I may have a subjective assessment, but for a normal person, it makes sense to believe more in MBA.com than in any tutor, actually.
Right. We don't have that data set they have, right?
Yeah, so they have given equivalence percentiles or scores. Of course, they have done the rigorous analysis. It's not a joke, right? कि उन्होंने बस दिल करार डाल दिए, चलो ये है हाथ से. They must have done a lot of analysis. There must be a lot of analysis behind it. So now I can say whatever opinion I have on the basis of my subjective experience. But so naturally, I think whatever MBA.com is saying, is more reliable. It may not be perfect. It may not be perfect. For sure, things may change. Things may turn out to be different. But I don't think I can make a more accurate assessment than them.
No, actually, like from a personal perspective, in a shorter period, I got a very different score on both the exams. So, like one I gave in December, the other one I gave in like 19th February.
For sure, देखो क्योंकि
And
in our case,
I was
DI
like
was comfortable. Sorry
to interrupt. I was saying, and even the preparation, I was traveling for work. I was not getting much time, so Like I won't say I've practiced rigorously to improve my score by that many points. So,
but the test change is going to be favorable for some people, right? कि जैसे quant, as you're saying, the quant has improved for you and DI is manageable for you. So naturally, this shift is favorable for you. It may not be favorable for others. So overall, we don't know how it's going to shift. Again, it's possible that they have really the test is actually easier than earlier, so a lot of people end up scoring high. But there is no point worrying about it. Whatever is the case, in any case, we can give our best and get the best score that we can get.
right. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Anything else?
Thanks, CJ. It's been a great learning experience, listening you and pausing and, stopping and understanding. It actually helped me understand myself better in terms of how I was going around and reading things. So I think it is very helpful. It's been a great learning experience across the 6 hours that we have been. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankit. Okay, ठीक है. Then good night. Take care. Bye bye. It was great interacting with all of you. Take care. Bye bye.